Okay, everybody. Okay. And I know it looks dark in the back. If y'all need me to go turn some lights on, if y'all want to see in the back. Okay, this is Unscrambled Minds. Y'all know I am Sister Freedom.
And I'm
Hi,
Sakina
y'all.
Ra.
Let me turn this down because I do not want the noise tonight. Wait a minute, y'all. Just a second. And I hope it's on YouTube tonight. Because let me check to make sure. Did I set this up or did Dustin set it up? Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, it is. It is. Wait a minute. Commission, what is going on? It's been so much craziness. What has been going on, Commission?
I
It's
don't know
been
that.
craziness everywhere. Y'all, wait a minute. Let me get up and turn the light on behind me. Y'all, give me a second.
Okay, well, before you get into that, let me again thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Even though you have been
Under
under the
attack.
scrutiny of fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
They attacking me from all corners, man. It
oh.
seems like they together from what I see.
But
But
you know
let me
what, though?
say
You got to keep
this.
in mind, though, when it's
Don't.
attacking, when the way you've been attacked ain't, but nothing good could come from it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
got to
yeah.
think about it like that. When
Oh
it's
yeah,
you being attacked like that is something good. And I'm gonna say for anybody in the chat, if it's anything tonight that you do not agree with, good or bad, all you got to do is wait till the end and respectfully come up and ask questions. It don't have to be no argument. It don't have to be no disrespect. Just come and ask a question that you don't comprehend or understand or don't even agree with nicely. It don't have
right.
to be no rah-rah and
None of
all
that.
that unnecessary energy and all that. Just
Yeah,
ask the question respectfully, you know?
right,
It's
right,
in the
right.
deliverance. It's all in the deliverance. And I don't want to throw no shade or no attacks on anybody, but
Right.
I wanna say this in the right way because I'm looking forward to the return of the 1619 party.
Good evening,
But
Papa
but
Stone.
I want to ask questions, but I want to say this clearly because I want everybody in the chat to reach out, and if she sent emails to y'all, I want everybody to get into the emails and read over the letter, and I want them to understand the bottom line of the letter. But I do want to draw some attention to the letter, but I want them to get to the bottom line of the letter, and I want to underline some of the issues that what she's trying to say as the narrative of it, but I want you to understand where I'm coming from because in the beginning of the letter she was talking to um I don't want to take too much of the show with this, but she was talking to I think her name is Camilla, the black lady that we talking about that's on the letter, and she called her black caucus is what she addressed her as.
Who you talking about?
Whoever wrote the letter for the 1619 party.
Oh, you
So
talking
if
about the truth bag. You talking
um
about
yeah. So
her?
whoever addressed this letter, if I can just get 5 minutes of your time, if you don't mind, okay, commission, please. I
Hi,
don't
Miss
want to just
Graham. How are
I just
you?
I just want to pull it up 1 second because I don't want to overdo this. But my long story short is she addressed her as black Caucasian. She addressed it as black caucus, dear black caucus. And in long story short, that's offensive. And we're not gonna get nowhere starting it off like that. So the bottom line is the whole letter hit all direct points. The whole letter was strong for what she stood for, what she was addressing, how she wanted it done. It was all the proposal, it was all a direct, beautiful letter. But to start it off with that direct black caucus, was such I would have tore it up in the beginning. Do you see what I'm saying? You started it off disrespectfully. And you see what I'm saying? So that's where we don't want to go in the beginning. And that's what we all need to understand. I taught sales representative, and we forget that the customer is always right. And that's the part of respect, right? When I applied one time for a job for hospitality manager, she said, "What do you know about hospitality?" And I said, "Nothing." Because I don't know. All I know is my morals and values as a mother, as a wife, as a daughter, as you know what you learn, unfortunately and unfortunately at the same time, growing up in church and whatnot. And she said, well, there is no such thing as hospitality and what you know, because that's respect, and what you knew is what I gave as the example. You know how to say good morning, how you doing, and all these other things, because that's what you grow up to learn. But unfortunately, what we see now is when you call customer service, and although you're upset, you get a disgruntled person, right? And the first thing you say is, ho, wait a minute. You don't talk to me like that. Well, unfortunately, I do talk to you like that. I'm a disgruntled client, and who am I supposed to call? You. And the first thing you're supposed to say is, can you calm down for a minute so I can help you out? That's how you're supposed to handle that. And then once you calm me down, because without me, you don't have a job. That's what we need to understand. So you're getting attacked, and this is the bottom line. You're getting it all kind of ways. Unfortunately.
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because if you're talking about Sister Truth Bay, she is addressing an organization.
Exactly. But all I'm saying is, at the bottom line, we're not, if I come to you and I want a service for you, right? For a whole service. Let's say you run because you're a healthcare, right? Let's say you're running a whole healthcare organization, right? And your your facility has people that neglect elderlies. I can't blame you for the whole village, but at the same time I can, because all the CNAs work under you.
Right.
Okay. So then I could come and can I come to you and say, hey, Ragley sister, you and your Ragley organization.
I think when the letter that you received was a letter addressed, and she was just giving us a copy of the letters that she sent out to the different organizations, and that is the name of a particular organization.
So the person is called Black Caucus?
Yeah, that's the name of the organization.
It's called Black Caucus?
Something along those lines.
So it was Dear Black Caucus?
Yeah, that's the name of the organization.
Okay, because I was...
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, like I said, no disrespect to nobody.
Right.
Right? Because the points and everything else on the letter was beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was
okay. So, like I said, my bottom line was everything else was intact. Everything else was beautiful and appropriate. I just thought Black Caucus. I didn't know that was the name of a...
That's the name of the organization.
Okay, because otherwise I found that offensive.
That's the name of the organization.
Okay, good. Then that's all I'm...
Today is my lovely Sakina Roz born day. This is the day her mommy said, this is my baby's birthday. This is Sakina Roz's birthday. So everybody in the chat, give Sakina Roz.
Yay! I'll be on it. I'll be on 1, I'll be on 2, I'll be on 3. I'll be on disrespect at all costs.
Happy Manifestation Day, Queen.
Thank you
so much.
It's my emergence day. Yay! Yeah. So, thank you so much.
Okay. Kemetian, can you tell us what's been going on? Because I'm ready to rumble. What's going on?
Well, I basically, after we came forth, seemed like, and y'all sisters was showing people that we getting ready to move on some real unity.
Thank you,
You know, it seemed like everybody came out of the woodworks, you know, and I'm talking about from all angles. You know, some of these people revealed themselves to be snakes, you know, that I didn't know was like that. You know what I mean? Because think about it, all this stuff that's going on now didn't have nothing to do with, what we were talking about, yet it started on your platform, Sister Freedom. Unfortunately, they came
I mean,
in behind trying to tear the bill down because they seen us billing so good. You see?
okay, so as of yesterday, because when we was all on JJ's channel,
Mm-hmm.
now it appears that everything is hashed out, which I'm hoping that it is, because see, all it is about brotherly love. And we have to know that we have to respect our elders, no matter what. The teacher and elders must be respected, and we have to end this with love. So I figure
That's right.
whatever was going on, we have to dead it. We have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
dead it
yeah.
and get back to where we were.
Right.
So
I
if
agree.
you and the brother, you know what I'm saying, we're in odds and at odds about any situation, you know what my grandmother always told me? It don't matter who they who say they sorry, as long as somebody apologizes and get back to where you were. You know what I mean? Because in a situation, you're both at fault. Somebody always think that they wasn't, but if you argued back at any at any time, then you're both at fault. So you both have a reason for saying that you're sorry about a situation, so you can get back, where you were.
Right.
First to say you're sorry, so you can get back. What's wrong with my computer? I hate when my computer do that.
Well, I'll put it this way, sis.
Mhm.
Because throughout the whole measure, one thing about me, this is what we teach in my circle. You know,
Open to knowledge. I love his thing. He said everything is good, and I love to hear that. Thank you, thank you. Open to knowledge. He said everything is good.
yeah, it ain't never been no pressure on my end. My only thing is if we as a people, if somebody call you out, and they get out there and they demonstrate a certain light, and they know it's not right, you're supposed to call them on that. All the prophets did the same thing. Yehoshua, according to scripture, Prophet Noble Drew Ali wasn't somebody that didn't call those out. All of those people do. But the thing is that I'm the type of person like this here. And this is what I've been through this since I was a young seed. I done had people try to jump on me, and it don't always go their way. But nobody tried to stop them people from jumping on me until I started getting the best of them. You see what I'm saying?
Who you
So
tell?
I always been that type of person that try to avoid any conflict, so to speak, right? And then if I were to turn up, which I ain't even turn up, all I was asking the young brother is that he need to, basically admit his wrong.
That's
He
right.
didn't want to do that. I didn't get mad and go to cursing, and because I don't do that. I ain't get mad. All I said is I ain't finna let nobody take me back to no NBC thought pattern.
That's right.
So I'd rather leave a panel, before I do that right there. And it just, I'm an adept. So we don't move off emotion. You see what I'm saying? And not now time have I been emotional. I was just addressing the people, as why would you come up on a bill where we teaching peace? And then come behind that and try to bring nuts and bolts in there. And the way we teach in my circle is that, like my chairman would tell you, this is your class. You don't let nobody come and take over your class. You the teacher.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so if I was one of the teachers up there, especially if me and you know each other, why would you come up there to try to find points of contention? And then the other brother that was there with him say, man, wait a minute, man. I knew you had some. I didn't know the brother had no conflict. Because we ain't never had no beef. We ain't never went off on none of that.
I have to admit.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the question was that the young brother asked, but I have to admit that has happened to me in this conscious movement. I have run into situations where I don't even know why the person is upset with me.
Right.
And it does anger you because you say to yourself, why is this person upset? And it does kind of bring you out your shell sometime. And me as an older person, I say to myself, I'm not going to let this person bring me out of myself. Because I know that's not what I'm trying to convey here. I'm trying to find some form of sisterhood, but people try to bring you out of yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't want to be there. So I have to go into my higher self and say, no, I got to pull my God self out. Because I know the devil is within me too.
That's right. It ain't what they call you, sis. It's what you answer to. You see what I'm saying? It ain't
Yeah.
what they call you, it's what you answer to. And so you got a right to, call your accusers forth to clarify what it is they demonstrate. But when you see that deception is involved, that's a whole nother thing. That meant that I didn't have to say nothing, so to
And
speak,
right.
and it was still gonna go the way it went, because like the other brother Darby said, he said they came there for that. They had already say they was coming to do that. You see what I'm saying?
And believe me, I know that slandering is wrong in Islam, so I don't want to be
Yeah,
slandering the brother.
yeah.
That's
We don't.
definitely not what I'm.
Yeah. We don't do that. We just speaking as it is.
I
We
stuck
speaking
to
as
the
it
law.
is.
I am not trying to do that. If Renegade came on here right now, I would be trying to tell the brother, I apologize if he thinks that is what I'm trying to do and trying to find some brotherhood here. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Point
I
is,
wish
sis,
somebody would do that for me and the sisters that I'm having any evilness with, because that definitely was never my intentions on any
point is, sis, this
situations.
point is, sis, it's like this right here. You know, wise man once said, "Don't argue with a fool," because
That
most
was me,
people won't.
Renegade. That was me. It was
Yeah,
me, Renegade.
most people
Never
won't
was
be.
it. It was him. I brung the situation up.
Yeah. So,
Wait a minute. I'm sorry,
oh,
Kemetian. I brung it up because I really want to see love between you and the brother. I don't ever want to see any uh 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 di- y'all being divided.
yeah,
So
yeah. But that ain't in me anyway, sis.
no,
It
no,
ain't
I'm
gonna
saying
never
it
be
because
that
I
way
see
in
him in the
mine.
chat. That
Yeah,
was me. I'm
I,
saying it was
yeah,
not
I see him,
at
but
all.
I ain't responding to that
No,
myself.
he ain't say nothing wrong.
Yeah, he ain't
I'm
did
telling
nothing
him
wrong.
that
I'm
was
cool.
me. That
Yeah,
was me. Not
but even if he feels some type of way, I don't feel no type of way.
right. He don't. I don't
He
think.
ain't did nothing to me. I ain't did nothing to him for that to be that. What I want to say this though, sis, is that just cause you disagree with somebody,
Yeah,
don't mean you have to hate, somebody or whatever the
right.
case it may be, right?
That is true.
And the
Because
problem
you know
is
what?
you got people that don't like Moors, right? And they want to be vocal about that. I don't care if a person
I
don't
don't
like
think
Moors.
that they don't like Moors. I think what it is.
Listen to me, Queen. Let's be
Okay.
real. Let's be real. We grown. We got people that don't like Moors. This just being real. And it ain't no different. It
Ania,
ain't,
she'll be here in a couple minutes. She had to go.
but I don't feel no way about it. Because like I say, I received this type of energy all my life. I'm gonna tell you a story one real quick to show you what I'm talking about. I had this European tell me one time, because we was in a vicinity, like a little study group,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and this European had basically, he had a lot of hatred, and I can tell he had hatred. And so one day he came up to me and he said, "Man, I want to tell you something, man." He said, "I want to apologize to you." He
Mm-hmm.
said, "Because I had a lot of hatred in my heart for you." I knew it, but I wasn't feeding on it. You see what I'm saying? And I told him, I said, I know where you was along the way. And he said, "I just want to ask that you forgive me." Right? And I said, "Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that." I said, "But I know it'll take a long time before I meet a man that's that honest. Because most people ain't going to come there." He said, "You ain't never did nothing to me. Ain't never bothered me or nothing. You stay to yourself. But I don't know why I had that feeling." You see what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
that's a real man that can admit that. But he don't know. I done been through that so much in my life. I look for it. If I move in a community, I always know it's somebody that's gonna have somebody, because it always been that way with me. So I'm used to it. It roll off of me. You see what I'm saying? They don't even know me. We ain't talk, but it just be straight animosity. So it happened like that. I don't play no victim or none of that, and I don't get that type of energy. Long as you keep that over there, that's all good and well. So
Mm-hmm.
my thing is that type of stuff prepare you, and so you don't be a reactionary, so to speak. But
Mm-hmm.
what it boiled down to is, like, for example, I don't disagree with people based on what they believe. I ain't got nothing against no Hebrew Israelite. I ain't got nothing against no NOI. Even the Moors in the temple, I ain't got nothing against them brothers and can sit down and build with them. But most of the time, they can't. On their end, they can't differentiate that. They got to show the opposition and show how much they oppose to what it is I stand on. But I never go there, because I was.
I did. 1 minute. Can I say this? Excuse me.
Go ahead, Queen.
Open knowledge. That was not him. That was my fault. That was not his fault. That was my fault. So I apologize. That was my fault.
Yeah, I definitely ain't mentioned no. I ain't
So
mentioned
he didn't
nobody's
mention
name.
something. That was my fault.
I'm
That's
responding
why I
to you.
apologize.
And
Then
this
he
your,
was responding
this
to me.
your platform, though.
Right.
Queen.
Absolutely.
This is your platform.
Right.
Let me say that's what I'm saying. That was not your fault. That was my fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I?
Wait a minute, Sakina, wait a minute. Because I don't know which way I'm pointing. Excuse me, because I got
we see you. We see.
Sorry, y'all. So I'm gonna just skip it because let me just get to let's skip that.
I agree with you.
Let's skip
because
that.
I really, I'm here to build.
I want to get to the knowledge. Let me ask you
Yeah,
about
that's a non-factor right there.
because I love all my brothers and I just want brotherhood. So that's when okay, the clarity y'all see I can't.
Right. This is why I want to say my piece on this, so it's gonna clear this up really fast.
No, if you're gonna bring it back up, Sakina, let's
but I just listen to me, please. Honestly, this on retro respect on just to clear it for me and everybody. Renegade asked a question. Listen to me. Renegade asked a question because he was a student, and what happened was because he was also a student of Dulcinea's husband. So he was asking a question, but because he asked both of y'all, okay, Dulcinea came in and she started speaking as well. And so it became confusing to this young man. Okay, so he was only trying to get clarity from the Diop book, from you, and then he was also getting it from her. And because it got so confusing, at one point he couldn't speak. At one point you couldn't speak. It got so frustrating, and you can agree to this. It got so frustrating. He opted out to leave. You opted out to quit speaking because to a degree you got disrespected. Right? And so that's where freedom even came in to ask people to stop talking. So that's where it overwhelmed. So this is where we all just had to agree to disagree. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't a right or a wrong on nobody's end. It just got overwhelming for everybody because it was too many hands in the pot at one time. I don't side on nobody. I only side on what's right. I asked him not to leave, and you had self-control. But it was too many hands in the pot, and freedom was the one that had to tell people, it's too many people talking. And when she do that, I'm the first to shut up because I play too much. And that's honestly what happened.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm glad that it's over. I hope that everybody can find love again because y'all was always friends, and y'all sometimes brothers do get into arguments.
That's right.
They find their way back to each other again. And I hope this is one of those cases.
Right. So if he can sit and once he listened to that, because he know that's the truth.
And sometimes women need to stay out of men's arguments.
Exactly. So once he can digest that, because he knows that's the truth.
Oh, and here she is.
And everybody can digest the truth. And once the swelling go down, y'all know what y'all had in the beginning.
But I can hear you, Dulcinea, because you got Dulcinea.
So we'll say,
can you hear me now? You probably hear the screaming in the background too. So that's why I'm like kind of going in and out, but I'm here.
All right. So it's over. Hopefully y'all can find love again. So let's get down to the get down. Again, this is the birthday girl's birthday. So we're going to have some fun. I wish we all could pass y'all out a piece of birthday cake. Okay. Everybody, just imagine y'all got a nice piece of sweet cake in your mouth. Okay.
Say me a piece.
Open knowledge. I know you want some cake in your mouth. Wait a minute. What are you saying? Like, got different ideas. Everybody got different ideas. Um, respect evidence. Oh, that was nice. See, thank you, Renegade. See, you could be nice. Samson, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Let me ask you a question, okay, Kemetian, because I've been wanting to ask these questions. Now, being okay, the information concerning being a Moor, it is a difficult situation from it's been for me, and I've been underneath the Moorish teaching for life. And it's been a very confusing type situation, even for me to understand. Now, when and Dulcinea, I'm glad that you can pull up the things that what's his name? Oh my goodness, that was on Sign Letters the other day. Commission. What's
Yeah,
his name?
I seen it, Lord Abba.
Lord,
Yeah, I seen
Lord
it.
Abba got underneath my skin with that.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
is Sakina's birthday, Renegade. It's Sakina's birthday. Beloved Sakina's birthday. And I hope that she can pull it up. Salaam alaikum, Brother La.
Yeah. Salam
Um,
alaikum, rahmatullah barakatuh, brother
um,
law.
now it okay, I wanted to clearly make this clear. Clearly make this clear. Do you consider everybody a Moor?
Yes, I do. You
Okay.
know, because of me knowing the history and how the name is. It's just like our people consider each other black. You know, that don't know about more. You know, they consider all the people in Africa black. You see what I'm saying? And so, me knowing the history behind the name Moor, I have the right to consider all my people Moors, whether they accept that or not. You feel me?
Okay. Because you're saying it because okay. And you're
Mm-hmm.
saying it because at one time the status that was put on us was no different than the status that is put on us now is black.
Well,
Even though that some people, just like I'm saying, these are just statuses. I'm haven't yet got into nationality. I'm only talking about status at this point. Not yet am I speaking on. I'm not making it a big thing yet. I'm just making it small just right at the moment. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I see what you're trying to say,
You see what I mean? Before I get into the
but
nationality
the
stuff.
status actually, sus, you know, just being straightforward was really black and white that come from the European aspect. You know, when they created what they call apartheid and all of that, right? But they replaced that term black.
No, no, no,
Replaced,
no, 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 no. You going? You coming up with your
listen to me.
okay?
You know, let me answer your question, Queen.
I'm sorry.
So, you know, they basically replaced the term more with the term black. You see, the
Right.
term more has always been there. You see what I'm saying? It's always been a people. And I showed this all the way across the board. It became, you know, what it became now because they phased the word more out. For
But
example, they didn't just phase more out, they phased out, for example, they was calling us colored at one time. Before they
no,
started using the name black, they was calling us colored. They was calling us Negro, and now the people accept black, but now they calling themselves American descendants of slavery. So like every different 10 years, we come up with a different name that our people accept. And they're gonna keep coming up with these names. So
right.
these are, you know, descriptions, but they are not nationality. Go ahead, Queen.
Okay. Let's just make this clear. Now
Mm-hmm.
in Africa, in Akibulan,
That's
Asia,
right.
whatever you want to call it, they
That's right.
didn't call the name Moor was not a term that was used because we were called by the different tribes that we were in. They were not calling us Moors. That's what I'm trying to say. So everybody wasn't considered a Moor. That's where the confusion comes in. And also the confusion comes in because uh you know it's the original Moors were Muslim. They weren't yet converted over into Christianity and all these different religions. Because it says clear as day, the original North African Moors was of Islamic, you know, they were Muslim. This is why I kept on saying that's where my confusion was coming in, because in Africa there were no Moor. They weren't called Moors.
Yeah, respectfully, though, Queen, I would have to disagree with you that because I know a little bit more on the information.
Right, but I'm not saying. I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm
but
just.
I respect your stance,
because in Africa, they had their tribal names. So
but those tribes were called Moors, though, and I showed it every time I came here. I showed you, yeah, they were called Moors. But what I'm saying, I showed this countless times. When I put the sources up there, I showed that Moor was a term that go all the way back to Egypt. So if I show they was, I'm gonna put it like this. I can spell it out better this way. If I show you the word Moor in its original root goes back to Egypt, then I show it goes back to India, right? Then I show it that it comes into West Africa. Then I show that they even use it in China. So if they used it in all these places in ancient times, before even the Moors, you know, as we know them today, come into it, I'm talking about the root word Mari. The word Mari is the word that gave birth to the word we call Moor now. Okay. They were known as the Mari. You see what I'm saying? And so that M and R root go all the way back to Egypt. It goes into Mesopotamia. I can show it to you in all of these cultures. You see, but you can't do that with the word black. You can't do that with the word black because it don't go back no further than the English language.
But you do see why that would be confusing to people, because it's Tamari. Tamari was in Egypt.
No, the root is Mera. It's Mera, M-E-R-A, and Tamari is just another way of saying it. But it's Mera. And I can pull it up for you, though, if you want me to.
Right.
I like to show it to you rather than say it.
Right. Okay, because my question would be,
yes, can you accept the source if I show it to you?
Why it's confusing to people, because it's not the same word.
But so if I give you the source, right, and they tell you in the source, and I give you 4 or 5 sources saying the same thing in ancient writings or classical writings, then you not accepting it. You see what I'm saying? That's another measure. I'm sure.
Can I say something too? Because you brought up the tribes before, and we had to understand with the African tribes, it's the same way. You're thinking Mori is a different name, and then how does it go to Moor? Well, you're listening to Igbo, that didn't exist before the 1800s.
Right.
You're listening to Fulani, that didn't exist before the 1800s.
Right.
You're listening to African that comes from Africanus, that's Latin before it, and it didn't exist before 1400. So now we have to go. There was a different word. It wasn't Africa. It didn't exist before 1400.
That's right.
So you have to. So now that's where we have to look at all these words. That's where we look into etymology, the origin, the different things, because even the tribal names that you know didn't exist before. So they didn't call themselves that. So that's what people are doing as far as to see the history, what people call themselves. I don't think, and I think there's a confusion that people try to say the whole continent of Africa were Moors. I don't think anyone is saying that.
No,
but when people are putting a border between Mauritania and Nigeria and Mali, that those borders, you can look them up, Google them right now and see what date those borders existed for real. They didn't exist back then. So you can't just say, oh, I'm from Nigeria and it was this small area in West Africa. That's not how that existed. And we know the empires that went through, and if they're Muslim or not, like you were saying, Sister Freedom, a lot of that area was Muslim. So you can see those Muslim tribes, the Arabic. You can see how the Arabic transferred into Spain, into the Americas. A lot of people talk about, being indigenous to America, but when they talk about their languages, they're mainly talking about languages in Spanish. When we look at Spanish, Spanish comes from Latin. When we look at Latin, that has a heavy Arabic influence. a lot of these languages have a heavy Arabic influence that we
Queen.
speak. So it's those things we're looking
But wait a minute,
linguistically,
you
we're
only
looking in
only Arabic
everywhere to, huh?
Arab because of the language that you speak. That's the only reason why you're called Arab, because of the language that you speak. And it, but
Exactly.
wait a
That's
minute,
what we're
I don't
saying.
want you to say I didn't say nothing about Igbo. I don't want to be confused. I just want I want to stick on the Moors situation, because if you
No,
say
but we have to, because you brought the tribe. So I'm comparing. It's not about not sticking with the Moors or
wait a
tribes.
minute,
You're bringing up
well,
African tribes. You're saying they all
but
call
it still
themselves
doesn't
certain
have,
things.
you only mentioned two tribes. There were many tribes in Africa, not
That's
just
not
two.
true. If
They're
you're talking about how they've divided the land and then said there's this tribe, that tribe.
so
That's
you
where
said
they
that
say
one
there's
tribe, all
thousands
of
of
them were
tribes
called
around across Africa. But can you name the thousand of tribes that existed before 1492? Is the question.
Can you name them all?
They
And
didn't
are you
exist.
saying
That's
that
what
all
I'm
of them
telling you.
were
They did
Moors?
not exist. When you go and study it for real, you'll see as far as regions go, the regions aren't that small. They didn't have those borderlines that we see across Africa today. And you would have to go back as far as to learn, because we don't even have all the names.
Well,
But
I'm
that's why we
asking
have to
you, are you
actually
trying
look
to
into the
say,
sources.
but are you trying to say that prior to, are you trying to say that, okay, so are you saying that prior to the naming of the dividing of the tribes in Africa, they were all called Moors?
And a
Because
section
the
across.
black people are older than the white people, so you're saying that they were calling themselves Moors.
There was a empire across West Africa into North Africa into
White people were
Spain,
calling
and we
themselves.
have evidence that they called themselves Moors from West Africa into Spain and into the Americas. We can go through primary sources and see that they themselves called
Because
themselves Moors.
history says
Mhm.
white people were calling us Moors. That was
No, we
that
can see that
You see, that's the
the
problem
people
right
were
there.
calling themselves Moors.
Pardon about it, sister. Pardon about it. Let me say this right here, and please hear me and listen to me well, right? And this is what we have to look at, right? When you deal with etymology, Queen, etymology, if I deal with a letter, right, or a word, if you take certain vowels out of the word, the root remains the same. So if I take the two O's out of the word more, you have M and R, right?
right.
That M and R root goes beyond the existence of what we are calling more today. So prior to that, like I say, you put the A and the U in there, it's Mari. This ain't something we trying to put
Or
together. That's where it
Mar,
comes from.
or just
Right.
Mar.
Yeah, it's Mar and Mari as well. So I want to show, let me share this screen real quick. And I want to read this so you can hear it. I want to go step by step, and you'll see why I make the statements I make. You see what I'm saying? I done showed this over and over again, but I want to make sure our family get this here, and they'll get
Okay.
what we are saying. You
And
know?
when you do that, can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can, Queen.
All
Yeah,
right.
you can. I just want to make sure without no interruption
Sister
that our
Freedom, do you
family can
have
really.
the screen share, or
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
you need
shared
me
it.
to go into the?
Oh,
yes.
she didn't share it yet.
I'm sorry, I
And
apologize.
I'm gonna go a little deeper. I'm dealing strictly with the word Mari. And
All
this
right.
is a bunch of different sources. So you can see what I'm talking about. That means a whole bunch of scholars said this here. You see, not just one person. Now, first and foremost, I never showed our people this portion right here, right? And went deep into this particular portion right here. I scammed over this before, right? Now, these names are names that they normally use in a biblical narrative. Some of these names they use in a historical narrative, right? But let's put the religion aside and all that stuff right there, because a lot of people don't know. For example, the one they called Noah was known as Menachem. You see, Mina and Kim, right? Now we know Mina was said to be the one who united Lower and Upper Kemet. Not saying that that's Noah. That ain't what we saying. I'm showing you the root of the name that they don't teach biblically about these people. So this word Cam, for example, right? In language, if you drop the K, that's where the European got their corrupted name Ham from. You see? And it's the same when you go into the root of this word here, when you say more. See, like you say Lemuria, Elmoria, Mari, Mir, Mera, Meru, Meroi, and more. What I did is trace that word back as far as it can be traced dealing with people, right? Now, the thing is about it, there's certain information that our people haven't even heard of because they're only going off what the Europeans said. So in certain aspects in Kemet, for example, right, this word mirror, you see this right here, sisters? I want to make sure y'all see it. It's important that we hear this, right? You see this? I'm going to show you how etymology works. This is a Kemetic word. It says mirror, right? And if you look at this here, it says a collection of water, lake, pools, cistern, reservoir, canal, then canal part itself. And it's basically talking about swampy land, libation tank, basin harbor. It's all dealing with water, right? It even says flood, bodily excretion. It goes into all that stuff. Now, let's come into the English language. You see this word right here? This is actually what they used to call the different places in the oceans. Mare Arabicum, right, is one part. Then they call this, you see that right there? Let me put it here. It says Mare, that's M-A-R-E, right? Right? Mm-hmm. And that's Zanjiraris, right? So the waters were referred to as this, and we can see it in the Kemetic language and in the English language, right? Here it is again here. Before they was calling it the Atlantic Ocean, they called it the Mare Atlanticum. See, these are old maps, Mare Mediterranean. So we see they're referring to the water here as Mare, right? There are other English definitions in the modern time in the dictionary that would say the same thing. So we can see that this ancient Kemetian word just dealing with water has come all the way up into this time, right? Now, I'm going to show you here. See this map right here? It shows the Indian Ocean. This is what they call in the ocean now. I'm showing you how things change. When it was called Mare Atlanticum and all this, now it's called Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, South Pacific Ocean, North Atlantic Ocean. And so now if one is not careful, they'll say, if they only know these names and ain't familiar with the ancient ones I showed you on the old map, that ain't the name of it because you only know what you know. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't know them old maps and somebody show it to you, just because you never seen the maps, you should never say, I'm going to reject that because I know it is what I know it as. Because it would be, crazy. So on this map, you see Moors here, right? And it's very important that we see this. Moors here. This is West Africa. If you go on the modern map, but this is a map. So watch this. And I'm just getting to a clear point. Now let's go to another expression of the word mirror. Same thing, but a different connotation. The guardian is the definition of this word, right? Still dealing with mirror, right? Now, let's go into the Hebrew, right? When you go into the Hebrew, listen to this. It says, this is another good example of the original Egyptian origins of this text. They're showing how a lot of the stuff that's biblically is taken from Kemet. Stuff that Sarnetta been saying, I've been saying, even Jabbar been saying this here, but I'm showing the proof of it, that things have been taken from Kemet. This is one example. The term being used for lights is Maori, which was derived from the Egyptian Mari. So this is light right here, Queen. You know what they're really referring to? The light of Amun-Ra. You see, it goes into the sun. So when you understand it, if it's talking about the light of Amun-Ra, then how do we connect this to Kemet? Right here. When you go into Amun-Ra, you see the name here in Hebrew, right? Maori. But when you come to Amun-Ra, this is his name. This is another way of expressing it, Mar. They are connected. That ain't something being made. They're etymologically connected, you see? And so when we see that in Kemet, this is way before we start using the term Moors, and you understand, remember I said that it's Mera is the real expression and Tamera is the same, but that's just another expression. So you were right, but it's actually Patamera, but it's really Mera. So when you keep removing them vowels, you see that M and R is consistent, referring to a land, referring to a people, and also waterways, right? So this is how you deal with etymology. So, okay, if this is the case, I did my research, right? So I found this is the origin that gave birth to us and how it came through Kemet. Mari, and you can look this up. It means the Moorish gods. I said that, but I never showed y'all this. So when I was saying that, it's coming from a source. The Moorish gods mentioned in the Latin inscriptions in North Africa, right? Who are almost never named. They were supposed to be the sorcerers and redemptory immortals. You see? So this same word Mari that we seen in Kemet is now in North Africa. Here's the one I showed you earlier in Kemet, but then you have the Ma'ur, which are the high priests of Anu. So who are the high priests of Anu? These were the ones that kept the traditions of Kemet. You got people calling themselves high priests of Anu now, or priests of Kemet. But Brother G.M. James said in Stolen Legacy that it was these Moors that carried these teachings into West Africa. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the map, this is another ancient map. You see it right here, Mari, right? You see Mari right here. This is all on the west coast of what I was showing you. Mauritania, this is an old map. So when you see G.M. James say this right here, now look, I'm consistently using the name Mari, Moor, and Mari because the name takes changes throughout the culture who you're dealing with. So the brother said here, and he was killed for this. We have to remember this brother was killed for revealing this knowledge. He say in the 8th century AD, the Moors, natives of Mauritania, native mean they were the aboriginals, they were the indigenous, in North Africa invaded Spain and took with them the Egyptian culture which they had preserved. So when we see that they took Egyptian culture, how did they get it? Because the priesthood that was left, they inherited from them. It says knowledge in the ancient days was centralized. It belonged to a common parent system. The wisdom teachings or the Sabbath teachings are mysteries of Egypt, which the Greeks used to call Sophia. So even the Egyptian called the teachings of Kemet by a different name. You see? So he goes into talking about how all of these teachings came from Kemet and they were taken over. And this is one I'm finna open up the floor at. This is my real big source that's most important, that correspond with everything I said. I'm following the name Mari now and more. Now watch what it say. This is from the Book of the Beginnings, written by Gerald Massey. This is important that we hear this. It says Meroe in Ethiopia. We know what Ethiopia is. That's in East Africa, right?
There's Tamari right there.
Yes, sir. And that's why I told you basically saying right. And that's why I say you basically saying the same thing. I said you saying the same thing, but see,
I'm a man, not a sir.
I'm just speaking in general. Sir is a term of respect. I ain't putting no gender on it. Just like I call you God instead of God. You feel me? So I ain't putting a gender in there, Queen. But it says Meroe in Ethiopia was due north from the equator, but reckoning from Central Africa. It says, or from Habesh. Habesh is another word. That's Arabic. That's the way of saying Abyssinia, which is really Ethiopia. It says, we shall find the land of the ancient Mari. Same people I've been talking about. Now, this is a whole different source. I done show about 4 or 5 so far, right? Mauritania. Howsoever, the district was bounded at different times. It says, was always to the northwest of our center, which travels from the equator down to Lower Egypt.
Can you read that sentence one more time?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
What I just read. It says, okay, Habesh, Abyssinia, we shall
I just read that in Google too, to be honest with you.
Right.
I'm being very honest. I just read something similar to that.
See, so that's all we doing. We just confirming what you read then. So it said, we shall find the land of the ancient Mari. Then it lets you know Mauritania, right? Mm-hmm. Howsoever, the district was bounded at different times and was always to the northwest of our center, which travels from the equator down to Lower Egypt. Thus we have a Mari for the country of Northwest Africa, answering to the Mari name of Northwest is Maru. This shifts the duality of Meru or Meru from the north and the south to the north and the west. just as it was shifted when the hinder part west was called Kemet, as a place of going down instead of north. Now I'm finna land my plane right here, Queens. And so the sister can ask that question. This name for a land lying northwest of the African center, always reckoning from the south, would deposit the names of the Mari land, Mamarica, a duplicated form, and Morocco as the Mari or Moors. You see, went further north into Spain. It says, or Zifun, that's the other name of Spain, is what they're saying. From these and other data may be drawn the inference that the Mari people were self-named. Nobody else didn't name them. They named themselves. So when people say the European, that's what the European want you to think, that the Romans named them. The Latin, no, the Mari was self-named. This was the indigenous natives naming themselves as that. It says, as the immigrants who came from the northwest, one name of which Maru, Egyptian, Meru, or Meroi, or Meru. They showing the different forms it took on throughout the years. And this is the last paragraph right here, Queen. This is the last paragraph, and it is small, very small too. I hate when I hit that screen and it open up. There it go, right there. Okay, right here. So this last little portion here, it says the Mari name is that of the later Moors. Now I got many sources.
Let people know where they can find it, because
this is the book of the beginnings written by Jerry Massey. I said it.
I have that book also. Open Knowledge. I have that book.
Right. And it's not just from him. I have a whole bunch more from other people as well. You see what I'm saying? But this is what I'm showing, that when I say this, all of my research, I'm speaking on it. Even though I don't pull a source at every time I say it, I'm saying this because I studied it. Not because I read a book somewhere and somebody just told me.
And I actually have a book present that people tried to invalidate this Black woman who actually wrote this book, and it's actually by us. I'm gonna bring it out later. I want you guys to ask your questions, but I'm gonna show you in the book where it matches some of this stuff and some stuff that you have taught, Sister Freedom, how she talks about that transition of Islam in Arabia, where it started in Ethiopia, but then Muhammad came and took it over and made it something different. So I'm going to read that source in this book as well, and give everybody.
Let me finish the line.
I'll do it afterwards. I'll give the name and everything. So
let me finish this line out real quick, and then we're gonna pass it to our sister Sakina, because she got a question. It says the Mari name is that of the later Moors of. It says of a land under the Tropic Cancer. It says in northwest of the equator, as well as Ethiopia. The typical birthplace and name of the Moors found on Egyptian monuments is written Mari. So when I showed y'all Mari, I'm showing y'all the Egyptian way, but he's saying it right here.
Dots back up. Sorry.
You see what I'm saying? So he's saying this on the monuments, but I showed you where it's written at. So Mari, this is the Egyptian word for Moor. The original Mari dwelt in northwestern land lying between the Atlantic and Mediterranean. And that's what I'm saying. I can go further, but I'm gonna let our sister speak, because I got sources from other people. I ain't even mentioned them. I ain't even brought some of this stuff up. So when I say this,
but
I ain't just making it up. I can go to 20, 30 different sources saying the same thing, and that's how I come to my conclusion. Go ahead, Queen.
So my question was, were the Moors Kemites?
Yes, they were, in essence, because I'm a Kemite. Remember, my bloodline itself, my DNA, it came from this same area. What Tasseti is, the original founders of Kemet, Sudan. And they migrated from Sudan over into the West Africa. This is your Fula. They have that blood in them. Go ahead, Queen.
I'm sorry. And actually, like I said, I just was reading something right here, and this is not coming from Kemetian. This is actually saying it here in the 16th century. In the 16th century, scholar Leo Africanus, 1494 to 1554, identified the Moors, and then it's just what he said, Moray, Mauri, as the native Berber inhabitants of the former Roman Africa province, Roman Africans. He described Moors as one of the 5 main population groups on the continent, alongside Egyptians, Abyssinians,
There you
and
go.
Arabians, and some other Caffrey.
There
I
you
never
go.
heard of Caffrey. Right there.
Right there.
He's
You
definitely
see,
not
and
lying
that's all
about
you got to
that.
do is Google the name, and it's gonna
What was
take
his name again? What Africanus? Leo Africanus?
Leo Africanus.
Neo Africanus.
But I also wanted to point out, remember that that sentence I asked you to reiterate and reread?
That's right,
Is it
Queen.
my
I wanted to reiterate that also showed the equator, and it gave almost the degrees and angles of it to let you know that the earth is not flat.
Oh man, cold
Boom.
Kino.
It
Boom.
just let you
Sakina.
know that the earth was not flat
It
because
wasn't
you
flat.
were in the equator. The equator was in the
that's a
center of the earth, and it gave degrees and angles. So that lets you know, because Kemet was on science, and it was giving you that science knowledge, and it gave you everything that you needed to know mathematically. So it lets you know that the equator, as above, so below.
Wait a minute. How we get on that?
Facts.
No, that's because I'm just letting everybody know.
That's a powerful point she making.
No, yeah,
It
and
is very
I'm
powerful.
like hoping you
Yes.
would go into the serious
Yeah, that was a good
star
point.
too. 'Cause I'm studying that, and I can see that the correlations as well with the prayers and actually Sirius B star, and how that goes into proving everything as well, and looking at
But
what
Sirius B
shape is
star
in the
been
earth,
around.
because the Sirius B you can't see all the time, and they
Right.
knew about it. It passed into the Dogon way before any European could see it with any telescope. They didn't know about it. The
Exactly.
You
Dogon
gotta take
knew
some
about it.
science. You gotta take some math. See, I was serious. I know a little bit of everything, but a lot of nothing. But
Right.
I love to ask questions.
And
Ain't
now,
nothing wrong with that. That's powerful though. You
but
made
you want me to put
Yep.
this down?
It's very powerful.
Down? Want me to
okay. Okay. I just wanted to say this briefly as we go along. And,
Okay.
I want to show this here.
I was reading something that Samson and peace and love Samson was saying in here, and I wanted to say that while you were doing that, he said he isn't being honest. That's recent Egypt, when the Muslims took over Egypt. Now you saying that, but the Muslims have been around longer than you actually think. That's why when
I'm gonna give you some power,
wait
sister.
a minute,
So
wait
what
a
is
minute.
the timeline though that Kamisha is dealing with? Kamisha, when you say what you're saying, what's the timeline?
Yeah, I've been wanting to jump in.
All right.
Go
Okay.
back when the female goddesses
Go ahead.
had Islam way before the Prophet Muhammad did, just to let you know.
Now let me give y'all let me give her the answer too on that right there. This is what we have to know, because see, I studied, the timeline of the European. I don't trust it. I'm like Walter Williams. I've been saying it for years. They will tell you, because Amun-Ra, is among one of the oldest religious systems, the worship or the veneration of Amun, in Kemet. So that would have to be during the oldest time period. But see, in my calendar, I go back into the 50,000, 30,000 year in cycles, because I know that's how they was teaching until the Indologists came, and then they created the Gregorian calendar. Prior to that, they was going by cycles. So I would go back a little further than the modern people speak. But if you go into modern anthropology, you hear them talking about people existing 350,000 years ago. For example, this brother here, the Jabir Hu, that all the sisters love.
My boyfriend. Every
That's
time
what I'm saying. All the sisters love.
KT, the arch degree.
my boyfriend.
KT, baby.
But even in science, they called him Ibero Marusian. You
Me
see,
and him going out tonight.
and see that 300,000 years ago. But he's called Ibero Marusian. They also call him Mauritanius Atlanthropus, which is Mauritania and Atlantis, because Atlantis is actually found in Mauritania, right here, to be exact. This is it. See this here? This is where they found it at.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey.
So when you look at a lot of this, people don't know etymology, anthropology together is dangerous and deadly. Because not only can you talk about the land, but you can also point out the man.
Deadly.
Yeah, everybody ain't gonna accept this though. Now, when you understand like Arabic, for this Arabic, when you understand Arabic come through the Egyptian language, and you see words like Amaru, which mean they inhabited, or populated, Mahmur, right? Visited frequently. This is talking about a place. In fact, this is where Muhammad was said to be taken by the angel Jibril. They say he was taken into the seventh heaven. And guess what Jibril supposedly showed them, according to them? They say they showed Muhammad Kemet, the Nile Valley, the land of milk and honey.
Oh,
So if he was showed Kemet,
I don't know about that. I would have a hard time believing that.
This is what they teach. They say Jibril took him to the seventh heaven. They say they took him to the seventh heaven and he showed him Egypt. So what I'm showing you is that even though they're saying that, it's still dealing with that same word though.
Right.
Arabic, more. So I'm showing you, though it's changing in languages, it's changing based upon the language, right?
Well,
so just like
under the world.
Right. That's just like Cush. Cush is known as Meroe. We just seen it.
I did say that, Renegade. I did say that.
You see? And so when you go to looking at the original Indus Cushites of India, you see them with the fez on. These fezes these people got on their head. Look at this, sisters. Look at that. They got whole fezes, but they come out of Kemet too before they went into India. How do we know this? Look at the shinty around his waist. That comes straight from pharaohs. You see, so these people dispersed and took different parts of Kemet with them. But yet
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why, like right here, it tell you. Now watch what it say about the people of India. That's why you hear me saying all of these people are referred to in reference. It says, now to be fair, this is not the only path taken by the Rig Veda. It says, and the Meru name. Variations of the name travel with many different people along often circuitous routes at different times in history. So they show you that this name Meru has traveled all around the world. For example, the people who migrated across the Mediterranean into Spain from North Africa were known as Moors or Moorish, right? Then they say a derogatory name meaning dark, think, moon, and night. Now what he's doing is giving it to you from the aspect of what the Europeans said. This would be what you call truth mixed with a little bit of something else. So it say they came from the Moroccan cities such as Marrakech. I know you're familiar with that name, Sister Freedom. I know your mama mentioned that a lot of time. Again, meaning land of God. And Mauritania, both located beneath the Atlas. There it go again. Our sister pointed that out. It says range west of Egypt. In this way, the word for dark was likely taken from these dark people's belief in Meru, corresponding with the Egyptian root M and R. This is a whole nother cycle now. Now watch this. Now they talking about India along with it. We can say the same about Meru as the name in India. The Mauryan Empire that was first unified the entire Indian subcontinent in 340 BCE was named after the emperor Chandragupta Maurya. It says, in case the emperor's name is believed to have originated from Maurya, after he presumed the homeland on Moor Hill. Scholars consider this hill to be another reference to the sacred mountain of Red Valley, which is dealing with basically Meru. Now, this is going to go back to what the brother Babylon Dunn was asking me last night. He said, in the end, we always arrive back where we began. The Proto-Vedic people from Armenia who spread their cosmological theory of harmony around the world, it matters not which namesake we choose for America, as all paths lead back to Meru. You see what I'm saying? These are different scholars saying the same thing in their own way. And this is what you read a few minutes ago, Queen.
Wait a minute. Can I ask you a question right quick?
Go ahead, Goddess.
What's the difference between the Vedic and the Verdict?
You say the Vedic and the verdict?
Yeah.
You mean you talking about the Vedic people of India?
Yeah, and well, just Vedic period and verdict. What's the difference between the two?
Oh, well, verdict is not a people. Verdict is something that deal with in a court. But Vedic is an actual.
No, verdict, not in that sense. It's Vedic and verdict, and they're
Oh, you talking
I'm
about
saying
as
like in time period or what?
yeah, when you say Vedic, that's actually teachings, Queen.
Okay, and then what is the verdict? Is it called verdi?
Yeah, not verdict. That's why I'm saying when I hear you say verdict, I'm thinking about a verdict. But Vedic is actually dealing with scriptures. You
Okay,
ever heard of the Vedas that you read? They call like the Pali Canon, what they call the Bhagavad Gita. These are all dealing with the Vedic teachings of
okay,
the Hindus, basically. They
and
call them the Vedic teachings. Like they got Vedic yoga, for example. You know
okay.
what I mean? So that's what that deal with. But you know, this is what our
What
sister.
was that in there? Oh, I didn't see that word.
Oh, she seen it when I was just reading that last slide with the Vedic.
Oh,
But
Okay,
if we stay
what
right
is the
there,
verdi?
too,
What does the other one deal with? The verdi, is that Hinduism or what? I'm
Yeah,
asking.
well, they have different branches of Hinduism,
Okay,
but they have Vedic, and then they have, like I said, for example, you got some people that practice Zennism.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And
okay.
that's a totally different branch, but it's still another branch of Buddhism and Hinduism because sometimes they merge them together. You see what I'm saying? The both.
Mhm.
You can't really
right.
tell them apart from each other.
Okay,
So yeah, they different paths of one path.
okay.
You know, so also when we deal with this and it's talking about the Marusians, it says the Romans and the natives, which are Mari. Anytime they say native, that's talking about original people. But
Okay.
they're saying that
Good
these
question.
people,
Good question.
Okay,
right?
'cause I thought it had something to do with time or something of that essence.
Yeah, well, a lot of this they showed the time for this last one I quoted.
Okay.
They're
Well,
saying
right
it's
here,
340
what y'all talking about now? What timeline is this where these Kemetic people introduce this type of those others? Like, what is the timeline for this that we're describing right now
You
that
say
we're
And who
reading?
are the
this
others?
is speaking. This is speaking during the time when the Greeks and the Romans had entered the place here. This is a whole nother source here, but this
Okay.
is just Herodotus and all of them giving little histories, you know, of what they're saying. And I'm just showing that Libya, you know, was actually referred to as the Puttites and also being the progenitors of the Moors as well. You see what I'm saying? So basically, what we call Put went into North Africa. I'm giving you the biblical name they use, Put. They went into North Africa, this for the Bible readers. And then they also went into Somaliland, or what we call Ethiopia. So they were Puttites in both of these areas. You know, but at essence, they really still talking about Nubian or Tarseti. So when you look at all these different names and you see the Libyans and what they look like, you say, oh, because this is a Libyan. Notice he got the little headdress on like Noble Drew Ali with the feather coming up out of it. You know what I mean? Notice this same Libyan is the same way. So a lot of this would be
So
culture.
Noble Drew Ali was from Libya?
No, I'm saying that this is
No.
ancient Moorish culture coming through the Kemetic, the Mari, you see, that came to us. See, a lot of people think his headdress was Shriners or Masons, but I'm saying our ancestors was demonstrating this way before Masons and Shriners. I'm showing you where it actually came from. This is actually our people. So for example, with the same word.
I'm still talking. Go ahead. Sorry, I wanted to jump in, but I'll wait. Go ahead, finish.
Because I'm finna land the plan now. I'm just trying to show them how many times this word more with different
I
sources
understand.
are used.
That's fine.
So it says the name that remains is Moru, right? More, the Moor of Europe. And that's still talking about our people. Mar of Indian Jats. The Marias of Ashoka. Ashoka was a Moor. Noble Drew Ali talked about it. Significantly, the Egyptians have put it on record that the people, the Amaru, the Amorites, came from the land of Djeti. So this name, even Amaru and Amorites, bear witness to the Kemetic name, and that's why you see me put it right here. See, it's on the map. Mary, Amaru. Look at the headdress they got on. All these things that we doing now, they existed way before the Moors existed, but they were inherited from our ancestors at different time periods. And that's
how you make the connection because of
why.
okay.
That's why. And see, these ancient people of India, they don't look like the people that's in India now. These the original people of India. And you can see the Kemetic influence here. So this empire by King Ashoka, he was known as the one who established this empire known as the Marians. If you look it up, it's going to come back just like I said it. So I done did this research, and this is from our family too, the brother Ivan Van Sertma, by the way. This is now when the Moors come up into our time. This is what they were looking back during the 1800s. They call them Mozabites, which is another way of saying Moabite, right? There they go again right there. These are all our people. And so what it says here, and this is the alphabet they used in Black Panther, by the way. This is the Tefnik script that was invented by these people. So you see me say Moabites, Mozabite, ancient Mari, right? Nobody wasn't teaching the origin of where the Moors come from. I started teaching this because I dug to see what they were called prior to hearing what we call it now. And so it says here, the new mixed cultures begin trade contacts with the Iberian Peninsula and became ancestors of the historic Moors and Numidians. Their descendants are today, now it's finna get into all these different groups and tribes, and you're going to see how all of these are the Mari. It says their descendants, meaning the descendants of the Moors or the Maris, are the Amazigh, the Mozabite, the Tarega, who lived in scattered communities across Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Mali, Niger, and Mauritania. So when you hear me saying that they was all over these places, I'm basing it off of my research. I ain't wishing this stuff to be. This is actual fact. Here it is right here.
And so when just on that based alone, when you go back, when you mentioned all of those people, would all of these people be your relatives? Like they would be distant cousins, and you're saying that's what make us all Moors, or are you saying just that city in Mauritania, that's where we happen to all come from?
Well, what I'm saying is that the majority of the slaves were actually, they were took from Mauritania, but I'm saying my DNA is actually the primary evidence because I done put my DNA out here a couple of times. My ancestors came from Sudan. I share parentage, paternal DNA with Ramesses of Egypt, Ramesses III. And so those people, they said I'm broadly West African, 85%. Went from the Sudan, right, into the West Africa, from that area, through Mali, through Chad, through all them same places that were So I'm actually primary evidence of that. You see, when I say I'm more and Mari, and I was teaching this before I got my DNA test. Before I even seen it, I was already teaching it. And just so happened when I took the test, it confirmed what I already had known. So look at what it says here, Queens, real quick. Watch this. Because I told you I got many sources, but I just wasn't showing them all. Watch what it say. Mauritania supports a population about, 2,500,000, right? Mid 1998, and it goes into 40% of which are mixed more African or more African, right? It says 30% more and 30% Africa, right? People belonging to these groups, it says, are found throughout the country. Groups of the Murid Gauchi people. The Canary Islands can also be found in Mauritania. So they're showing you that this blood went all over the place, and it makes sense. But when you go into places like this and see that the first Bible before the King James Bible, they were using terms like blackamoor. This is the Geneva Bible, by the way. And when they come over here into the Hebrew language, and you see that they interpret the word Ethiops from more, right? And then when you come over here into this other Hebrew dictionary, and they say the same thing, all of these people can't be lying. So I'm showing you in scholars what they said, and I'm showing you in different languages, this word stays the same or it changes at a small rate. It don't change at a great rate. So when you understand that, you can see how we come up with this. And this is the oldest source, because this is where you get to the bottom of the truth. You go back to as far as you can go. And if I'd have went back further than this, it would be in Latin and you couldn't really read it. This is from 1787, page 260. Adam Anderson, historical.
Latin. I have a degree in Latin.
Okay. So this is from that dictionary then, right? And I can see a lot of it too, being that I can see it, but I ain't gonna tell you I can read all of it. So it says Adam Henderson, historical and chronological deduction on commerce from the earliest account, 1787, family. That's the year. Look at what they say in here. Right? It says that the ancient Mauritania, from whence the word more, right? From whence we write more is derived. This is an older source than the ones I showed them. Other was more recent, except the one from Kemet. You see what I'm saying? It's derived the proper country of the Moors. So this is way before a lot of this stuff that we even have on the map. This is a dictionary right here, regular dictionary definition. Mari. When I went in there, I went to dig it. See, I didn't just stop at one definition. I was digging. You see? So Moors, Mauritanians, the inhabitants of Mauritanians, a Moor, hence Marus, right? And then it goes into Moorish, Mauritanian, African, right? Mauritania, country in Africa. You know, the Mediterranean between the Atlantic Ocean, Numidia, modern Fez, Morocco, divided into Mauritania, Maurasia, you know, and then they go to showing you how it became Greek, referred to in Greek. Well, this is actually a whole nother definition from 1923. Mauritania again. So when y'all hear me saying this, even though I ain't showing you all this, I'm speaking this stuff off my head. And this was written by the goddess Dana Reynolds. Now, this is pictures of the ancient Mari that was found, right? Look at this on their head. Look at what's on their head right here, right? You can see this. If people know about Kemet, they know where this came from. If everybody know about Kemet, they know this is Kemetic here. This picture here is Kemetic. So where do you think the Mari got it from? If they inherited from Kemet, look at that goddess right there in the middle. They got that head style or headdress from Kemet. So they tell you all these different people here, the Moors or the Mari, were many different clans, but they all were known, you know, as the same people. So when I go to seeing all that family, I don't really need that no more. I got way more than that I ain't even showed the people, you know, but I'm just showing this is Latin right here, a portion of it, but it's mixed in with a little Greek.
I think that's why it's important to like you know, I've always said find your tribe, find your tribe, find your tribe, find your tribe, right? Link up and hang with folks who are like-minded, because you're not supposed to be for everyone, right? I also think that a few shows ago when we were talking about Islam, not even Islam. I think we were talking about Kemet. We had the other brother on, and we were talking about Kemet, the history, and I had asked a question about could the messaging be a bit of cultural appropriation where we're taking because it looks good and it sounds good, and you know, more is black, and that means that everything with it just, for me, and I'm an outsider looking in, right? Because I do not follow the Moorish doctrine. I don't follow any of that. So I'm just saying, like, as an outsider with that kind of outside lens, it becomes, in my opinion, a little bit of cultural appropriation, because we're taking. So for example, like countries like Mauritania that you mentioned.
That's right.
Sudan, Mali, right? Okay, fine.
That's right.
And we know that they have a long history. I get it. In that region, they are descendants. I mean, come on, the Sudanese people in of itself, just in terms of their tone, their structure, it has to be, you know, ancient in a way. It's a beautiful thing, but that doesn't mean that it's mine. It doesn't mean that I came from there. It doesn't mean that those are my people. So I think, and then with Mauritania, Sudan, and Mali, you know, let's be clear. That's not. I would have to disagree, bro, because that is not a paradise. Mauritania. Sudan,
you can disagree, Queen, but if you do your DNA test, I guarantee you got it in there. I guarantee you got that blood.
I did do my DNA. I think we also need to stop.
Who did they say you come from, Queen?
Can I continue?
Yeah, you can. I'm not trying to be argumentative with you.
Yeah, let me finish my thought, and then I just want to like kind of get it out. Think about it. So, what I was saying is that Mauritania today, for example, right, has one of the highest rates of human slavery, human chattel. Okay, this has been going on. Now, yes, granted, on the opposite side, I could see really quickly the response could be, well, the human slavery that they have today, or that Mauritanians operated in today, is not like the slavery how we know it to be in the Americas, right? That this type of human slavery, you had to be born into a family. It's inherited, it's passed down, right? But when you break it open and you look, and you're looking at the phenotype, not even a phenotype, you break it down by ethnicity in Mauritania, right? So you have a huge Arab influence, right? Which what Islam that really in that region, and then you have the authentic, the real, right? Mauritanians, and interestingly enough, it's sad, but of course, it's not the Arabs that are enslaved. You know what I'm saying? It's not to this day.
That's correct. That's correct.
I just think that, it's a wonderful thing. I've always said that if you can find something that's going to enhance your life, that's going to bless your life, that it just feels right to you, that is a powerful thing. That is an awakening. That's consciousness. Being able to stand firm in whatever it is that you believe, that you hold true to yourself. Right? Doesn't mean that it has to be for everyone. That's
okay. Now, Queen, let me ask you, who do you descend from in your DNA? Who they told you come from?
Okay, so on my maternal line, I have a lot of, I'm on the East Coast, so I have a lot of what we would call Tanzania or Tanzania today. That came up heavy. I have, my grandfather is German. My last name has a German thing, so that's that influence. But in terms of African lineage, African history, I'm more so on the East Coast.
Okay, so you come through the Sudanic lineage then, mostly.
I don't know. I would love to find out more.
Yeah,
I would love to find out more. I don't know.
Right. Now, in saying that, and I want to say something, you don't know, but what you said about Mauritanians, sis, that's what I've been saying the whole while, that the Mauritanians were being enslaved by the Moroccans right now.
Are you done with this information?
Well, yeah, I was actually on my last slide right here, and I was trying to show before she came in to show that this word Mar, even in the Latin, when I said go to changing the look, it go a little bit, you can see it because we know what this is saying, but this is getting into the Latin. The word more.
Want me to read it? I have my degree in Latin.
Right. And this is Ethiops, which is more equus abadis equus Niger, right? More belly, morum, more land, which they are actually referring to Ethiopia, which is Sudan or Africa, as more land. So they are actually referring to the whole map at this time as more. And that's why I say they were using this term. And then they later began to pick up the term black. And
Sister Freedom, can you go into the Equus Thaddeus and the Equus Niger and break down what that is? The Equus part?
Don't be smart, Dulcinea.
No, I'm not being smart. I thought you were going to break down to tell people. Are you afraid to tell people the truth? Of what
I can't read no darn Latin.
Okay.
So she was just kicking the ball.
I thought you read it.
Yeah.
I know the Nuwabians be teaching all that kind of stuff. I don't know as much as what the Nuwabians be going into. I've already told you, like the Al Qurans and stuff, like how hard it is to even see a print of one.
I teach Arabic if y'all want to learn it.
Okay.
In the Quran, I teach Quranic Arabic. But this was my last one here. Another name for the Mari is the ancient Moorish race. Well, no, I was actually leading up into this one. This is literally the last slide.
You know what?
But I just wanted to end it off by saying another name for the Mari. It says our ancient Moorish race. And I was going to say this right here. Now I'm stopped sharing. And
I'm mad at you. You said it so convincingly. I really thought you learned Latin with the Nuwapians. I'm sorry. I thought you really liked that in class.
I took her for what she said, that she knew it.
Well, that's what y'all get for believing everything that I say. I'm very convincing.
No, we
see.
We don't doubt you. Somebody with contention would have been like, well, I want to see this. And they'd have pulled out a Latin book and be like, well, read this, Sister Freedom.
Yeah.
I just
knew one of y'all was going to do that. I knew somebody was going to bust her out and say, okay, well, here's a little something. Read this.
That's what y'all get.
Well, I thought the Equus, I thought that had something to do with the map, like he was saying.
Anyway, you just said you was going to do something. Now listen.
Oh yeah, I have it ready, the book. I was going to go through it once everybody, got their questions in.
But before you go, I want to ask the goddesses, do y'all have better clarity now on the name?
Well, let me say one thing that I just want to make sure that we are very, very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time you say, even though you may be, it still sounds like status to me. It still sounds like status still means the same thing as what they calling us now. Like, well, it still sound like as if somebody said they're Moors.
Yeah, basically, that's where I agree.
That's how it sounds to me, like somebody's still saying that they're Moors.
But see, that's why I see what you're saying. You basically saying
I'm like just like say if it's a group of us standing over in the corner and it's a whole bunch of Spanish people.
Right.
What they over there? Oh, they just some Moors over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I see what you're saying. You applying it like
some black people over there.
Right. Yeah.
You know
You applying it like that.
There's some Moors over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it still sounds like all it's explaining. Right. They still end up. It sounds like a bunch of Moors over there.
But that's what happened eventually, though. It did become that.
And at that time, that's what it sounded like. They just was.
Yeah, because
I just don't see what the big. I've never seen what the big deal is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. What is the big deal? What happened is they stripped the name away, right? And then on the modern dictionaries, now they put another connotation on it, so to speak. And
because so remember that movie. Now I'm gonna get down to movies, but remember the movie that what's his name? Not Eddie Murphy, what's the other one?
Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence.
Yeah. And the guy was like Moore. He was like, who's a Moore? Like he was like Moore. Instead of calling him nigger, instead of calling him black, instead of calling him colored, he just called him a Moore. Like so different.
But that was derogatory.
Yes, it was derogatory, but it was still a
right.
Those are like no different.
Those are Hollywood producers throwing certain nuggets out there for people to catch, so to speak, if they'll get it. But I want to say, after what y'all seen, this is what I want to ask. Do you have better clarity now on the name Mari?
Oh, I have better clarity on the name Mari, but for me, I'm still at when you name all the other countries, are we saying that, are we the black people from Mauritania, or are we the black people from a mixture or an admixture of all of those other countries that come and they all came together, or they all immigrated or migrated?
Exactly. Based on my DNA chart, the way they show it, that's it. What you just explained, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, I'm following now. I'm clear. For me, I'm crystal clear. Yes.
Right. And then the etymology,
it's just origin. Like it's calling us black. It's no different than calling us black people to me. It's like
like nigger.
Yeah, but I don't think that was ever his point. I think his point was the history and where it comes from, not the fact that a Moor is the main black name for nigga, homeboy, such and such and such. I don't think that was his point. His point was the history of it, not where it originated from, not the fact that these Moors were special because they was black or Negroes or whatever.
Sakina Ra's right. It is the same as Nagas to nigga. It's the exact same, because we have an affinity for Nagas, because that's our word. We have an affinity for niggas. Right? It doesn't mean a derogatory, lazy, I hate niggas. Right. It means royalty. It means an actual astute learner. Royalty. The Nagas were the teachers and everything, and they tried to take that and flip it to make it niggas. And then now they're like studying us, like, why do they still have an affinity for this word? And we told them it was derogatory.
Right. Now they want to be niggas.
It's our work.
Yeah,
y'all do know
they want to be black wherever they go. Yeah,
y'all
for sure. They
want
to be niggas.
Y'all do know them rednecks was mispronouncing the word Niger, right? When they said nigger, right? That showed that they was illiterate. You know what I mean? Because they were trying to say Niger.
Let me ask
you, nigger. You see what I'm saying? But really, that particular word goes back to nature. It goes back to God.
Tonight, if you don't mind, do you mind a couple people coming up asking questions? As long as
I ain't got no problem with
as long as they are respectable.
Yeah, they go to get crazy.
And not all that combative rah extra rah. They ain't going for that. Not tonight.
They got to know about these magical beings, because I
was trying to ask a question, y'all.
That's
you always want to fight somebody. You unscramble mind girls.
I know. I was ready today, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Just because it's my birthday.
There you go. And I'm turning up with Sakina. Whatever you feel to say.
I just can't get it out.
I'm ready to show out.
Oh, the Balahi minute.
Look at me. Somebody.
I just want to get it out. Okay.
You come for one. This is what you have to deal with. You come for one. You come for
57 and stuff, girl.
I'm trying to get a question out.
Okay, you talking about for your birthday today, Sakina? Is that your age? You just told your age.
Question, and this is what comes from it.
Wow.
Okay, let me be quiet.
All right. If anybody's going to come in after Dustin gets finished saying what she has to say, because because I would love for you to come in and ask a question, but I just want everybody to be nice because this is brotherly and sisterly love. We're not coming in to destroy and divide and all that kind of stuff. We're going to come in, ask questions, and be nice to each other. That's what we're going to do. We're not doing no rah-rah. We're doing everything in love. If you don't agree with something, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to do it in love. We're not doing it in no rah-rah. Because I'm going to find out where you live at because I got Akron.
And remove them from the panel if they get to going to get crazy.
I know that. Then you go on the act of 1692. What I do?
I don't even know what you.
Yanique told me to bring it up. I got the original one on.
Okay, so now we're going to go into.
And I do definitely. We have to address what Lord Abba said about the whole money thing when he was like, Moors be saying anything when they say money doesn't matter. Oh, I already got the primary sources on that already pulled up.
Because right.
He just said something out of nowhere.
Stop. What was wrong with
Sabir Bey is
I didn't think nothing was wrong with him, but that's just my particular stance. I didn't have a problem.
I mean, he is fine as hell, but why we gonna look past that? The other part.
Wait, Lord Abba is? Wait, Lord Abba's fine? Hold on, flag on the play.
I was supposed to be addressing that. Listen, I'm doing something right now.
Okay, well, we'll throw it back out. Well, I don't know if
I had to understand. Well, I was like, wait, are you talking about?
He's still bad.
Like a good neighbor. Is there.
You know, everybody got somebody that would ride for him. Like Dulcinea ride hard for Kemetian. And so I'm that one for Lord Abba because
Sister Freedom. Sister Freedom, tell them about our conversation when you put Taj Tariq Bey on the phone with me. What happened? She couldn't get in any wage advice. We started talking law. We started talking what everything meant. Sister Freedom was like, "Okay, I gotta go." I don't even know if she really. No, she really had to go. But she was like,
"Is that my refrigerator running? I'll call y'all right back."
No, I'm very versed in this more.
I had my kid. I had my kids call. I said my kids is calling me on the other line.
Right. She was like, my husband calling my kids.
Right.
That's you, Sakina?
That is so funny. She said, "Oh, that is so funny."
I don't care what you look like. When it comes to Kemetian, you ain't my friend no more.
It don't matter. Right.
Y'all, come on, y'all gotta act right. Now go ahead, Dustin, and say what you had to say about
and that's a fact. They better act right because I'm not had no problem picking somebody up out of here.
Nice.
Right. And
Gemini.
I want to say first, because that's what we're talking to, Sister Freedom, and just saying as far as that no one has to believe any sources. You really don't have to believe a source. Yeah. But when you're saying I don't believe a source, that doesn't invalidate that source that someone mentioned. There's a scholarly way you have to go about proving that source is wrong. Right. And I don't believe it, and that pseudo aren't two of them. Sorry.
Exactly.
Research.
Pseudo D.
It's called research. You don't gotta read what she read. It's called research.
Exactly.
Do your own work.
Right, that's right. You got to
do your own work. It's other books than what she read.
That's right.
It's called precepts.
That's right.
Your perception is other than what she read. The book she read is that person's perception. It's called research.
Right.
Do your own work. You ain't got to take her word for it.
It's time to talk, please. Damn.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I understood, and yes, I agree.
Y'all gonna get her blood pressure.
So here, this is the wonderful Ethiopians of ancient Kushite. Her name is Drusilla Dungy Houston. She is a Black woman. So, and she has been called pseudo and all this other stuff because they don't like the information that she gave. But this is from, I think, in 1920s or somewhere in there when she dropped this originally. And she really just went deep into the history and just collected it. So first we kind of see this ivory statue, and this is from the Petrie's excavation. You can kind of see here from Egypt, and she was showing you as far as the headdress, the culture. I wanted to bring up when Kemetian was bringing up Khufu, and you can see him right here, and you see that fez that he's wearing on top of his head and everything. So, just matching up and what she goes into. So it says Khufu, the builder of the Great Pyramid. And again, that comes from the Petrie's excavation, if you weren't familiar. So let me go as far as first, because people ask, like, what dates are people saying? So this is just going into when Kemetian was talking about the Indian. So it says Sanskrit writings of the people in India, the world according to the Puranas and ancient historical books, was divided into 7 dweepas or divisions. Ethiopia was Kusha Dweepa, which included Arabia, Asia Minor, Syria, Nubia, Armenia, Mesopotamia, and an extended region in Africa. These Sanskrit writings prove that in remote ages, these regions were the most powerful, richest, and most enlightened part of the world. So that's kind of going into what he was saying about the Indian sources and talking about Ethiopia. So here we go. Arabia was one of the earliest colonies of ancient Kushite empire of the Ethiopians. Baldwin claims the original land of Kush. It says the oldest record traditions Arabia is the land of Kush, the celebrated Ethiopia in very remote times. He continues, in this age, older than the Egypt or Chaldea, Arabia was in the seat of the enlightened, an enterprising civilization that went far into neighboring countries. At the time, Arabia was exalted and wonderful Ethiopia, the olden tradition, the center and life of what the Western Asia was known as the civilized world. So it kind of goes into that, but I wanted to bring you into what Sister Freedom teaches, which is right here in this book as well. Sorry, I had it up. Give me a second. So the primitive nature of the Semitic Arabian is to be seen in the religion of Muhammad. In the presentation of his gospel at a point of sword, as Gibbon says, if they professed the creed of Islam, they were admitted to all spiritual and material benefits. His apostles united professions of a merchant and a robber. So see that they're dating Arabia and Ethiopia far before Muhammad and everything, and even talk about the influence of Muhammad coming in and how he changed it from the original, just like you were saying, which before all this, it didn't have all those nuances that we see over time from different people coming and mixing in with the culture and changing the culture over time. I want to show this as well because this is very interesting. This is a source from 13. Obviously, this source isn't from, let me say, 1332, but this is when this book was written by Ibn Khaldun. If you could go ahead and share my screen. So this is just him being honest. He's not a Negro. That's why he uses Negro. So you'll see that he's actually an Arab. And this is him just being honest. Let me go back.
And make sure y'all know there was 3
quick question, Dulcie, quick question, just for point of clarification. You're saying, and this proves what? That are you predating, like how long it's been in existence?
Islam was.
Well, it's just going into the actual histories that he was saying, and it's another source that is actually validating that same history as it's taught. She'll go into in the book too, as it comes in and they become the Moors, and she goes into ancient Kemet. So it's just showing that all these regions existed way before when the white people tried to say
Yeah,
this is
I
when
can
our
agree with
regions existed.
Yeah, that y'all trying to go back and far enough in history to lay claims to some of the things that are spoken of today. So this is where Muhammad comes in at. And this is the history after Muhammad. Before Muhammad, you're saying this is the
Before
history
and then after
before.
she goes into
And then
kind of
yeah.
both. And the truth about Muhammad of just how he came in, and like she said, like that they worshipped a goddess, a woman. That's the first creator, and then the first creator goes into the god. So it's the first creator is always a woman, just like Amma for the Dogon. But they go and switch it, and that's what you see, the switch of Muhammad, as far as them saying, oh, we're more civilized now because we're bringing you one god, this male god on a platter, you know, so that makes us more civilized than you, and you need to convert over. And that's what he was doing to those regions, even though their traditions were completely different than the Mohammedan. And we kind of lump the Mohammedan tradition as all of Arabia and all of Islam, but that's not true.
Well, Muhammad was basically taught by the Sabians. And if people know who the Sabians is, these are the Cushites. So basically, before he even studied Islam, he was with the Sabi'un Hunafa. These are the original people that inhabited Arabia before he was there. So the Cushites were there before Muhammad came. And so, like the prayer postures and all that, the salat, that you can see that in the temples of Egypt. But the Sabians, they dealt with astrology. You know, they dealt with the number 7, because Saba also means 7. And that's why when you go into the Bible, they say Cush had a son by the name of Saba, and then Sheba, Queen of Sheba. All that's connected etymologically to Cush. You know, before.
So Muhammad, that's not why y'all have to read this. Just read that circle 7, right? That circle 7.
No, the circle 7, basically, Queen, what a lot of people don't know is the 18 missing years of the life of Jesus when he was in Egypt being initiated into the teachings of Kemet. So those 18 years that are not in the Bible deal strictly with him being initiated in Egypt. Him and John. Elizabeth and Mary were taught by Egyptians as well.
Christ-like.
Huh?
It's all about the mind. It's Christ-like.
Yeah, it's mainly dealing with self-mastery, though. The circle 7 is not how you preach the Bible. The circle 7 deal with all the 4 sacred schools of thought that we see now, but it show you they all came from Kemet. So when they be saying,
I actually read some of it, but I didn't understand any of it, and so you know, I that's why I was asking, like, you know, basically what was that correlation? Because you mentioned this in astrology, and I know that symbol, people take that to mean the same thing. So I was just wondering if
that's
if this is where you got it from, if this is where they got it from.
That's facts. Now,
can I also? Oh, I'm sorry.
I designed, this is my own cover. I designed this, right? Because I was like, let me make something that's durable to make this book last. So I made it out of like a velvet source. And I'm gonna show you something that said, just a small piece, not nothing big, on the unity of God and man. So y'all understand, we teach man is God. That's what the circle 7 teach, right? For example, I'm gonna show you some what it say about.
Oh, let Dulcinea do what she gotta do first.
Go ahead, and then I give that drawing.
Okay. Can I ask my question once, Dulcinea? Because I want to ask.
That's a fact, Marcus. That's a fact.
Well, it's kind of like a fact. It's not really a question because the Medu Neter is translated between Arab and Greek to make the Hebrew translation, correct?
The Medu Neter is between Arabic and Greek to make. I think they use more Greek in Arabic. Because the Rosetta Stone, that bottom portion is all Greek. It's no Arabic, so they completely just went through Greek and used the Greek to try to.
Well, I took Medu Neter, so it's 5. It's Coptic, Arab, Greek, and Hebrew.
Do they know the Coptic? Do they use the Coptic? Like
Well,
the
the Coptic
Geese
is
and
actually
the Ethiopian languages, do they use that to
because
translate the Mediterranean?
you have
let me help you with that right there, sis. The
okay,
Coptic,
because
the Coptic, what they call Coptic was the last form of the language. See, you had what you
exactly,
call hieratic, right?
exactly.
Hieratic is called, in the real language, it's called Medu Re in Kemet. That's hieratic, right? Which means the language of the Egyptians. It means the language of the Egyptians. Then you
Correct.
have Demotic. Demotic is called Second Inshat, right? And then Arabic come from Demotic. Arabic was derived directly from Demotic. They just put diacritical letters on it. So then you had Coptic, which is called Hikapta. And that Hikapta is falsely being called Greek right now. You see what I'm saying? But it's also known as Old Nubian, which come from the Cushites. You see what I'm saying? So that Old Nubian and Coptic is basically the same language.
Okay, so the blue letter dictionary is only in Greek and Hebrew.
That's correct.
All right, so that is broken
but that's
down.
really Coptic. They calling it.
Okay, because I own that dictionary as well. So that dictionary is between those letters.
That's
Can you
right.
send me
Coptic.
that
Right.
dictionary, please?
Say that again.
No, so I was only saying that for that translation, and also that what we know as Islam is also in Africa. It was not Islam till later.
That's
so we're
right.
still talking about Africa altogether. So while people trying to make this big separation in Islam, it was still Africa.
It was known as Hotep.
Exactly. So we need to understand that while we trying to make Islam be something other than what it is, it was
Islam.
Africa.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh, Sakina.
Okay.
What about Islam? Wait a minute.
Islam was once Africa. Before they right, the original name of Islam was Africa.
What?
Okay.
I never heard that.
Oh well, now you know. Look it up.
I never heard it.
I've never heard that.
Now that's now you now we need to research. Now we need to do some research.
That's right.
I didn't say that. I just found I found that out too. So
wait, so are you saying that that's what it means, or are you saying like?
No, I'm saying that that's what it was.
Used to
now
be.
it's called.
Right? Say it again.
Okay, go ahead, Kemetian.
Okay, let me
www.drjabari shrineofmaya.com and take a history class, and you will know what I know.
Yeah, she referring to Hotep because Hotep means peace. And
right.
people don't know the teachings of Ptah-hotep. All of them different forms of prayer you see them doing, it come out of the temple of Ptah. So basically,
it was my birthday, Marcus. It's because it's that day.
Right. And I can show that.
I'm just getting back to where I'm just making sure I heard exactly what she said about Islam.
Yeah, that it was, before it was called Islam. And then she said, right.
Islam. That's what she was talking about. She was saying where it come from, that the teaching always existed, but under a different name, basically.
Right.
That's what she was saying.
Not called Africa, though.
It was a part of Africa.
So she said.
She was saying
she said the teachings came out of Africa.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what she was saying. Right.
Okay.
So now let me share this with y'all. So because I want our people to see this is coming from
that's what I'm saying. If so we can all be back on the screen. If you would let Dulcinea just read the little small part.
Yeah, let me finish this. I'll be really quick, I promise, because I just want to show a Middle Eastern. It was right before the fall of Spain in the 1300s. And this is what he had to say about, the people, the names that he's using. I'm sure you can see on the screen. He's using the same names, the Abyssinians, the Saj, the Sudanese. So, but I think it's very interesting of how he separates the people, and what he says is more accurate to separate the people by the first skin map. This would be rather than going to the religious nature. So he says, as far as the first and second zones are excessively hot and black, the sixth and seventh zones are cold and white. So he gives some names of people that are in the south and of the first and second zones. And he says Negroes from the south who settle in the temperature of the fourth zone or in the seventh zone tend towards whiteness. So again, he's kind of saying as far as that same now original peoples going into certain zones based on temperature, they begin to get lighter over time versus people in other zones that tend to become darker. So let me see what I wanted to say this when he says these names are not given to them because an alleged descent from a black human being, be it Ham or anyone else. Negroes from the South who settle in the temperature fourth zone or in the seventh zone that tend towards whiteness are found to produce descendants whose color gradually turn white in the course of time. Vice versa, in inhabitants from the north and from the fourth zone who settle in the south produce descendants whose colors turns black. So he goes on and he talks about how they've broken it down. You can see here where it says they've declared all Negro inhabitants of the South to be descendants of Ham. They have misgivings about their color and therefore undertook to report mentioned a silly story. They declared all or most of the inhabitants of the North to be descendants of Japheth. And they declared most of the temperate nations who inhabit the central regions, who cultivate science and crafts and possess religious groups or religious laws, as well as political leadership and royal authority, to be descendants of Shem. So it goes down and it talks about the distinctions. But I wanted to get, and then where he talks about the physical mark. But then he goes in, so I wanted to go into this part that he talks about the color. We have seen that the Negroes are in general categorized by lividity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. The real reason for these opinions is that, as has been shown by philosophers, in the proper place, joy and gladness are due to the expansion and diffusion of the animal spirit. Sadness is due to the opposite, namely contradiction and concentration of the animal spirit. It has been known that the heat expands and rarefies the air and vapors and increases their quantity. A drunken person experiences expressionable joy and gladness because the vapor of the spirit in his heart is pervaded by natural heat, which the power of the wine generates in his spirit. The spirit, as a result, expands and there is joy. Likewise, when those enjoy a hot bath, inhale the air of the bath so that the heat of the air enters their spirits and makes them hot. They are found to experience joy. So let me go. It goes on to the Negroes in the hot zone. So I want to go into what he said about Fez. Here we go. So it says the Egyptians dominated by joyfulness, lividity, and disregard for the future. They store no provisions or food, or neither for a month nor a year ahead, but purchase most of it in store. Fez in Merid, on the other hand, lies inland and is surrounded by cold hills. Its inhabitants can be observed to look sad and gloomy and to be too much concerned with the future. Although a man in Fez might have provisions of wheat stored sufficient to last him for years, he always goes to the market early to buy his food for the day because he is afraid to consume any of his hoarded food. So it's kind of going in. He was a historian breaking down the divisions at the time. He was using those names because those are the names that were being used at the time. But now we can see the separation of what he was saying, that he was seeing difference of people. He was seeing the Negroid African people, and then he described different things. And we can say whether that heat or that would be irrelevant to their skin or the joy or anything. But he was describing two separate people. One that's more joyous, that's dark skinned, that's for heated climates and temperatures, and one that's sad and gloomy and looks to take over everything that is from the colder climates. So that's something that he was seeing in the 1300s.
Can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. Did he see that as Cain and Abel in the Bible?
No, he was saying that's a misnomer what we use as far as to put the Bible in to describe that. That's why this is like a historian account, and they use him as a great historian, philosopher. You know, if anybody has heard of Ibn Khaldun, because he just goes into the history, and that book actually expresses how civilization worked over time. So he talks about the differences of the sand civilizations, the differences of Egypt, Kemet, and the Moorish civilization.
You didn't see that story as in Cain and Abel about the one holding on to that harvest or something else and whatever and storing.
Oh yeah, I do see that, but you know, at that time you have to understand too, this is a Middle Eastern source that I'm using, so he's not necessarily a Negro. That's why he was using Negroes. But and he was kind of going into like the in-between is what was royal, and he's more of the in-between, but he was just being honest about the people in that lands and how they separated black and white. Now, what you're talking about of the Cain and Abel story, I agree with you. It is breaking down more of a human nature and of the story of the separation amongst brothers, of one being jealous of the other, even though they have the same origin. So we can see that being played out, and you know, in real time. But I think it's like a
Dulcinea, and that one thing that you was reading, when he said he saw these people in the sun, joyous and and lighthearted, but it also said not caring about tomorrow. Are we to take that literally? Because we know that, you know, those Egyptian people or those dark-skinned people cared a lot about their future. So, and then it said when he was describing the second group of people that they were just the opposite, but then he said the opposite at the end. He said these are people who were looking like they cared more about their future than what a person should ought to.
Meaning, yeah, I think that comes from him being Middle Eastern, because see how he viewed going to the store and stocking up as caring the tomorrow, but we know that them actually looking at the stars and how they would grow their food and how they made the desert to be a flourished land of electricity, water, all the food that they needed, because that's a hard thing to be able to cultivate a land. And that's what the Egyptians did. So they could be perceived as they didn't worry about tomorrow because there was so many crops that they were able to take care of themselves. So that's what I'm saying. Right, we have to look at it as biased and read into those biasness when we're reading, but know that this source is from the 1300s, and he's saying, you know, what he's seeing of the different people by skin tone and what areas they were in. You know, yeah, that's what I was saying. He's trying to make the Middle Eastern people be the ones of the royal because they were in the middle zones, but we know even in the middle zones, we were in that and the South. We weren't just in.
Well, because one could definitely interpret that to mean that you're saying that one group were thinkers and futuristic, and the other group was, you know, lagging and left behind, you know. And so, you know, when he's seeing it, I wonder what biasness is he's coming from. You know, is he more biased towards the darker skinned people he's seeing from the South, or the lighter skinned people he's seeing from the North?
And I think he was definitely more biased to the darker skinned people that he's seen in the South too, because like I said, this is his interpretation of what the fall of Spain was actually. He was in that in real time, seeing the Moors fall in Spain, which would have been the darker. So of course,
I get you when you say his interpretation.
He's probably saying, "Hey, they fell because they were too worried about spirits and having a good time and all this other stuff, and they weren't worried about tomorrow, but they let the gloomy people come in worried about tomorrow and taking over their land and different things like that." So it is his opinion still, and it's based on the fact that
when you say it like that, yes,
because he wouldn't even use Negro if he was us, you know.
Right,
okay,
right.
So y'all, it is getting late, so I'm gonna put it in for anybody to come up and. Well, let me first ask Kemetian if he had anything else he wanted to say.
Yeah, I thought you were going to let me get in there.
Yeah, I'm ready to say.
But I want to share this, and you're going to love this, Sister Freedom, so you can see the perspective we come from in my particular body. You got to hear this right here. This is for you and all of our family, but I'm going to share the screen real quick. Okay. And I keep telling y'all to get this book, family, The Exhuming of a Nation, The Book of Fire.
Oh, yeah, you did. I'm going to get that book, too.
This is my chairman here, and listen to what he say. He said, another hiding of the Moors. Make no mistake about it. The greatest hiding of the Moors is the mental slavery which shields them away from being themselves. Another hiding of the Moors came in the shadow of the Arabian conquest of Africa, right? Which was heavily interwoven with their spread of their cultist version of Islam. National and religious vanity had overtaken Arabia virtually as soon as the Holy Prophet Muhammad left his body of flesh 632 AD. The Arabian version of Islam was not practiced the same as originally taught to Muhammad by the angelic Egyptian Adept, referred to as the angel Jibril. Pure Islam is oblivious to sex and carnal boundaries. Yet today, they are referred to, it said they are Sunnis, Shiites, Sufis, Moors, Science, nations of Islam named among the many. Ironically, not one of these sects, it says, respects any of the others because each one is the original. Question. Multiple conflicts were spurred between devout Muslims and the bloodline of Muslims of his immediate family as to which was the most pious to spread the perfectly translated religion of Islam. Whenever successorship of divinity becomes a question, it is because human ego, like a black cloud, has hidden Allah from the hearts of men. See Appendix Moorish Holy Quran 1 and 6. Now watch this. He say one side said Allah filled his covenant to Abraham through Africa's Egyptian Hagar. Her son Ishmael is the grand forefather of Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Wives, his children, descendants, and we are the rightful heirs of his estate, Islam.
Okay. Yes.
The others proclaim it is we who were the first of the believers of Muslims to submit their will to Allah, and we were there to transcribe the Holy Quran, what the angel Jibril had told Muhammad to read. We heard and obeyed, and when he was rejected by the Meccans in Arabia, this feud of the blessed ones took on an earthbound contention of think like Arabia, dress like the Arabs, attached to the religious saturation of Islam. It also caused the commentaries and translations of the Holy Quran to compete with the Hadiths, which I talked to you about a while ago. Right. It says verbal accounts of the life of the messenger to impact before the true teachings of Prophet Muhammad. He's saying they put the Hadith before the Quran. It said these undercurrent rivalries.
You cannot do that.
That's right. He said
these, the Quran is the main
the truth.
Hadith.
It's the truth.
It's the main Hadith.
Right. So watch what he says, sis. He said these undercurrent rivalries later produced sects among Muslim nationals and communities. Meanwhile, sects are strictly forbidden in the religion of Islam. Surah 42, ayat 12 through 14. Just the same, today's results show there are Sunni, Shiite, Sufi, and dozens of more in America and the world. Indeed, this has led to wars between Islamic governments and the 1987 mass murders of pilgrimage at the sacred Kaaba, the center of purity for Muslims worldwide. Arabs, although marvelous historians, often misplace the fact that they were the very last of the polytheistic nations of East Africa to embrace the monotheistic way of life. In fact, prior to the divine advent of Muhammad, the first, it says there were more man-made deities in Arabia than water holes. Water holes. He said they had 360 gods at the Kaaba alone. The people of ancient Hava, and I'm landing my plane in a second, Havilah, Arabia, especially the seeds of Hagar's Ishmael, were among the first to digress by holding fast to the fall of Adam. Today's Muslims,
looking at that.
Right. It says today's Muslims, it says the world over, especially the blessed Arabians, need to abandon the antiquated custom of enslaving people and killing and executing others after Jumu'ah. Then think they are doing the will of Allah, adhering to the Holy Quran. It is tragic and sinful for the great people of Arabia to have one of the noblest prophets of all times to be born amongst them and still cling to a carnal-minded principles that delude to institutions of human slavery. No, notwithstanding this thinking, it is in error in violation of the ordinances of God Allah. Islamism spiritual scientists, it say the first religious creed founded by the ancient Africans for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. It was later developed through the wisdom of the Egyptians, Chinese, Japanese, and adepts of India as know thyself art, through meditation called the straight way from man to God. Over 5,000 years later, the great prophet Muhammad was sent by Allah to return the perfect, translate into Arabic, this same religion, and he named it Islam. Islam in the Arabic language means peace. Yep. It says the same shalom on earth that Prophet Yeshua spoke of in the Hebrew language. It says the words of Noble Drew Ali must be driven at this point. The Moors, who were the ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca, Moorish Holy Quran 45:2, and the same forefathers who are the true divine founders of the first religious creed. These Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit in Northwest Africa, they were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. This empire included the kingdoms that were founded with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brothers or brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes.
Is supposed to be Muslim.
So, right. You see what I'm saying?
I keep saying, I told my mom that.
Now what? Say it again. Say it again.
All Moors are supposed to, I said the Moors are supposed to be Muslim.
Okay, can I ask the question?
Can I? Oh, all right. Go ahead, Sakina.
Okay, my question
And
is:
then I'm following up after you.
Moors followed the practices of Kemet to a degree, right?
What are the practices of
No,
Kemet?
we follow them fully.
Okay, so with that being said, did they do the principles of duality? So there was
that's right,
a male and female
yes,
in
sir.
all practices. So somebody's asking about a Yasmeah, right? So is that a female principle as well? Because you're saying the prophet Drew Ali as the male. So are we to say that when he was called, there was a female as well?
But you can't.
Gospel, just to tell you, Sakina, I think that's how they're
Wait a minute, can I say something? You
spelling the
cannot
Ishmael.
You
Yeah, I was just saying in the chat when he's spelling
you can't practice.
Hold on, Sister Freedom. I'm just explaining to Sakina.
You cannot practice the prophet.
No, I'm not saying anything about that. Sister Freedom, hold on. I'm not talking anything about that.
I know that she's Yasmiel is a deity. That's what I know.
I'm saying the comment she's talking about. Hold on, Sister Freedom.
Exactly.
He's just spelling Yashmael. That's just Ishmael. He's just spelling it Yashmael. That's all.
Okay, so
yeah, Ishmael.
Ishmael was a deity, correct?
No, Ishmael was actually the son of Hagar. Now,
that's Hagar's son.
Yeah, that's Hagar's son.
I'm saying, I thought she said something about Noble Jew Ali, and I said she cannot you cannot pass the prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and go to prophet Noble Jew Ali.
Well, what it is,
it's too. You wait a minute. You cannot.
Go ahead.
See, the prophet Muhammad was before sallallahu alaihi wasallam was before the prophet Noble Jew Ali.
That's right.
And they have two different forms of teaching, but yet the same.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Two different teachings, but yet the same.
Right.
Even the teachings of Kemet has this similar to the same teachings, but yet you have to learn, actually, in a sense, all three of them.
Right. You know what you
in order to be complete.
Right, Sister Freedom.
Because the prophet Noble Jew Ali's teaching doesn't have the prayers. You see what I'm saying? You still have to have the prayers. You have to have the cleansing and everything. They see the prophet Noble Jew Ali teaching has the teaching of law. The teaching of the prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam don't have that form of teaching in it.
Hold up, Sister Freedom.
Well, are these steps
I didn't say anything with the prophet Noble Drew Ali, Sister Freedom. But he does teach about the 5 prayers in the Salat. It's in our in our actual Circle 7 Quran that he teaches us to do Salat.
let me add this right here. I'm
Then let me hear you say this a lot. Then
I want to show you what Prophet Noble Drew Ali teach.
That doesn't mean I say it. I'm not even more in the temple.
Let me show
so
you.
So that's why I was saying I never said anything about Noble Drew Ali, but in the temple he does teach a lot.
Let me show you
in
what
the Circle 7.
Yeah, we honor all of that, but let me show you what Prophet Noble Drew Ali teach, his actual teaching. When we talk about the deity of God, he say God is spirit clothed with, where man is spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah, right? But he also says that man is Allah is the higher self, right? But he also say the higher self is the mother of virtues and the harmonies of life. That's Ma'at. So he gives the expression of Allah a masculine and feminine principle as one source. You see what I'm saying? Together. He don't put one over the other because it ain't no in gender. There's no gender in spirit.
Confuse her.
Listen, we're not confusing. I'm just telling her what's taught about the deity. You know, in other words, what I'm saying is we teach that spirit has no gender. Spirit is neither masculine nor feminine, but can manifest in either form. You see what I'm saying? So, for example, in our body, in the Moorish Science Temple, sisters can't really get up there and teach in the temple. You see what I'm saying? Now, in these sovereign groups, they have sisters teaching law, but in our group, we teach the way the Kemites teach, because in Kemet, they call it co-regency. The woman wasn't sitting back. She was out front ruling in Kemet. That's what we teach in my body. Sisters, that's why when the sisters came up and they was on here, they got a voice here. They got whole classes they teach. But in Islam, you know, sisters have to be hush-hush. You know how it goes, sister.
I sure do.
You know, they have to be hush-hush. So that's one of the difference. So you got to look at it like this. When Muhammad
have to have the teachings to be listen.
Yeah, listen to me, guys. Listen to me real quick. Listen to me. Okay. Hear me out. I honor the teachings of Prophet Muhammad. You have to. But what I'm trying to show you is that the message that came to the Arab.
I'm Black Lion Supreme. I'm not teaching her in any form of spookness, but I have to be honest about the deen because I've been taught all three ways.
Don't let him detract you.
I love Black Lion Supreme. I'm just trying to say I don't want to confuse a question that's answered.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
I mean, because there's beauty in it all, whether you want to call it spooky or not.
Right.
There's still beauty in it all.
Right.
Because Islam has been the cleanest religion I've ever been into.
That's right.
Well, he said not you.
Now let me say this right here. Let me say this, Queen. Every religion, when a prophet came, he came with a message that was tailor-made for his people. So when Muhammad came, he came with a message that was tailor-made for the Arabs. That's why the Quran was revealed to them the way it was, because they was really honoring poetry. They love poetry, right? And so basically he revealed the Quran in a poetic way. It's poetry. It's divine poetry. Now us, in our condition, the reason why Noble Drew Ali had to bring what he brought to us is because we lack a knowledge of our true nationality and our divine creed. But it wasn't just on law. Now let me show you what we teach about the deity from the Circle 7. This is it. Listen to this, right? It says this is Elihu lesson. He was teaching this in Kemet, in Egypt, the unity of life. It says, and again, Elihu met his pupils in the sacred grove, saying, no man lives unto himself. Every living thing is bound by cords to every other living thing. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will love and not demand love in return. They will not do unto other men what they would have other men do unto them, not have other men do unto them. There are two selves, the higher self and the lower self. The higher self is human spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. So that takes spookism all the way up out of it. That's man or woman. If you in your higher self, you spirit clothed with soul made in the form of God. You the living expression of God, right? The lower self is the carnal self, the body of desires, and is a reflection of the higher self distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. The lower self is an illusion and will pass away. The higher self is Allah in man and will not pass away. The higher self is the embodiment of truth. The lower self is truth reversed, and so is falsehood made manifest. The higher self is justice, mercy, love, and right. The lower self is what the higher self is not. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murder, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is the mother of virtues and the harmonies of life. The lower self is rich in promise, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy, and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. It gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell, and their cores are full of bitterness and gall. If you would have asked me what to study, I would say yourselves. And you well have studied them. And you ask me what to study next, I will say yourselves. He who knows well his lower self knows the illusions of the world, knows the things that pass away. And he who knows his higher self knows Allah and knows well the things that cannot pass away. Thrice blessed is the man that has made purity and love his very own. He has become ransom from the perils of the lower self and is his higher self. And this is where it ends at. It says, men seek salvation from an evil that deems a living monster of the nether world. They have gods that are but demons in disguise, all powerful yet full of jealousy, hate, and lust, whose favors must be bought with costly sacrifice of fruits and lives of birds and animals and humankind. Yet these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, no power to save. This evil is a myth. These gods are made of air and clothed with the shadow of a thought. The only devil which man must be redeemed from is self, the lower self. If man will find his devil, he must look within. His name is self. If man will find his savior, he must look within. And when the demon self has been dethroned, the savior of love will be exalted to the throne of power. The David of the light is purity, who slays the strong Goliath of God and seeks the savior of love upon the throne. That's the gist of what the teaching teach. Study yourself.
That was church.
Know yourself.
That's the gist.
You know what I'm just saying? But it says study yourself. You see what I'm saying? Know your higher self and lower self. That's what this Holy Quran is basically talking about.
Yeah, and I think it's because the religious aspect I brought up, but you can be a Moor without the religion. You don't have to be religious at all and be a Moor. There's so many different.
But all y'all sisters, all the sisters on the panel proclaim that same thing. God is in them. The devil is in them. I'm showing y'all what y'all been saying. That's what we teach. You feel me? We don't teach spookism. But see, people from the outside want to make you think that, but they ain't read.
So wait. So is the Circle 7 Quran the same as the Quran, or the Quran? The Quran is by Muhammad, and Circle 7 is Noble Drew Ali.
The Circle 7 is what we call the uniting of the Quran of Muhammad, in the teachings of ancient Egypt. But the Circle 7 is spelled with Koran for a reason. Our elder, broke it down well, you know what I mean? Freeman L, when he said Koran is knowledge, order, rhythm, astronomy, and nature.
I was just about to bring him up.
You see what I'm saying? So this is recitation, but in this small pamphlet, this is universal teaching, because the teachings of Hinduism is in here. What Jesus was teaching the Hindus, the teachings of Confucius is in here. The teachings of Judaism is in here. The teachings of everything you can think about is in here. So that's why when you hear Kemetian teaching, I teach universally, because we honor all books. And just in this small pamphlet, you can't find that in the way people teach religion. That's why I honored this path and took it, because I was universal before I came into this paradigm. And it went with what I already studied. It teaches the love of everybody. So when you hear me saying that, this book it backs that up, all teachings, but they all come from Egypt.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying with even the it's finding the oneness ultimately.
Exactly.
It's that oneness is the connection to other versus it being about I'm right, you're wrong, or versus being about this is the right doctrine, this is the right doctrine. I know I don't know how my grandmother used to always say to us, look, 3 things you don't mention, or you just gotta be prepared to fight. That's religion. That's a person's religion, what they believe in, politics, and money. Them 3 things right there, okay, have killed more people around the world just historically. I don't care how we want to slay that, right? A belief in a doctrine or having a belief in whatever that belief is has caused people go crazy. They ready to slay, they ready to have a fight. They ready to kill. It's, and it makes you wonder though, like, do people, it's sort of like the nature nurture, because it's like, okay, you can give it sounds like you can give a group of people, let's just say everyone is fair. In my opinion, they're going to separate. In my opinion, I think people naturally have a desire, right, to maybe connect, right, and they have a desire to be with who they, let's say, are attracted to. So even though you can give everybody $100 and we can start this pure society, within 100 people, there's going to be probably 3, 4, 5, 6 different belief systems, names of leaders. It's like we have this need to separate. So I think it's always a good thing. This is why I always say, find your tribe, y'all. Like some real stuff. We are a tribal people. Is I am not I really want to move away from even that type of label. Right? Because I feel like I know nothing at all, and I want to learn, and I'm listening, not to defend my point, but I'm listening to understand. And I don't mean that my point is going to be any different, right? But clearly you found fit, it's working for you. And I think that's just, I keep saying that because ultimately that's what's important. I'm not really too into trying to convert and do all that other kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. And see, that's what I'm talking about. We don't
stick with that.
We don't get up here. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time when we up here teaching, more is impart knowledge. We ain't trying to convert. You ain't hear me now time. You'll never hear me do that because that ain't the way I talk. But the most people that I brought, and I brought hundreds of our people home, family. I'm talking about 20, 30 years ago. But I never brought them home by going into books teaching them. I brought them home because, see, y'all know Kemetian from here, looking at him on here. But people that know me in person, they came into what I came into, not because I said it. They looked at my character because my words match my actions. And that's what they were more attracted to. Not what I said out my mouth, but that I really live this right here. You see, I ain't just Moorish here, then I go do something else. Like literally, anybody know my whole life for years have been consumed with this once I came into it. You know what I mean? And so anywhere I go, like right now, I can strike up, I can go in the courtroom. I'm talking about a whole bunch of Europeans in there with rocks in their jaws. But based on my character and how open I am, I pull all them people up out they basically come out their bag. You know what I mean? Because I carry that type of energy. We can be totally strangers. And I'll come in that area. I can go in the mall and start building family. And I draw crowds. You feel me? And when I come back the next time, it's love. That's the type of energy. But I ain't trying to teach them Islam. I ain't trying to teach them more. I'm just talking truth. And that's how I brought a lot of people that was out there, out of darkness in the light, through the grace of the Most High. Not by what I was teaching, how I live. You feel me? So it ain't what you say out your mouth, it's your character that bring people home. That
is a fact. It is your character.
I agree. I
got a question.
Drop the link, right, for people to join and everything.
Because I'm a more with an E on the end, but I stand for it. Doggone it. And I'm a Kemet. I'm a Mayat Kemet person. I'm a Kemet priestess. I'm trying to be a priestess.
Anybody have any questions?
You are a priestess.
Yes, I am, and I'm working on it.
Goddess.
Yes, I'm working on all that as we speak.
Every last one of y'all up here.
Wine is fine.
Well, thank you. Sakina spent her whole birthday with us today.
Yes,
I mean, you know what? I'm not sure if that was good or bad. Like, does that say we need to get a life or we don't? I'm so confused by that,
You know how I get when it get after 12 o'clock and it just hit 12.
I know. But she took out her birthday.
You know what? That's why I love unscrambled minds, because my mind is so unscrambled.
Man, y'all don't know what y'all doing for the community. Y'all, this is what I call y'all spreading the wings of my eye. You know what I mean? Inviting nations in. You
I
know,
like that.
Y'all don't know that's what y'all doing right now. I'm telling you, man, these are conversations people can grow from. You know, not just go back, because I tell people it's all good to debate, but if you don't come to no conclusion in the end and say, all right, this is what it is. We agree to disagree on this here, but what we gonna do to deal with the people?
That's all.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna hurt.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, I don't even know if people know they Moors or not, because they haven't done their DNA or anything. You know, the
I do my DNA at least twice a year, sometimes three.
That's star number one. So if you got a question,
yes, I try to, especially for diabetes. I be trying to keep up with my DNA.
Number one.
Diabetes is real, and you got to get your DNA done at least 2-3 times a year to make sure you can kill Cain with Abel. Take your abilities down to the doctor's office and check your sugar. You know, kill Abel by going to get your DNA checked at least 2-3 times a year.
Yeah, and, you can get rid of that.
Yeah, that diabetes. Make sure that take your Abels down there and check on Cain. You know, listen here. I'm just gonna teach from the Bible tonight. Let me get
you better not be cutting up.
No, but I was gonna bring that up with Brother C. Freeman.
Down there and get Cain down there and get Abel to go down there while you came. So you
there's no question tonight.
Right.
All right. I have one question. Hold on, because there was a question in the chat that wrote
that. You check your blood, Patanu. You know,
thank you. I think he answered. He said, somebody said, well, what would y'all say if they said to you, Commissioner Dulcinea, okay, you saying that they were, they considered us, you said something, they considered them people ham. The people in the chat said, but ham doesn't exist.
Everybody, thank you so much.
But
that's what the quote said. I would
tell them this right here. Ham is just a name that was used in the biblical narrative, but it actually in the Hebrew. Now remember, ham is an English word,
and it's a good sandwich sometimes for those who eat pork.
Right, that too. Now, when you go into the Hebrew, though, in the Hebrew, it's actually CHAM or KH. It's Cam. So that's basically connected to the language of Kemet.
It's ham.
Yeah, right. And so what I'm saying is that the word ham originally it means Cam. It's from Kemet. That's how you say it in the Hebrew. It's Cam. It's Cam. But see, that's where the word alchemy comes from as well.
So yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it means black. I will teach that it means alchemy. It means chemistry.
Right. Chemistry. That's right.
That's where you see it. You see it in science. You don't see
it means spam the other way.
And so wait, Sakina Dulcinea. So that means that then you guys are agreeing with the ham of the Bible or not?
No, it don't have nothing to do with the narrative, but what it is that the people that are biblical, the way they told the history, they talk about Cush, and Cush is a real name. But I'm saying that the word ham is a corruption of Cam, because it's in Arabic too. You see what I'm saying? It comes from the same root. They say Hamain. Hamain actually referred to the mud, that man was made from. You see what I'm saying? So you got to know etymology and what we call sound shifting, because for example, the K becomes the letter H. Also it comes into the letter G, but people don't know that. Like T is not just T. T also sound shifts into the letter.
I'd rather do it the way I did it than the way y'all did it.
So somebody said somebody gonna be left behind.
Somebody said she made that up as well. I'd rather make mine up than it go with what they made up.
Somebody said somebody gonna get left behind.
I would say it's a code, and that's what I was gonna get. He brought up Brother C. Freeman L, and I suggest everybody listen to him. He breaks down how it goes from the occult knowledge to the masonry, and he will break down the Bible just like Sakina does. And what he says is because our people know the Bible the best. So what?
Yeah.
I would take that to teach you the astrology through the kings and Mother Zudakias, which is all the astrological signs. And he did, and he broke all that down because we embrace those terms. We embrace him in the story, but then we can take that and say what it really means. Like she just did Cain and Abel, and not to be like, oh, I'm related to Cain and Abel. I can't prove that. But what I can say is this story means this, and this is how we cannot be caught up in the same thing.
It's
just like Sister Freedom will say, hey, there ain't no burning bush. That's all in your brain.
Yeah,
burning bush is something right up in your brain.
The two sides of your brain.
That's esoteric. Exactly. That's called esoteric physiology. If you go look at the classes I taught 2 nights ago, I was teaching out of the book, God, Man, the Word Made Flesh. But see, I can go into that if people ain't, know that ain't got a back history. So I go to talking about Joseph and Mary representing the pituitary and the pineal gland, and the land of milk and honey being the fluid that's secreted between the two, and the optic thalamus representing that which is on high, God, the true God, coming down the spinal column into the manger, Bethlehem, where Jesus was born. If I go to talking like that right there, without giving somebody historical background, they're gonna leave this nigga crazy.
Yeah, but that's how we're taught though. Before we start doing the research,
right.
You got to understand that is our first way we learned. Just the way you said it, that's the first way most of us was introduced, and even into consciousness, was to put it like that. Then, as you evolve from consciousness, then you started doing the research.
There you go. And all teachers
like that.
And all teachings are taught like that. That's why I got a class. Y'all tune in. Well, y'all may not, because I be doing it late night. It's called the Late Night Library of the Archives and Wisdom. And so what we learn in this information, I'm talking about that. So that same thing I said to you, because they call the spinal column Jordan, the Jordan River, right? But if you go into the Old Testament, it's now Moses that's being drawn from the waters. He was born, found in the Nile Valley, which becomes the spine. But if I go back to Kemet, Heru becomes that seed. Also, and Offset becomes the pineal and the pituitary gland. Ra becomes the optic thalamus, which is the chamber in the brain. That's why our chairman in my group, the Adept teaching, we say your Adept chamber is above your neck. It ain't got nothing to do with going in no
upset about these ham sandwiches. Do you eat ribs? I mean, what's going on?
Oh, they blowing up the chat with that.
Ham is upset about what's going on. Okay, Ham got a new name. It's Bacon. Honestly, I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Ham. Okay, Ham was not ham at that time. It was ribs. It was
ribs.
My God. It was bacon. It was.
Oh my gosh.
Pig ankles. Do y'all know they don't throw nothing away on the pig? Even the hair is in brushes.
Okay. Sakina,
listen here. They don't throw nothing away on the pig.
Okay,
the nothing.
Come on, Sakina.
Okay, well, we waiting for somebody to come ask Kemetian questions, and so until then, we're gonna ask questions and we're gonna answer the chat.
Oh my God.
Well, let me show my screen. I don't know if Yannick is still in the chat. I don't know if that's a she or a he either, but I don't want to mess that up.
What's not true? Open the knowledge.
But Yannick was asking for this earlier, so let me go ahead and share my screen.
What was they asking? Because
where it has the Moors in actual law and in the documentation. So the Act of 1682 was saying, as far as to take the Moors, the mulattoes, the Negroes, and everything, and put them together as a slave. So it outlines that.
Oh, y'all throw away some pig. I'm sorry.
See, there she go. God is her comedy act on.
Okay, I was answering the question. I'm sorry, I'm finna be quiet.
Yeah, ask it. I'm trying to zoom in.
Somebody at the bottom. Wait, who's that?
Brother asked me he wanted to hear about it.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
She in there. There she go, Nisha. Hey, Nish.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, we're
fine. Hey, Nisha.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But Tom New, you still my friend. Black Line, you got my back. I love you too, y'all.
Black Line, my boy. Hey, Black Line.
Yes. Y'all gotta skip me. I might be a little bop. I don't know.
Oh Lord. We trying to build. This build was really good.
Okay,
so y'all jacking it all up.
Well, let me say this really quick so I can, and this is the original, as you can see. You can see as far as this is actually in the time and everything. Of course, they say about when the author put this book together and included this, but this is the actual source in the act from 1682.
Hurry up, girl, I'm tired.
Right. Whereas the 12th Act Assembly, blah, 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 you can see that. So it says, entitled an act declaring who shall be slaves is enacted that all servants, not being Christians, and Christians was pretty much synonymous with the white people and stuff at the time that followed Christianity, being imported into this country by shipping shall be slaves. But what shall come by land shall serve, if boys and girls until 30 years of age, if men and women 12 years and no longer, and for as much as many Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, and others born of and in heathenist ideologies, pagan and Mohammedan parentage and country, have herefore and hereafter may be purchased, procured, or otherwise obtained as slaves of, from out of such their heathenish country by some well disposed Christian, who after such their obtaining and purchasing such Negro, Moor, or mulatto as their slave out of pious zeal, have wrote the conversion of such slave to Christian faith. So, and that's going to go into the Christian codes. But pretty much, as you can see here, this is the act that was actually denoting them as slaves and saying, hey, no more taking Christians as slaves, white people as slaves. We're only going to take Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, and others of that lineage and make them slaves.
That was good. Dulcinea.
That laid the foundation for Code Noir as well, the Black Codes of France,
Right.
Which is the same laws they use against our people now, by the way. Y'all know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can't go out the door at a certain time. You don't supposed to marry and say unless they say. If they catch you out the door, then they're gonna charge, the plantation.
Exactly.
Bags of rice, all that stuff is still implemented now.
We
design
love
laws.
What question do you have? Because somebody on their pillow called me. My pillow called me.
Stop it.
I just wanted to know, okay, so at the end of the day, period.
Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
What does all this matter?
You know what I said? I'm trying to say it in a manly voice.
They are Kemetian because it's getting late. It's almost 12 o'clock, and I'm telling you, this is their cut up time right here. This is cut up
the truth. No, really, this is 2023. We're not in 1492. We're not in 1734. We're in 2023 right now. So, what does all this matter to make us better? What does claiming more status? What does that? That's not going to help reparations.
Yes, it is.
I disagree. Now you changing up because you said it didn't either. So now you switching up.
Oh,
you done drunk the Kool-Aid.
Are you talking to me or my daughter?
I'm talking to you. You drinking the Kool-Aid now because I don't see where. So if I'm wrong, okay, so I'm on here to learn, right? But if I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong and show me. Show me how it's really going to matter.
Okay, what it is, okay, if we say that the descendants of slaves, right? White people can say too, well, European people, I'm not going to say white people. Europeans were slaves too. So if we don't separate ourselves off in some type of group, and I'm still wondering too, Kemetian, I'm going to say this too. If we don't I'm going to say this first. If we don't separate ourselves off in a certain group, other people can say they were slaves too. So when we go for reparations, if we don't separate ourselves off, how are we gonna get the reparations without separating ourselves off into a group?
We already separated.
How? Because if we say descendants of slaves, white people were slaves too.
Yeah, but they wasn't
Black.
chattel
My
slaves.
husband's
And I
black
keep saying
too,
that's the
and
difference.
he's not from here.
Huh?
I said if we say black, my
There you
husband's
go.
black, and he's not from here.
There you go. We were enslaved.
Black. They didn't say black at all. So I don't know why.
No. I'm saying
No,
as
they
far as
said
you said,
chattel.
descendants of slaves are
Only one
all
person
slaves.
No,
And I was
they're
using
not even
black.
saying
If you say
descendants
black,
of
because
slaves.
only
They are
hear
being more
one
specific.
person at a time. And
Yeah,
the
I
woman
was-
never did use black at all, so I don't know why you keep saying that. She said descendants of slaves.
Okay,
No,
she
I'm not
said
saying what
descendants
Sister
of
True
chattel.
said. Nisha
Chattel.
said what
She
we
said
use
chattel
right.
Chattel
Nisha,
either. She
hold
never
on.
used the
Nisha
word
just
chattel.
said we have separated ourselves already. So why can't we use those names? So descendants of slaves is one name. The other two names we're using right now is black, which refers to my Zimbabwean husband as well as me. African American, that refers to my Zimbabwean husband as well as me. I'm telling you, as far as the
No, this is why she's
words
not
are you
even
saying
saying,
that
she's
we
not even
use
saying
that are
that.
just
She's
us?
using the very specific word of chattel, which means slaves that were owned in that original contract in perpetuity, meaning
Exactly.
forever and ever and ever. Chattel slaves. That does not
Exactly.
include white people. That does not include no Zimbabwean
Yeah, it
husband or
does.
nobody else.
And
That
it doesn't
includes
include
white people.
African
That's
American
specific
unless
group
you
of
can
people.
Chattel slavery is the slavery
and it
in
doesn't
America
include
does include
African
white
American
people.
unless you
It
can
includes
prove that
white
you are
people. I
kin
can
to
show
a
you that
colored
chattel
or a
slavery included
Negro.
white people.
Only one person could be held at a time, and white people were beat too. Poor white.
But they are
hold
not.
up,
But they
though.
were not chattel slaves.
Exactly,
And they are
and
not
they were,
descendants from
and you
chattel
have to
slaves.
be enslaved. That was the word. It's not
Yes.
just slave; it was enslaved.
And it's
Slave was
there's
the
three
word.
different types of slaves. There are chattel slaves, bondage slaves, and then you have forced labor slaves. All three of them are something else. That's why it's not written down. Bondage slave, reparations for the bonded slave or the forced labor slave. It is reparations for the chattel slave.
I'm not sure.
And that's what they're talking about. That is specific, and that is separating ourselves, because not everybody is going to be able to claim that or a descendant of that. That is a specific time.
Irish and Germans were chattel slaves.
They were.
No. You mean word
chattel
flavors.
slavery.
So if they had a child with you, then maybe that child can sit here and say yes, but no, not just because they were in Germany at that time when they were doing this, they cannot claim that.
You know, white
There's only
slaves
one
were
in
group
America.
of
They
people.
were the first
Only
chattel
one.
slaves
Hey.
of America, and it's written down in our history. There's primary sources that show white people were first enslaved here in America, not Germany,
Not first
Ireland.
slave. That's
And
not
they,
the way
yes,
it's
they're
written.
considered
Chattel
chattel. I'm
slavery.
telling you,
I
they're
keep telling
considered
you.
chattel slaves.
Go
They
look
are.
up the definition. They have never in the history of history have ever said that any white person was a chattel slave, because they were never going to say ever in the never of history that white people were going to be slaves forever and ever and ever. White people, are you trying to get me to believe that? No, it was not created for them. They would never enslave no white person forever and ever. I don't care how they got enslaved. They would have been freed by
we
now.
were the luck of the Irish.
They're talking about African slaves that were sold into a chattel slavery, which means a certain type of contract that these people entered into. This is how come there's not a whole bunch of slaves. There's only three categories of slaves. If you fall under the one chattel, that means they were trying to sell you the original contracts for those people were written in perpetuity. They had no intentions on letting them or their families ever go free. But life changed, people change, and now we are where we are. They could not do that. There were laws that were ruled totally against that type of chattel slavery. But when they're writing up these reparations, this is what they're referring to. They're not referring to everybody else. They're referring to a specific group of people.
Very, very careful how you write it up. Very, very.
They are, and that's the one good thing that I know. They are writing that up carefully.
That's not careful. Because even when you say in the Moors, there are those Arabs that claim to be Moors too. And that's what I was trying to tell and about to say to Sabir the other night, because even if you use Moors, you run a chance on the Arabs saying something too, even though I think that they are the ones who sold the Africans into slavery. But that's my opinion.
Correct. That's correct.
That's my opinion.
That's correct, sister. You're right.
But also somehow it can mess things up by saying even that we were Moors unless we say black or Moors.
No, I'm gonna show you something, Sister Freedom, what people don't know. Watch this.
But like, if we say black Moors, black Moors, that separates. Excuse me.
Check this out right here. Check this out.
Let me finish, please. Come on, y'all.
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead.
That separates us from the other Moors. That separates us.
See, now it's the same thing she's saying when she's saying there are different categories of Moors. So you need to specify which Moors, just like they are doing when they specify which particular slaves. It's the same thing.
No,
that's a group.
You say chattel,
and you talking about a group.
You can't say chattel because poor white, when they first came to America, they came with
not on any transatlantic ship they have ever in the history of never documented, unless they were the people beating us. I just don't know where the white people hitched a ride on the transatlantic somewhere and landed boom over here with all the other people.
But they enslaved their own people first.
Yeah, but that's not what we talk. That's too broad. When they have narrowed it, this is why I keep saying they are separated. If they have separated, that's why the definition of what we're talking about is so narrow. It's not a broad. It's not a broad definition.
We never said that we were in America first. We just said that we were in the world. That we established that we were we were the first of humans or something to that effect. We never said that we were in America first, because nobody in America is actually from America. So we're not establishing that part.
Came from, but I'm just still saying, I'm just making it clear. If we say blackamoors, that makes it Pacific.
Right, because from the other Moors. Queen. Right? Is she not talking about groups of Moors?
Queen.
Yeah, well, she's saying and in this type, because it's just going to be one of those things where people are going to have to agree or disagree with sources. The sources say, as far as that, the original chattel slavery victim was the Irish and the Europeans. So she's saying, as far as you separate from all that, you say black or more. No, that's in the actual sources. You can
but what's your timeline? Are we actually talking about?
Like I said, that doesn't invalidate the source. That's just me saying I know what I'm talking about, and you saying I don't. That doesn't mean anything. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it's going to be back and forth as far as belief.
It's not that, no. I don't think we're talking about a belief. We're not talking about a belief, though, because we have a timeline.
They weren't free from the chattel slavery until the 1800s. So they were being enslaved from the 1600s to the 1800s in America.
Again, find me a ship where these supposed white people hitched a ride. Because which trade slave are you talking about? There were three. So are you talking about the transatlantic? Because that one, as far as I know, was almost 1,000,000,000% black African folks in chain. I don't know about no white folks who hitched a ride. They was in the same chattel slavery we were in. Because where's that book at? I never read that, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, where are you getting? Let's say there were white people who were enslaved, just for the sake of argument. Okay, so these white folks were enslaved. They were not with us wherever they were enslaved.
Yes, they were.
They wasn't on no ships. Where does that say that?
What I'm saying is we're not even using ships. What we're using is records, and those records are going to show, just as they enslaved the Moors, they enslaved the white slaves, and the white slaves in the records weren't fully emancipated until the 1800s, early 1800s, not late like us, but in the 1800s, there were still white slaves. So there are going to be white families that, if we use descendants of slavery or descendants of chattel slavery, they are entitled to
No, we're not. I totally disagree with that. Totally
but if
disagree.
we use Moors, it's going to be
no way you can prove that. No way you can prove that.
Why we think a little different? And if I can say,
no way.
Kemetian gets in, I would say why.
That's what I'm trying to say. that if we use blackamoors.
Peace, Queen. Let me show you something.
Because of the treaties, and also it's a big difference, because see, you got to understand that when they came over here, they enslaved the people that was already on these lands.
That was here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Sister Freedom.
Yeah, because maybe those Irish people and all that, were here when they got here, and they enslaved those people too. But yeah,
they called it indentured servitude, where it's similar to indentured servitude. But they don't. But it depends within the context of the conversation, because they were indentured servitude. But in terms of slavery, like when I picture slavery here in the Americas or whatever, and in the Americas, I'm including South America and I'm including the islands, right? It's brutal, and it was a system that was based off of quote unquote race, right? So there were white, Irish, white, whomever that came over here from Europe, for example, Asians, you name it, right? But they were considered indentured servants, quote unquote, meaning that they had a contract, they would work the contract, they are poor.
Or they were forced labor. Yes.
Or they were forced labor, but they did have the freedom eventually to leave if they wanted to. We can't ignore that fact either. There is a very clear difference between slaves of African descent come over here and white people. Like that definitely has to be stated.
Okay.
In my opinion, they were indentured servants.
Yes, and I said that earlier. They were indentured servants.
Very different.
Right, well, let him in right fast.
Yeah, let me say this to add in, family. You know, the term that actually distinguished us from the Arabs, you gotta remember the Arabs ain't. Yeah, hold up, Queen. Hold up. You know, I'm just saying this here, right? The name that distinguished us from the Arabs is Moorish American. You see what I'm saying? Moorish American, and it's recognized already by them. So what I'm saying is that we are descendants of our ancient ancestors, and we are also here in the Americas, which is our territory. And so that distinguishes us from the Arabs. Arabs ain't gonna even be brought up because they ain't the ones that was enslaved. I agree with that. Arabs wasn't enslaved. The Arabs wasn't enslaved over here. You got to remember, we was owners of this territory before the European got here. How? But when we say America, listen to what I'm saying, sis. We indigenous to the planet. Some of us were here, and some of us were brought here, is what I'm saying. The natives that were already here mean that that's the portion of us being already here. Then those who were brought here under that slave, you know, code and so forth and so on, they being the brothers with those, you know, because they came out of Africa too. The ones that was here already, they came from Africa. You know, at least that's what it said in my DNA. It said they migrated over here over 23,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So you can't debunk science. So when we say Moorish American, we ain't talking about America as the Europeans talking about it. We saying America that is now being occupied by what I like to call people who hijacked it. We are the true owners of this land. You see, I don't just make that claim called, oh, black people own it. We own the planet, family. Problem is that the lack of power is because we won't come together.
I thought Moors had the power though.
We won't come together.
They don't have no power.
I was just talking to somebody about this today, and
in unity.
Okay, so wait a minute, Freedom. Did you not say the same? Didn't you say that the Moors, the black Moors, was here first? Did you not say that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said I was trying to think of something that would separate us off from everybody. That's the only way I was trying to think of that would separate us from the other Moors.
From the other Moors.
I'm only
I think that, yes.
That would separate us.
And it's Moorish American.
I'm not positive about anything, so please don't.
Yeah, it's Moorish American.
Can you add my screen, Sister Freedom?
When Nisha was asking her question, I'm just trying to find something that would help Nisha out with the question that she asked. Nisha just trying to, you know, start some trouble. Like she's a, you know, just trying to start shit.
No, I'm not.
Like she do, like good old Nisha.
No, because let's think logical. Let's for real. If the Moors had so much power, like they claim that they do,
they don't, because ain't nobody in unity. That's why they don't.
Okay, so because I don't heard things from Taj, I just heard Sabir the other night, Kemetian, they all saying three different things. Are you serious? So of course it's going to be a whole ball of confusion. because they're saying three different things.
But they three different tribes.
Nisha right about that
My
though.
question
Nisha is so
was
right.
because they three different
They
tribes.
can't even get it together within themselves.
So
No,
my
yeah,
but
question
that's all of us.
was
It
this
ain't
It doesn't
no-
matter who you
None
call
of-
yourself.
Okay,
That's
but my
all of us.
my question was
Don't
if I
push a
could ever
narrative.
get it in.
No one's pushing a narrative. All this is for you to accept the history
Okay, but
or
can
not. It's not a narrative.
Can
If
I
you
ever
can read,
ask?
not
Can
believe
I
in
ever
this source,
ask?
you're
Is there
allowed
a
to.
process or steps that we take, measures that we take in order to get to from one level to the next, with one being a higher level? Is the Blackamoors the higher level or the highest level, or is where you at, Kemetian, the highest level is there? Because there's three different
Let me
groups.
answer it and show y'all what a confusion coming in at. This is the confusion. Taj, Tariq Bey, and Sabir, most of the time you'll hear them talking within the confines of U.S. law. And they want to try to go to the courts and deal with paperwork and all this stuff. Kemetian, on the other hand, is dealing with separate from the United States. You don't have to go challenge their jurisdiction. Create your own jurisdiction, build your own government, because you'll never find a government in the courts of another government. You see what I'm saying? That's a waste of time. And if you ain't got no nation behind you, when you go up in there, riding on them people land, talking about you ain't got no jurisdiction over me, right? You may be right in law, but without a nation behind you, they're going to be like, bailiff, go get him, lock him up. They believe you when you send that paperwork in there. They be scared till you come in the court by yourself. And they see, oh, this dude playing. But if you actually are a nation, you wouldn't even be in the court anyway. You would never find a court where you find a nation in the jurisdiction of another court. So Kemetian is about building government. Not only about it, but our government has been recognized by the United Nations. We already doing it. Problem is our people too busy want to argue about the name more, and it's already done.
Why can't we
well, Kemetian, that don't sound like what everybody was talking about, because Sabir show was talking, and I was going to ask you about it. So I'm glad Nisha brought it up, but it didn't sound like they were talking about the same thing at all.
Yeah, well, she wanted to know the difference between what's going on, and I'm saying that basically the way that they teach. I'm talking about the style of their teaching.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
it's different. That's all. That's where the confusion come in, though, because some people
I can
have
say
been taught
definitively of a Sabir Bey, he does not believe in reparations. He
Sabir
doesn't
Bey
believe
don't
that
even
we should be
believe in
going for
moral
reparations
speeches
at all. He believes we should be going for reclamation, which means restore us to the status of before. Give us back our stuff, give us back our land, give us back our gold. We don't need a check from you, and that's where Sabir Bey
right.
Yeah.
And they call that a lot of them Moors. They have got away from the Moorish American concept. So they demonstrate.
They clearly.
So what I'm saying
give
is,
Mama a pickle. Somebody give Mama a pickle.
Hey, let me share this screen, because I want to get on this Lord.
Well, before you share it, let me go ahead and show this, whether it's accepted or it's not accepted. We can see a primary source being used here of the National Anti-Slavery Standard in New York in 1861. That's what I was saying, as far as there was still white slavery into the 1800s. So it's going to be really hard for us to say that white people weren't slaves. So it says occasionally white slaves are individuals who were in reality Caucasians, but were sold and held in bondage by crooked masters and slave dealers for varieties of reasons. Could be maybe we was an eye for an eye, getting it back, we were free, who knows? But they were slaves nonetheless. For example, an abolitionist newspaper, the National Anti-Slavery Standard, published in New York City for March 9th, 1861, printed an incident of a slave being sent back to Tepa County, Mississippi from Illinois, who, according to the Cairo Gazette, claimed he was actually white and had every appearance of being so. The individual's name was Henry Lee, alias Henry Jones, the property of Mr. W.C. Faulkner. The above article declares Mr. Lee thinks he's a white man, and if the matter were to be determined wholly by color and appearance, some folks might join him in conclusion. He says his parents were white and that they dying when he was very young. left him in charge of a slaveholder in Alabama who raised him in slavery and taught him to believe he was mulatto. He further claims that his name was changed so his relatives might never seek to reclaim him in bondage. Such assertions as above may seem as distortions of the truth, but it was the case in some southern states that children who were products of black fathers but white mothers often obtained their freedom once they reached a certain age. Thus, African Americans attempted to pass as partial whites or went to the court assessing their mothers were white and not black, painting a white girl to make a slave. So now we have these mulattoes or white people that go. Now, when this white person is a descendant of Henry Lee, then I'm not a black person, a white person is a descendant of Henry Lee. What is the government going to have to do as descendants of slaves, even if they use chattel slavery?
That's if they come forward. Because
I know personally a lot of white people that have been saying these things and say that they can prove that they're descendants of slaves.
Well, and so, but so what? Then we'll do it just like the Indian people. The Indian people use a percentage test. We'll use a percentage test too. It don't matter because there's already a blueprint for a group of people who are getting what they deserve. That's about the only good thing that the Aboriginal people ever thought of. And for real, was to get some money, to get compensated for all that they've been through as a people, as a nation.
Or whatever. Like what percentage of African that you are?
No, they have to take a test, right, to show what percentage of Indian they are.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is for our test, it would be what percentage of African.
Thank you, Miss Graham. I think we're
going so it would be then you're saying prove that you can trace yourself to a descendant of slave first, and then see what percentage of African that you are is the next step. That's
Queen, let me ask y'all a question, Queen. I want to share this and ask y'all a question because we talking about African descendants of slavery right now, right? I want y'all to see this right here. Can y'all see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, Sister Freedom, can you put my screen up there, Goddess?
Up there, it's already up there.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Oh, they said they couldn't see it. So I want to ask y'all a question. Do y'all represent this as y'all flag? Do y'all believe that's y'all flag?
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Oh, I don't know who flags those are.
I'm saying, do y'all accept them? I ain't saying do you know who it is. I'm asking you, do y'all accept them as y'all flag?
No, not me.
That's what I'm saying. So this is what these people that's talking about their American descendants of slavery are
that's
pushing.
Your flag, or you won't be coming home tonight.
This is your boy Lord Abba here. Look.
Yeah, I know that, but why wouldn't it be them too? But why wouldn't it be them? You're trying to disprove.
No. Listen, Queen. What I'm saying, I'm not talking about the people. I'm saying, how can you represent our people being free under the flag of the
because that's the African American. I
take back what I said.
Listen to me, Queen. Listen to me, Queen.
I get it.
Listen to me. How can we represent our people?
Back what I said earlier.
Hold up. How can we represent our people being free under a flag of the people that oppressed us?
Because these people right here that also oppressed us or also gave us the same, not the same, but gave us some opportunity to become what we've become today. And so we in their land asking them for our money. And so it is what it is, right? That's your typical American, African American mindset. A lot of people have crossed over to that, right? That is actually what part of the fight is.
That's my point.
Wait a minute. Where is Lord Abba on that picture?
Right here.
Wait a minute. Where?
Right here with the flag. You can't even tell him. Right here.
No, it
right
ain't.
there.
No, it ain't.
That's Lord Abba. Look.
That is him.
Wait, where?
That's Lord Abba right there.
Put my glasses on. Wait a minute. Well.
and what I'm trying to show you
is
seeing the truth. The flag.
That's all this is.
Yeah, I got the
Moorish messy. That's him.
No, I got the bus.
I thought he come in peace.
I got the bus. I'm telling you, I got the bus. Listen, I got the bus.
You have made up a version of him being fine.
I got the bus back at Lord Abba because he called. Listen, he called me out on Sarnetta show.
Where Lord Abba at?
Now I'm gonna show you why Lord Abba called me out. Let me show you something. Let me give y'all some back.
This is gonna be tomorrow. I already know it.
Hold up, let me give y'all some back history, because Sarnetta called me about getting in the ring with Lord
There ain't no Lord Abba.
Sarnetta called me about getting in the ring with Lord Abba. So check this out, right? Listen, this is the history of me. I want y'all to hear this. This is important. This is the history of me and the brother got. He was attacking my Moorish flag.
I'm gonna ask
that
you
little
one
flag at?
So check it.
Was he the 4th of July?
He was attacking, check it. He was attacking the Moorish flag, right? And when he attacked it, I reached out to him as a brother. And I said, brother, you do know you disrespecting our flag, right? He was saying he was Moorish at the time. And he was saying the Moroccan flag was the flag of the Moors.
My glasses on the other day when he was on there.
So now guess what? I told him, I said, brother, look, I say the flag of Morocco is already flying at the United Nations. But our flag is our flag. It's accepted by the United Nations, but it's not the Moroccan flag. It's the Moorish flag. I say to take the Moroccan flag and call it Moorish is an act of war. You try to take somebody else's flag, they can go to war with you. So I was trying to explain it. And I say, have you ever talked to my chairman since you speaking down on him? I don't need to talk to it. You know, I say, well, brother, that's ignorant to do that, to hate somebody or talk against something. And you ain't, I don't have to. And so me and him bust heads right there on that particular measure. And from that point on, what happened is he would attack my posts every time he seen him. It got so bad that he got in my inbox. I don't even want to deal with the knowledge. When I see you, we gonna fight. We gonna fade it. I got the clippings right up here in my stuff.
You trying to tell me the boy threatened you?
Oh, I'm gonna do this and do that. And I said, bro, you rather see me in all white than all black, bro.
Oh,
don't even talk to me like that right there, right? And
he
so he ain't the only one. Tahaka Bay did the same thing.
Probably couldn't even pinch
Is it 50 stars in that flag?
Yes, it is. That's the American flag, right?
I mean, is it 52?
Hold up. Y'all think it's a game. Y'all think I'm making this stuff
I
up.
do not think it's a game. I think this is like, damn.
Okay, I didn't see the big flag. I just saw the baby flag.
Lord Abba in the picture.
I didn't see the baby. I just saw the baby flag.
Yes, that is Lord Abba in the picture.
What
you was talking about earlier, you made that up.
Oh, it was 48.
Look at what Lord Abba said.
52 states, Patai. Stop playing. It's 52 states now. It is not 48. It's 52 states.
Look at what Lord Abba said right here.
Nah. Somebody playing. I'm not drunk. It's 52 states. It's not 48.
Hey, look at what Lord Abba said.
Yeah, there is, because you're talking about the provinces that they don't consider a state, but they're still U.S. territory.
Right. So you gotta add it. You gotta add it.
I'm trying to hear what Lord Abba is saying.
Right.
Lord Abba.
Let me say this too. Somebody said that in the black laws dictionary, that the white, what they said, free white people is not in the black law dictionary. And so we can stop that. Whoever said that in the chat, free white people is not in the dictionary at all. It's not in the black law dictionary. You got to find it in the Jester. It's not in the black law dictionary, and it describes what they are.
Is the definition of knock needed in there?
It means bow-legged. It's when your knees knock like and your ankles hurt. That's what knock need mean. Your ankles hurt.
Yeah, our brother Lord Abba got an identity. That's Lord Abba. That's Lord Abba. That's Lord Abba.
Who's that?
Whoa.
Not with the slide, with the chair.
That's in the 4th edition.
That's Lord Abba.
That's Uncle Ricky. Will you read us a bedtime story, please?
That's Lord Abba.
He looks like he about to slap a ball out. Like he looks like green. What's his name?
Lord Abba has an identity crisis, family. He don't.
That's once about a time not long ago when life was a little.
He don't look too bad right now.
He don't know whether he want to be a Moor, a 5%er, a Mason, or now he's American descendant of slavery. See, back in the day, we call that branch hopping.
He don't
look right there, though.
He don't look
Who is that?
That's Lord Abba.
There you go, right
Wait
there.
a minute
He
now.
ain't an African descendant of
It's
slavery.
African.
He ain't
Boy
no
got pretty
African
lips.
descendant of slavery. He's
Oh,
an
that's the one
American
you.
descendant.
That's the Lord Abba you
Hey,
like.
look,
sister.
Right, that's Lord.
Hey, look right here. Look right here though. Look, he done, look at what the brother done did. He done took the sign and he done erased African American off of there. And now he's an American descendant of slavery.
Right, that's oh Lord.
American descendant of slavery. How you gonna do that when you was this one time?
Oh,
Okay, let me
Lord.
see. Put it
Adam.
close. Let me see.
You know,
Damn, Kemetian, you couldn't wait to do this, huh?
Yes, Lord, Abba.
I got to show where our good brother is. He's a black chunk. He got an
I thought you
identity
was the
crisis.
better person, though.
No, I am a better
Yeah.
person.
Let
You
him
don't-
show Abba Cadaver.
I'm not trying to start trouble, Nisha. What
I
is
am a
wrong
better
with you?
person, but what I'm showing is
Hey, Abba.
he attacked me on Sarnetta's show last night, right?
Yes, he did.
He attacked me on Sarnetta's show. Did you
In
see it?
2008, Abba looked great.
Look at Nisha, y'all. Look at Nisha. Look at Nisha.
So what I'm saying is this. He has an
He
identity
look
crisis.
handsome right there. Now y'all gonna tell the truth for shame.
I don't care. His identity look all right to me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the brother. What I'm saying is the brother has an identity crisis. He was a 5%er, then he was a more.
What's wrong with that?
Listen,
all day long.
listen. Nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is that he has not tied.
Well, that's
his
slander.
camel.
Let's take him off. We Muslim. Let's take him off. Of
Okay, what percent is he right here?
But that's that's what is that? That's some sort of a religion worship or idolatry. The ideology worship, some sort of ideology complex or something like that he has. I don't know. This is what
that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying about the brother. A man that's unstable in his mind is unstable in all his ways. So you can't say I'm a Moor and fight hard.
No,
to
the
be a
prophet
Moor.
said you to learn from the cradle to the grave.
He did say that, but
That's
what I'm
okay.
saying is, this, Queen. Listen, I study everything. So what I'm saying is, tie your camel to a date palm tree. You can't go throughout your whole life being everything. You got to say, if you're gonna be listen, that's right. But what I'm saying, if you're gonna be a Mason, be a Mason. If you're gonna be a Moor, be a Moor. If you're gonna be whatever you'll be that, but don't be all over the place.
But you can be a Moor because it's a status and be all the other stuff that you want to be.
Listen to what I'm saying, sister. He has denounced each one of these things. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That he's whichever way the wind blows.
That's what I'm saying.
Whichever way the wind blows.
No,
he has denounced.
No, can I say this though? Can I say this though?
Go ahead.
Because somewhere I was a Bible thumper at one time. Now, and the Bible said precept by precept, a little bit here, a little bit there. So now, hold on, because we all went to school. So when you was in the 11th grade, you was in the 12th grade, you was in the 12th grade. When you was in the 9th grade, you was in the 9th grade, right? So that don't mean nothing. So when you was digging hip hop, you was digging hip hop. When you was digging R&B, you was digging R&B. And so when you wore the high top fade that year, you wore the high top fade that year. And when you wore the big ass afro that year, you wore the big afro that year. When you wore French braids and you wore French braids, hell, I don't wear the wig no more. I wear locks. So I'm just saying. So we can't go off of that. We can't go off of that. One year you were skinny at the bottom and big at the top, look like a popsicle, and right now you thick all over and you look good. So we not gonna go off of that.
Queen, we understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, I'm saying at some point you have to tie your camel. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going against that. We done studied everything. Okay. But what I'm saying is he's getting up here denouncing these people like vehemently. He denounced these groups. So if you denounce them openly, what you gonna denounce? What you gonna denounce next is what I'm saying.
What you gonna denounce next? Yeah.
What you gonna denounce in the streets?
Yeah.
In the streets,
all over the place.
In the streets, in the streets.
I love it. I just want to study.
If he was in the streets, I'm gonna give a prime example to you. If he was in the streets, right, and he said, "Okay, I'm a blood," then next thing you know, he say, "I'm a Crip." Then the next thing you know, he say, okay, I'm Norteo or Serena.
Well, no, he can only say all that in the conscious community. He definitely couldn't be in nobody's block talking about like that.
Right. What I'm saying though, I'm just trying to give an example. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if he said
he flip flopping,
some of them groups gonna say he flip flopping. They gonna say he branch hopping.
You said he had knock knees and flip and flop.
I ain't going there. I'm just trying to say this. All I'm saying, sis, is this: if you gonna be who you is, be who you is.
Maybe he's still learning.
Oh no, y'all said he bow-legged.
He got a right to learn. He got a right to learn.
So if he got a right to learn, then
but listen,
why throw shots?
Listen to what I'm saying, because he throw shots at me on Sarnetta.
But you're not that type of person. That's what you said.
No, listen. Anytime somebody come at Kemetian defend itself. You don't know that. Kemetian don't start with them though. That man been on my heels for that man been on my heels for 15 years.
Nisha, you look at paternity court.
You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I'm not attacking him as a person. I'm saying be what you are.
Right.
Stop
We're gonna walk with him.
Kemetian been more from the time he been more. I ain't been more, and then next thing you know, I'm this over here and that over there, that over there. I'm more to the core. You feel me? Right. And that's all I'm saying.
So I don't think it's wrong him changing his viewpoints, his philosophies. We all go through a lot of philosophies. We all learn for ourselves. But anyone that says that because of your philosophy, you're not a part of this group anymore, and we're building community, they are an enemy of the group, period.
I agree.
And I don't care if you want to call yourself Kemetian, if you want to call yourself Arab, Moors, and we are supposed to be working together. Period. So it shouldn't be that you don't agree with the way I think, and you say, "Oh, I'm the enemy." At that time, then I'm gonna give you real enemy energy.
I agree.
If you come at me like I'm your enemy, I'm gonna show you I am.
I agree. And when he got on that show on Sarnetta last night, he got on there dogging the Moors, and then brought me up. Sabir, I ain't even had nothing to do with what him and Sabir Bey got going on. That ain't the first time he did that though. He came and tried to attack my teacher. Him and Tahaka, they hate each other. But they tried to jump on me, and I beat the brakes off of both of them on Sarnetta show. You see what I'm saying? This was like probably 2-3 years ago. First time I got on Sarnetta show. So my thing is this right here. I'm saying I ain't even know these dudes. They was attacking me because I'm Moorish American government, and they say they the Moorish Science Temple. All I was doing is defending my flag, defending my government. I wasn't cussing them out, threatening them in the chat. And when I seen Tahaka in Baltimore, the next day after he was threatening me, I was right there. Yeah, this the cat you were talking to yesterday. I'm right. Oh, more, you know, man, this is just the internet. 13 hours later, I'm right there in Baltimore. You feel me? We got a picture we took together. And my wife took it. And she seen it. We shook hands. And she said, y'all shook hands, but I see y'all face turned different. She seen the change. I was like, I had it when we shook hands, I had his hand to my heart. You feel me? Because that's symbolic. But you can see the malice in it. The next day, when I got back down here where I'm at, he go live. And so Brother Moore called me like, man, Tahaka going on. We gave him the rostrum to speak on our event. I got it. It's all on YouTube. He got up there talking about we should come together, brick in the mortar. Next thing you know, the Moorish American government is a false group. And so I called him. He hung up the phone on me. Huh?
Wait a minute. Oh my God, you will not believe this, Kemetian. You will not believe this. Guess who mad with you now?
Who?
My pillow.
Who?
My pillow.
Well, you called me on here. You know what I mean? So
lay your head on that pillow.
I just want to say peace. I want to say peace and love to your family.
Oh, don't leave yet. She ain't finna go to sleep.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying
that. Yeah, she's going to sleep. It's been 3 hours and 17 minutes.
It's my birthday. Hey.
Hey,
I'm late. I'm gonna do it one more time. One more time.
Whole party at once.
Hey.
The birthday is the whole month.
Anybody join in?
It's not just one day.
Right.
Hey. No. Look at that. She ready to get it in too.
Yeah, come on, guys. Look at here. Nisha, I'm so shocked. After all this stuff you started with Kemetian, you mean to tell me you ain't gonna party with me? You started some stuff with him and got everybody in it.
Hey,
you only drink wine, right?
Mess starter.
Hey,
you drink tequila?
No, I don't start. Stop being your birthday like 4 minutes ago. We not, you know, I'm gonna let that go.
Did you say Kemetian? They so loud I can't even hear.
That's right. Give the king some air.
I was gonna go get a shot to like be like, hey, shot.
Well, come on.
Come on.
Okay, y'all, come on, chill. Come on, what you say?
Okay, let me calm down.
Y'all know y'all don't want me to start acting. No, but what you say, Kemetian? Because I know they don't want me to act.
No, I was just trying to say this right
y'all
here.
Don't want me to start. Y'all don't
we got
want
to
me
come
to
together
start
in oneness. That's what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead, Kemetian.
You have an admirer, Freedom. Samson Yak says you move so sensual.
Oh, did he?
You better be sensual.
Yes, he did. He said you move
Yes,
sensual.
he did. He said it.
You better move sensual on my birthday, sensual.
No, what are you saying?
Come on, Patai, you better get a shot right now. Hey,
Sakina.
Okay, damn.
You need to turn your mic down.
I can't let me talk. I'm loud. I'm from Florida. We get loud in
Right.
Florida.
You know, busting people's eardrums out.
I'm from Florida. I get loud because I don't got no gator and don't nobody hear me. Shit.
Doc, you started something. Look at him in the chat.
But go ahead.
Lord have mercy.
Because her and Apostle's mic is too loud.
Right, that's my cousin. You know, Apostle kin to everybody. You know my cousin.
Samson Yak is Apostle's cousin?
Everybody Apostle cousin.
Is that? Oh my God.
And his microphone is Apostle's microphone's cousin.
Oh, look. Y'all don't believe my kids got me.
Oh my God. What was you about to say, Kemetian?
Oh no, that's hilarious.
You are the sunshine of my life. What you say? Break it down one time. That's why
Kemetian, please start talking so she can stop.
Okay, I'm finna be quiet, Kemetian. It's your show.
Hey, no, I was just trying to say, family, you know, it's all love, you know, and oneness, and you know, we just got to come together, family. You know, I know I'm gonna do the work that I'm supposed to be doing, you know, and one thing about me, my mentality is that I go against the grain. You know, when I say that right there, I'm saying if I'm the last person standing on what I stand on, that's what I do. You know what I mean? I can be the last individual here, and I'm gonna be Morris to the core, but that don't mean that I don't love all my people. You feel me?
Right.
Because you got to look at it like this right here. And I said this to Sodom, and they know where I was coming from. And I'm going to say it again. When we was all our ancestors was on the bottom of that ship together, they didn't care whether they was Fulani. They didn't care that they was Niger or Hosa or whatever names that was being used by the tribes. They was all thinking about being free. They had a unanimous will. So we got to go to that state of mind now. In this time, we on the bottom of the ship.
Let me put my glasses on because Renegade betting. I'm gonna spank him something.
Yeah, you're right. We are at the bottom of the ship, and we're gonna continue to be at the bottom of the ship with all of this divisiveness, with all of these different religions, with all of these different ideologies that's not bringing us together. It's only separating us. That's all it's doing.
Sister, you seem more divided. I don't have nothing against
you. I'm really not divided.
That's a division among with yourself.
Queen Nisha, listen.
I need you to say that,
look, Queen Nisha, religion don't make me hate Hebrews and different people. I talk to them. I got Hebrew brothers I'm close to, Christian brothers, all of them. So it ain't got me feeling divided.
I'm not divided at all. I don't hate anyone.
Listen, I didn't say you did. I'm saying that you said that it's dividing all of us. You speaking from your perspective. But these people up here online right now, Sister Gemini, I can guarantee she don't feel like she got the beef with nobody because of what they do. You know, like if you hanging out with your friend Nisha, I can guarantee all of y'all don't believe the same thing.
Of course.
And you don't be thinking, you don't be thinking about that when y'all together neither. You ain't thinking about, oh, she Catholic. or she Presbyterian, she Methodist. You ain't thinking about, or she religious, or they don't, y'all friends. And if it's time to go to war, y'all gonna strap up together. You ain't gonna be like,
because not all the time, because sometimes your belief system governs how you move. So you're not always going, because if I don't even have a lot of friends, but if I have 5 people that's with me and we all think differently, some people not gonna ride with me because of how they believe. So that's not true.
No,
they gonna get out the car. They gonna get out the car on the way while we about to go and handle this. They not with it.
No, what I'm saying
is Bible or their Quran is going. I mean, if you got to think about it like that, so it really does matter.
I don't have to think about it like that. That's something I wouldn't think at all. That would be the first thing from my actual mind.
Right? You gonna
Goddess, don't drop that in the chat. Where your drink at?
That's what you gonna do. Gemini just said it. Gemini saying
it's too late.
Gemini, you gonna take off with them sisters that there. You ain't gonna be thinking about what
everybody don't think like that though. That's her opinion.
We understand. We understand.
That would be my first impression, my first opinion about you too. If I never met you before, that still would be my first opinion.
Here, I will say this: every girl on here, we probably gonna get it in.
That's what I'm saying, right?
I'm just letting you know,
right? Fact.
I'm gonna start it.
That's what I'm saying.
Real.
That's what I'm saying.
So
y'all gonna take off.
Get what is?
And me and Sakina jumping in together.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what? We'll be like, a lot of us on here don't subscribe to certain.
That's right, Miss Graham.
No, I don't think that's. I don't think.
Hey, talking about that. Pause before we go further. So I didn't realize that JJ is my cousin. He is a Wheeler. I was like, oh, okay, we're both Wheelers. But anyway, he's trying to start a 16-woman debate league. Are any ladies interested in actually debating?
What are we gonna be debating?
No, I'm more of a teacher.
They have a lot of the Israelites over there, Sister Freedom. So you could be debating: is it really a literal story, or is it a story of the mind? That'd be a good debate that you do.
Definitely the story of the mind. We already know that.
Well, not everybody knows that, Sister Freedom.
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
JJ,
truth.
Not that face, JJ.
Yeah, I just be trying to tell our family this, right? When I was in the streets as a young man, I was representing the streets. You feel me?
You're still a young man.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying though, right? So we was banging out there, right? So now I come into this way of life. I'm not coming into this way of life with that same thought pattern because I changed it. So I ain't with banging against a brother. I'm just speaking in general. I'm putting myself in this. I ain't with banging against a brother because he got a different flag than me. Because if that's the case, I should have stayed where I was. I shouldn't have never came into the knowledge if I'm going to hate somebody because he a Hebrew. And I'm going to hate this brother because he Kemet. I'm going to hate that brother because he that. And it's up every time. I don't think like that. I'm trying to bridge the gap because I know we stronger together. We stronger together. That's where our power. That's something the world ain't seen yet.
That's still just saying that.
We got to learn how to respect each other's gifts, family. You feel me? All of us have greatness in us. But the problem is we too busy trying to compare our greatness to each other than being great. And see, we actually stagnating ourselves. Because if you worry about somebody else's greatness, whether they are greater than you and you greater than them, then how can you have time to be great yourself? That's all I'm saying. So I look at us like a superpower, a conglomerate coming together. That's the only thing we ain't did. Do you know that Humpty Dumpty is a Freemasonic story that's really talking about our people? Humpty Dumpty had you know about it.
He said,
you know what?
Right.
I told somebody about Humpty Dumpty.
Oh my goodness.
I sure did. And I said that because he fell off the wall, he was cracked. So
no, what it
happened. No, I'm serious. Go ahead, finish. I'm gonna tell you
what it is Humpty Dumpty. When they say he had a great fall, he sat on the wall, had a great fall, and then Humpty Dumpty, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put him back together again. That's esoteric Masonic statement that's talking about us as a nation of people.
Go for anything.
Now, this is the first time I heard that it was a Masonic.
We don't
it is.
Yeah, I know the story, but that's the first time I'm hearing that it's Masonic.
It is. It's dealing with just like old MacDonald.
We don't stick together about
EIO. That's talking about us being lynched. Old MacDonald had a form. That's all slave talk. So what I'm saying is saying we won't stick together. All the king's horses, all the kings and the queens and everybody around here, you still can't put them back together again.
We don't stick together.
Oh my God, I knew what it was. Okay, I don't want to say it though. I don't want to say it because I don't want to
take another drink, Sakina. Let God.
Let me say this to my friend Patah. Listen
Raise
here,
your glass.
You messing up because Kemet did mean it meant black lands, but Simtawi is what you talking about, and you talking about some I don't know what you said, but it meant Simtawi, which was two lands. And so you messing up. So I don't know what you're reading, but you're reading it drunk like me. So you need to chill.
All I'm saying that we don't
keep messing up.
We would be successful no matter what we chose to do if we would just all stick together. Really and truly, because we have so much argument about everything. I think we should just pick a name of something, pick a way of life, and just start all over again.
Well, we be needing clarity on some things because, sometimes people are in this for more than just the information. Sometimes people want to know, is what you teach in the community, we gonna let you teach, but what you teach in the community, is it correct? And there's nothing wrong with us fact checking our own people. As a matter of fact, we should be the ones to fact check our own people. Should no other race be allowed to come in and fact check us? We should be a people fact checking ourselves. And that goes for every religion and everybody and everything.
But I think we could elevate the information more if we came at a sense like really scholarly, like how they come. They don't really come to each other just like you're wrong, that's pseudo or anything like that. They come with more information, like here, look at this too, and that could be great for us.
No, they fight too. They fight too.
Thank you, Black.
Yeah, but that's provided that they are on the same page.
Setting when you're debunking any kind of books, when you're debunking anything, they come with more information. What a lot of people do is they don't come with more information. They just come with hate on the information given. But we should actually come, and if you do have information that does combat it, please give it, because that's how we're going to reconstruct this history for ourselves. Because people will say, oh, you're using white sources, and then turn around and use a white source. Like, we're only using
but that's why we're going to fact. But that's why we're in the habit of debating.
Islam.
There's nothing wrong with using a white source.
We do fact check. But you have more information. It's not a bad thing to have more information.
You can't look up a King's List.
Hello, I was interrupted, but Islam is the cleanest religion that I know of. I will say that. And the most disciplined way of life.
Freedom, you be tripping.
John Henry Clark said that too.
And it's the cleanest and the most disciplined.
I believe that
I've ever experienced.
Because I will tell you, there's nothing like Islamic food, Muslim food.
If you've never experienced it, then that's all I'm
saying. The best tasting in the world.
You should really try at least to check it out before you knock it. Really,
but just to name it right. That's what you were saying.
She just
I'm trying to help out. I'm trying to help out Patah. I know. Because he
it's the 42 negative confessions are.
He need help right now.
But Islam still over
trying to help him out.
Islam really,
some help.
Islam even you need to.
Thank you, Black Lion. He can find Kemetian in the Medunetter. Right.
Yeah, but Islam even overtops that. It doesn't talk. It doesn't have anything. Doesn't tell you how to take care of your body or none of that.
Honestly, from Islamic sources themselves, what they say is they don't say they're the one true from a real Islam perspective. It doesn't say it's the one true religion over others. What it says is it got
I'm
from
talking
the
about
previous.
I want to get up.
No,
That's
I'm saying what they even teach. They say they got knowledge from previous ancestors, and a lot of the knowledge was corrupted. And Islam is the best that we have that is still like our previous knowledge. So that's what a lot of Islam teaches: is that not that it's the one true religion or they're the chosen people, but just that all religions has been infiltrated, and Islam is the most pure as far as of what's been passed
So
down.
they say.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not
Well,
saying
you got
it
to
is,
experience.
Nisha.
What else
I'm
more
just
do you
saying that
know?
that's what
If you've never
they don't
experienced
try to
it or
say.
never
They're the chosen
studied it,
people. That's all
then
I'm
you wouldn't know
saying.
what I'm talking about, Nisha. You
I've
got
had a
really-
lot. Wait a minute. Just because I don't expound on my life experiences,
I said if you never did.
No, you don't know that. You don't know my life. I'm 44.
I said if you never did. I didn't say.
Oh,
you
okay,
did,
so you can't say that. So,
No, I'm saying if you did, so I can say that because I said the word if. I said if
okay,
you never did.
So I have. So that's why I
Okay.
came to the conclusion from studying different things.
the Romans made the name up for Egypt. How would Tamari know a name for Egypt if the Romans made that name?
I can hear you, Nisha.
Romans made up the name
What was
Egypt.
you
How would
saying,
they
Nisha?
know
I
a
can
name
hear
for
you.
Kemet in the letter?
Nisha.
Ma'am, I was just saying that throughout all of my life experience,
how would you not know? Do the research,
and I just researching different things, different
Sakina, I can't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nisha. I'm sorry, Nisha. I'm sorry, y'all.
No problem. Just through all of that, that's where I get my conclusions from my life experiences, from my research. That really, at the end of the day, what does it matter? All of this really doesn't matter.
It matters. Okay, so here's how that goes. Here's what the end game looks like. The beginning of the game starts with, this is why we debate in the first place. So because we are fact checking each other, and whoever facts seems to be the most solid, we are going with that. Thus, that's the end game. And then we move on to another subject and another subject matter and another, if it's religion, and then another religion. Once we are done fact checking it. But until then we're going to always have these conversations, because these conversations are needed so that we know that we are always getting the most accurate, up-to-date information on any one thing in our coming through our conscious community, or our community, or whatever everyone wants to call it. So it does matter.
Let me say this. Imagine this. I'm giving it just a little scenario. For one, like when I said it's the most cleanest because of what you do in the matter of the cleanliness. I'm not going to go into everything that you do when you do it. But just imagine everybody praying at the same time, 5 times a day. Everybody in the world, if that was the case. I'm not getting spooky on nobody, but I'm just saying it.
Everybody, no, I think that's sharing energy with each other. We would be sharing
that. If that was the case, as far as the women are concerned, as far as the cleanliness, if you wanted to go into that, if you understood the voodoo, if you understood the stinja, if you understood the cleanliness, if you understood the respect, if you understood how you were with your man in Islam, how your man is with you, it's rules in Islam with you and your man. If you said, I don't know if you have ever experienced it or not, or if it's really an experience. Now I don't know what they do over there in them Arab countries, but how I was taught, it ain't like how it is over there in them Arab countries. How they say that the women are disrespected and all of that. I wasn't taught like that. So,
can I say one thing to
Tamari
and Nisha before?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say one thing to them as far as what they're saying, what it matters. For me, what I think, and I agree with a lot of what y'all are saying, but let's say we are wrong. It's kind of like the if we're going to get to heaven or not or something. If
heaven is a state of mind.
I know it's a state of mind. I know that. I'm just using that as freedom. I'm just using that as an example. I know that already. I'm just using it as an example of just being like people being wrong versus right. It's just like what we're using this thing is we think this is the right way. You think another way is the right way. Gemini, the goddess, you think another way is the right way. We all put our resources and time into doing whatever we think is the right way. If we're objective about it, the one that gets the furthest or anything, we're just going to melt into them or maybe bring other aspects to make them better. But what right now, we don't know which one is the right way.
Yeah,
but
we can't put a period at the end of it and then just dot it. Not right now because the verdict isn't in.
What's your grandma?
Right, exactly. The verdict isn't in yet.
Man, please.
When is it going to be in?
Also, part of it has also Renegade, don't be afraid. Come up with the lady. Come on, have a conversation. You're making a lot of good points. You don't have to be afraid. I also think though, that one of the reasons, you know, like when we talk about like pre-colonialism, you know, when we're talking about Africa, the continent, right? But I think one of the reasons why the idea of it being more peaceful and the idea of, because it was, right? Like you have all of these great civilizations, all of these different cultures and stuff coming from one region, of course, is going to flourish. However, one of the reasons why that was is because of the fact that they were isolated. You know what, Black a lot of the time, right? So where you may have, you know, and pretty much they stay in their lane, they mind their business, right? So you may have the Fulani who are known as herdsmen, right? They're not trying to become, you know, what another is. So I think that also geographically speaking and putting that into context, right? In terms of how we're processing is very, very important. But ultimately, I said it before, and this will be my last point for the night, it's just that oneness, because my goal is never to convert. Actually, I try to move away from that label because sometimes we get stuck in it, right? So we can have the conversation because no one knows what I believe. No one knows necessarily if I have a doctrine, you don't know because it's not important, right? We're having a conversation about information, not so much because when we start identifying and when we start labeling, and that is the insert, is going to lead to just sort of like I just feel like it doesn't really go anywhere. So it's okay. Stay in your own space. Like I don't got to be with I don't know.
But Queen Dots, you speak yourself and you say, I don't want to accept that. You see what I'm saying? You basically the one that's saying what you don't want to accept because somebody put their way of life out there. You know, and you entitled to that opinion. Can't nobody
everybody is.
You know,
I wish I could take a little bit.
So my thing is, I always say this right here. It ain't what somebody call you, it's what you answer to.
Right, facts.
And I'm sorry,
I think it's a great bill. I think this is
the Fulanis. Dot, you know, the Fulanis are in major conflict right now. Like they're saying they're being murdered by other people, other tribes, and then other tribes are saying they're trying to convert and murder them. So they're in major conflict.
That's going on all over.
You know why? Because the Fulanis forced a lot of the other tribes to they converted them.
And that's what the Fulani says about the other tribes too. They're both saying the same thing.
What y'all don't know is that the Moors didn't even practice Orthodox Islam, people. See, that's what a lot of people don't know. The Moors practice Sufism, and that's why they're going against each other.
It's the Shiites against the Sufis, right?
Right. Well, you got Shiites and Sunnis, but the Sufis.
There you go.
These are a total different group. The Sufis.
Yes.
The Sufis and Shiites are closer to each other than they are to the Sunnis, though. What it is that the Sunnis, like Brother John Henry said, they corrupted the religion and turned it into something political. But it was the Africans who basically took Islam to its heights.
Brother Lord, what happened? You was in the trying to come up, and I pulled you up. What happened?
Yeah. So you can come back now. When I say Sunni, I'm not condemning the Sunni way of life either, because Sunni simply mean those who follow the footsteps of the prophet. Nothing wrong with that if you truly follow the footsteps of the prophet. But I'm talking about those who went into the social political aspect. Where you got a lot of Arabs, they're racist.
You getting the beating.
Yeah, you got a lot of Arabs, they racist against, for real. Like they against our people, even in Islam.
Yeah.
You know, and so Prophet Muhammad didn't teach that. So a lot of Arabs ain't even following what the Prophet taught. They selling liquor, they selling pork in these grocery stores all around the United States of America. In my
And
city,
doing all kind of crazy.
in my city, they selling dope.
Mm-hmm.
I know this for a fact. The dude, they the plug.
Pimping that oil
They
underneath.
the plug. So what I'm saying is this right here, but that don't do a reflection. I can't blame Prophet Muhammad for what they did. You know, but they do give the prophet a bad name, and that's the way it is when it comes to Muslims. If y'all know anything, even if somebody don't even believe in Islam, if a Muslim do something wrong, it reflects the whole Islamic nation. But if somebody is Christian and they do something wrong, it's that individual that's gonna get condemned. They ain't gonna go to talk about Christianity. It's because he followed the doctrine of the church. You feel me? But if a Muslim do something wrong, they're gonna condemn the whole Islamic nation. That's the difference. And so we are judged by what our peers do. You see what I'm saying? So what I was saying then, that the Sufism deal with the more spiritual dimensions of Islam. Sufism come out of Kemet. It was taught by one known by the name of Abdul Noon.
I have to check this Sufism stuff out.
Yeah, that's the highest teaching of Islam. But even though that's supposed to be part of, you got Orthodox Islam that's against Sufism.
Wait a minute, Brother
But Sufism is also, I thought Sufism, isn't that paganistic?
No, it ain't paganistic.
I mean, like based on initially. No, I'm talking about like initially when they were saying.
What it is, it's really Egyptian teachings. It's Egyptian.
Wait a minute, Brother La, have you ever
Egyptian teaching
Sufism?
Yeah. He studied Sufism.
I'm sorry, Brother La.
Yeah, La most definitely a tasawwuf. Good brother.
I mean, have you ever studied Sufism, Brother La?
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I gave you the salams.
I didn't see.
I said salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Have you ever studied Sufism?
Have I ever studied Sufism? Yes.
Well, I want to study. I want to check that out.
Basically, all Sufism is the same thing. It's esoteric knowledge. That's all it is.
Right.
That's all it is.
Spiritual
information. The same aspirations and thoughts of knowledge that come with all different teachings, whether you be Christian, whether you be Jew, Christianity. They're all is higher schools of knowledge. Like the sister was saying in regards for what she had heard about different things in regards to Islam. When Dulcinea was speaking about different things in regards to Islam, it was just that's one of the main reasons why I jumped on. A lot of people get the impression of Islam saying that excuse me, it was sometimes gets bastardized in regards to what they do, what one brother or sister does, and another brother or sister does, and it bastardizes the whole ummah.
Right.
Ummah in Arabic is what you perceive as calling family.
That's right.
But Sister Freedom, you were saying something in regards for the cleanliness, and if everybody was making salat is quote unquote known to the world as prayer. But the actual Arabic word for prayer would be barakah.
Okay.
Right. That's correct.
But I was talking also about the cleanliness, because to me, that's
you're speaking about in regards to wudu, yeah.
Yeah, and also at the whole everything about it. You know what I'm saying? Even before you take a shahada, everything about all the cleanliness, even the stinger part. You know what I mean? That every time you use the bathroom, even for the men, everything, the women, the men, everything, the shaving, everything, the whole thing, everything about it.
Yeah.
Now, wudu is really symbolic too, Sister Freedom. Wudu, when you cleanse your hand, you are washing away those things that you may have done, or even future things that you may end up running into with you cleansing your hands. Your body,
everything.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah, but we're talking about.
Let me tell you something. With it, you can't go wrong. You always. I'm sorry to say this like this, but you always nice and clean. I'll put it like
That's
that.
right. That's right. Now, if you clean your face, you know how we say, I got to keep my face clean with man.
Yeah.
But you cleaning your face for God, right? When you cleanse your ears and your nostrils, the ears are being cleansed from things that have came into your ear.
Your husband.
You see what I'm saying? Things that you haven't, that wasn't righteous, that wasn't of a high virtue. When you cleanse your mouth, you are cleansing away the filth of the things that you may have said that might have been harmful to somebody. So that's really, that's the
becomes
deeper meaning.
practice, and then you're taught like you won't use profanity because it is like taught like you use profanity, you run the angels away from you. It's
That's
like
right.
you run your ancestors away from you if you
That's
use
right.
profanity and things of this nature. It's just like a teaching that's taught like you. It's like repetitive.
Your face.
So you don't want to use these things because. Especially if you taught these things for a long period of time, it starts to get in your head like you don't want to do these things because then once you start to get conscious and you start to know that your angels are your actual ancestors and you don't know what's beyond this world, you don't want to disrespect your angels, your ancestors. You know what I mean? So you don't want to use profanity and things of this nature because you don't want to run your protectors away.
And you don't know who Allah is blessing me because the same person you can be cursing, Allah has found that person as a favor, regardless of how you see it.
Right. And I understand what you're saying, Phil Minor, but at the same time, when you're taught, you don't get that negativity part yet. And I understand what you're saying, but you don't get that negativity part.
And I think there's some great qualities or anything, but I think there's a lot of stuff that comes in and kind of distorts that or anything like there's something against fun or something like we can't just live life or drink. And that's why I use this as a segue to be like, Dot, Sakina, all right, it's time to drink again. Sakina,
got it.
Happy birthday. It's time
Happy
to drink.
birthday. Don't come on
Happy
now.
birthday.
Rosie.
Happy born physical.
I want to ask y'all.
How we going to say this?
Hey, I want to
until the end of May. I'm gonna celebrate my birthday.
Okay, but we were just talking about. Okay. All right. So. What I'm trying to say
Sister Freedom.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, because what you're speaking about in regards for is you're speaking on the dunya.
I'm listening.
With that being the case, do you honestly believe that if every brother and sister that's walking upon this earth, and I'm not speaking about in regards to just black people, black women, black men, because in Islam, the dunya consists of white, black, Chinese, Mexican.
That part. Everybody.
If you honestly believe that all of us was on the dunya, all of us collectively on the dunya, was on the deen, was on the deen, would there honestly be a reasoning for Allah to have us as, I wouldn't say perfect slaves in a sense, because that's essentially what we all would be.
Absolutely.
There would be no reasoning for him. There would be no reasoning for Rahman. There would be no reasoning for Rahim.
Well, I look at Rahman and Rahim being the womb, but I'm just saying, it's a situation. It would show us we would have respect for each other.
But think about it. Like, do you really need a book to tell you how to keep clean? Do you really need to read something to tell you how to be respectful? But hold on, Freedom, hold on. How to be respectful or anything like that? You know what I mean? That's what I think of, right? And also to Last point, when you were saying like if we can all just imagine, right? If we were all on the same accord, right? Where I think I don't know if it's a dunya. I don't want to mispronounce the word, but the essence of Azim. Okay. So like the essence of being, doing your very best consciously is what I'm understanding this to be, right? Like
not to break your train of thought, sis, I apologize, but dunya is the world.
The world.
Being a part of the world. And the deen is being a part of
the way of life.
The heart, the way of life.
And yes, you do need a book to tell you how to do that. But like, because if you don't have the book, then you don't know the movements of the prayer. If you don't have the book, then you don't know how to clean yourself the right way. You don't know what to do. You don't know what to do because you're just not going to do it unless you're taught to do it. You're not going to do it.
I was taught to do it by my grandparents. And
your grandparents, no,
not you know what I mean? Like that's who taught. I'm being serious. Like, that's who. That's
your
how.
grandparents did not teach you how to stinja. What is stinja?
What?
What is stinja? Your grandparents did not teach you how to stinja.
Sis, come on, sis.
No, her grandparents did not teach her how to stinja.
She don't know what stinja is. Tell her what.
Yeah, what is that? Cinder.
That's what I'm saying. So. You know, so you can't say that.
It's the cleansing.
What's the benefit
it's the cleansing.
That's her point.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, sis. It's the.
I'm gonna tell her what it is.
Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so
I can sit back, man. I can sit back.
I'm gonna sit back. Go ahead, sis.
Every time you go and use the bathroom, right? Okay, we're taught in Islam, you keep water beside you. That every time you use the bathroom, you clean yourself. Every single time.
That's right.
Every single time you go to the bathroom, we don't keep hair on us. We have reasons as to why we don't have it. We're clean every single time we go to the bathroom. That is called stinja. Because we have to pray, so we keep ourselves clean. Because see, it's taught that it's a story that goes along with the stinja about having urine on us when we pray. So you can't have no urine on you when you pray. You see what I'm saying? We have we stinja, so we won't have no urine on us. And along with the males don't even stand up and pee because they stinja when they pee.
Wait. Pause.
Okay, so
they don't stand up, so they sit down.
Wow,
that's based upon school of thought, though. It's based upon
exactly. So don't sit there and chair.
He right though. It's certain brothers that don't.
Because piss splatters.
Yeah.
Piss splatters all over the place.
Since we've been drinking, we may need to.
Okay, but wait a minute. Piss splatters.
She talking about the Salafia way.
Okay,
she right.
I'm talking about the Salafia.
Yeah, she
piss
right.
It's the school of knowledge. That's all. It's the school of thought.
Wait a minute. When a man stands up, let's just keep it 100. When a man stands up and pee, it splatters. Okay, so you always got to clean constantly. And when a man sits down, he pushes he's soft, so it's not like he can't push it inside and take the stinja bottle and clean himself off. Let's just keep it 100. Y'all acting like it's impossible.
No,
you're right, but there's other stuff going down there that not that.
Hey, Sister
I don't want to get into the biology of things, but it seems a little different.
I know that they did it. I just didn't know. You know, this is my first time of hearing someone describe it. I've heard that because I have a whole extensive history with a lot of African people, but I never knew that's why they did that. I knew they did it because they were from the north side. They were Islamic.
Crazy for some people, but cleanliness is everything in Islam because of the fact of prayer. You cannot have urine on you. There's one story that is told to you that when a man had urine on him, when he died and they put him in the ground, he had piss on him. Every time they went back after they buried him, his body was back up underneath the ground again. He was not accepted. You know the story.
Freedom. Let me ask you.
Hey, look at Nisha has me cracking up. I'm sorry.
Freedom. Let me ask you a question, Queen.
Nisha.
Stories. They just stories to make you. They just little stories that make you make sure you don't have no pee on you.
Just a point of clarification. This is really important to be honest. Like I learned that, we didn't call it Sindra, but in real facts, like my grandmom, my aunties were the ones who taught me how to properly clean ourselves, hygiene, things like that. So I want to be clear because you were saying like that can't be. It was. That's how I learned.
Okay, well, she probably
like
everybody teaches you to take a bath,
Yeah.
but I don't know about the ninja part.
I mean, like what she's saying is like even in people that call themselves Native American in culture or anything of the rag, keeping a rag and water at your bathroom, that is something that
I
is
was there
taught.
that day.
But I haven't heard it from men. I've always heard it because the yoni is so can keep dirt way more, and the yoni can get so unclean so easily. So you keep those things to keep your yoni fresh. I don't know about the sitting down with the phallus. I don't know.
Sister Freedom.
Well, you are not Muslim.
Hey, Sister
That's
Freedom, hold on. Let me ask
Just-
you a question.
Yeah, but Dr. Nair, that's not what they were talking about at all. How do you get that from that? How do you get that from that? They were talking about it's a religious practice. That is what they learn in religion. And you get out of that.
But I'm
don't
at a dude sitting down. And I'm just like,
just nasty, you know.
So precious to clean. How you get that from that?
It's a very clean religion.
Hey, Sister Freedom, let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Right? Prophet Noble Drew Ali tell the Moors in Acts 7, he said, keep your hearts and minds pure with love and your bodies clean with water, right?
Yes.
That's what he said in the 7th Act,
religion.
right?
It really is.
Right. Now, I want to ask you a question, though, Sister Freedom. If you're in a country and you are far from water, and you have to make wudu. Do you know how you make wudu?
Yes, with dirt, sand.
That's right. That's right. I just wanted to ask that question.
I've been Muslim for 26, 27 years now. My son 26.
Right.
That's older than Kemetian.
But even,
that's right.
Even when you come out of Islam, you still don't lose.
I'm just messing with you. I'm 43, people.
I know. I've heard you say that before.
You know, the situation still remains. Islam.
Yeah, you look good for your age. Facts.
Until you experience it, all I can say is, you know, hey, it's a very clean religion. That's all I can say. Even with the foods and how they do their food and everything about it. You know, so I mean,
what y'all making with dirt?
What?
No. I
don't even want to make it out of a joke. I don't even want to make it out of a joke.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not making no joke.
I don't want to make it out of a joke.
With dirt now.
I'm gonna skip it.
No, don't skip it. You was playing with dirt
because it's personal to some people. Kina.
Okay, I'm not trying to make fun. I'm just trying to figure out. You
said Samson. That's some of the reasons why I'm not you know, some of the my you know my
let's skip it then.
I'm talking to Samson right now.
Oh.
But when I was practicing like that, I was serious about what I was doing.
Peace, Brother Reggie.
Hey, friend.
Brother La, you have a message in the chat.
He said call tomorrow at 8:30.
Hey, Brother Reggie.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So it was a very, very good experience for me, you know.
Okay.
At the time that I was growing up.
You're speaking about as if it's in the past, though, sis.
Well, I have my moments. I will say that. I'm sorry, Brother La.
No, it's not. Listen, like I always say to you, sis, on the day of Yom Kippur, sis, Yom Kippur in Arabic is the day of judgment. You accountable for your own.
Do you know the proofs of the Quran, the miracles of the Quran to prove that Muhammad and his message was real? It's certain things that he couldn't have known, such as when it tells you about the two barriers in the ocean, salt water and fresh water, right? He couldn't have known that, right? But it also goes into describing how the actual fetus forms within the womb of the woman. The exact way, the process, the amount of months, the time period. Muhammad couldn't have had that knowledge. You feel me?
And that ocean does exist.
Yeah, it do exist. It's a barrier where the water meets, and it ain't nothing there. It's an invisible barrier that causes the salt water and fresh water.
Fresh water, yeah.
You know, but he couldn't have known this. You see, because For one, they say, well, he was illiterate when he received the message. So to a lot of the stuff that proves Muhammad's message is the scientific information that's in it. But people don't know that outside of Islam. You see, they don't know. Ain't no way in the world he could have described, the way the human, goes through the womb and it swims and so forth and so on. This is what the Quran talks about way 1,400 years ago. Go ahead, Queen.
It's fine.
I was gonna say maybe he was in the same region. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't doubt his.
I still say there's things that I found out that I just did not like to have heard, but
But that's the
Wait a minute. Which Muhammad are you referring to? The old school Muhammad or Muhammad Elijah Muhammad?
I'm talking about Prophet Muhammad. I'm talking about Prophet Muhammad. The prophet that the Quran
Prophet
was
Muhammad, yes.
I'm saying, but see, he got a bad rap because of how people try to limit his life to the hadith. But and I tell you,
hundreds of years after his death.
Yeah, so you can't take that as the truth. You got to take that with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? The Quran is the best hadith.
But the Quran also has things that's not that nice.
No, it's according to one's interpretation. Those outside of the way of life don't know what they be talking about. They say that, sis. I got the whole book up there that they tried to attack.
I had to fall back because
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's a lot of
the 9-year-old and all that.
But they don't say that in the Quran. That's not in the Quran. That's what I'm saying. That's hadith story. That ain't in the Quran. And it said Aisha was actually 18 years of age.
Well, she got her own book, and her own book say stuff too.
She say it says she was 18 years of age when
her book says she was a child, and she
I read she was a child.
It's corrupt. It's some corrupt hadith saying that, but the correct
hadith says.
What?
Yeah, correct hadith says she was 18.
No, it doesn't. I don't know what.
What surah are you talking about, Aki?
No, it's not a surah, Aki. I said the most sound hadith. The scholars have come to conclusion. Hadith, they say she was 18 years old, not 8.
That's not true.
You see?
What hadith are you talking about?
You say the hadith?
Yes.
You can. It's a Bukhari hadith. I can't think of the exact number, but I can pull it up right now.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
I can pull it up.
But that's not true, though. Kemetian, don't put yourself in. That's not true.
No, listen to what I'm saying, Queen. You got to look at what I'm talking about, right? Because in hadith, it's a science. We ain't making no excuse for the hadith not existing about the 8-year-old. But like I said to you before, in Islam, there's a such thing as hadith when you say what's sound hadith and what's unsound hadith. If it don't correspond with the Quran, it's
your mic is not on. Okay.
Yeah. If it don't correspond with the Quran, it's not sound hadith. You're supposed to throw it away. You see
right? But I have all the hadiths and stuff.
Yeah.
And
that's why I was just about because I'm right here.
Yeah, her hadith states that her mother was taking her. She didn't even know why.
You see how old
she still had her babies in her hands.
You see how old that is?
And all that, and
You see how old that is? Kemetian put in his 30 years of work right here. You see that?
The reason why.
The truth is a light.
Kemetian, it's Sister Freedom. The reason why I asked the brother that is this, because if it is, I'll be able to read it in here. And nothing in this book I have in my hand is in English. It's all in Arabic.
I got you know what? Let me show you something. When I learned
that's why I'm asking you, Aki, like where?
When I learned, look, you saying Quran, Aki. You saying Quran, I'm saying hadith. You see what I'm saying? You getting it mixed up. It says
don't make me go get mine. And I'm trying to tell you, Kemetian, you're incorrect about that.
So you see this right here? This is same Quran. When I got through dealing with the Arabic
right here, and
when I got done with the Arabic, Aki, this is what I was given in my graduation. No English in here. Same one that you have. But what I'm saying
is that what you're saying about Aisha is incorrect.
No, Queen, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Even if she, but let me say this to you.
Queen, I'm not
even
saying
if she was 18, he was 50 something.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Where is the baby that Muhammad had from Aisha?
He had no baby with her.
Okay. So where's the proof that he actually slept with Aisha?
Come on.
Let's not go down that road. Let's
Come
not
on.
go
Just
down
give
that
an
road.
example. I'm trying to show you something. I'm trying to show you something. So what I'm saying is, in Islam, if we don't have full proof of something, we don't even supposed to go into those areas.
I don't think that even would have been
You see what
said.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but if
They said it like as if it was cool to say it because he did it.
he said it, no, and also that I mean, look, we have two. Well, I know you used to be follow the Nation Freedom, and others in the chat yourself live who are Muslim, and they're saying, oh, they're questioning you, and pretty much show the source, because I've also heard that and know that, that she was 9 years old. I've
Here
never
it is
heard.
right here. I'm gonna show you the I'm gonna show you the hadith
9
right
years
here.
old.
Let me show y'all this hadith real quick.
That's pedophilia.
Let me show you the hadith real quick.
They was trifling, all them Arabs. They're
Here it
nasty.
is right here. Look, it says the age of Aisha, rejecting historical revisionism and modernist presumption.
Up, but it's still not true.
Right? So, listen to what it says. It says there's a myriad of criticisms against Islam propagated by non-Muslims in today's age. One of these criticisms accuses the Prophet Muhammad of marrying a child because of the hadith mentioned in Bukhari. It says in Muslim where Aisha mentions she married the Prophet at the age of 6 and consummated the marriage at the age of 9. It says this paper focuses on two questions. First, are the claim that she was actually in her teens when she married, it says, inaccurate, and are they strong enough to make us discard Aisha's hadith? Second, why did this become an issue in modern times when it was not an issue at the time of the marriage took place? In conclusion, the claim that she was a teen when she married is more of a reaction to our own insecurities than an unbiased approach to finding the truth. He said, Al-Bukhari reports that Hashim ibn Urwa narrates from his father that Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated the marriage when she was 9 years old. Then she remained with him for 9 years. Muslim reports that Al-Masa narrates from Ibrahim, who narrates from Al-Aswad, that Aisha said, the messenger of God married her when she was 6 years old, consummated the marriage when she was 9 years old, and he passed away when she was 18 years old, right?
Okay.
It says the two hadiths above state that Aisha was 6 when she married, 9 when the marriage was consummated.
Okay.
And these narration came from two most authentic books in the Islamic tradition. Hold up. It says Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, and Sahih Him. Not to mention that they each place Aisha as the narrator. In addition, numerous other authentic hadiths outside of Sahih support these two ages. Thus, it would be reasonable, even for one with primitive knowledge of Islam, it said in the Hadith sciences, to accept this hadith as authentic and as a part of Islamic history. To further corroborate, there was not a single prominent medieval Islamic scholar who took issue with her age. On the contrary, some of them went as far as to state there was a consensus. Ibn Hazm says the age of Aisha is recorded in the text without difference of opinion. Ibn Kathir says this is a matter in which there is no difference of opinion amongst the people. Ibn al-Bar says, I do not know any of the different on this, or anyone different on this, and thus it can be concluded that the ages of 6 and 9 constitute the default understanding, and any evidence that contradicts this will have to be equally more authentic. It says the marriage proposal from Prophet to Aisha occurred after Khadijah, the first wife of the Prophet, passed away. Qala bin Hakim came and asked if the Prophet was interested in remarrying. And after he said yes, she gave him two options. Salda bin Zam and Aisha bin Abi Bakr, it says, who were both Muslims at the time. She then went to Abu Bakr's house, asking for Aisha's hand in marriage on the behalf of the Prophet. However, Abu Bakr was concerned for two reasons. First, the Prophet had previously referred to him as his brother, and he was therefore concerned whether the marriage would be permissible.
Reading all this.
She returned to the Prophet and he told her to inform about Abu Bakr that they were only brothers in Islam, making the marriage permissible. Second, Aisha was already engaged to Mutam ibn Adi, who was not Muslim. Thus, Abu Bakr went to Adi's house and found that the family feared that Aisha would convert their son to Islam and therefore ended the engagement. As a result, the Prophet married Aisha. Some have claimed that she was in her teens when she married and when the marriage was consummated, right? My hope is to analyze each claim and to see if it holds up. So go back to the site. I ain't going to read it all. He goes in here and he breaks all of this stuff.
I have a question.
I'm going to come off of this.
He tells you basically that in the case that people.
I have a question.
He debunked
Hello,
it, Queen. So that's what I was saying.
I have a question.
Go to the site and look it up, and he debunked it.
I have a question.
So I ain't gonna read it all.
There's
Go
a
ahead.
couple issues. There's just a general couple issues. Okay, it's easy to go to Aisha, right? It's easy to go and read the Quran, right? So let's just stay with this for a second. Let's just remove Aisha, right? Okay, so let's go to the what I really want to do. It's late at night and I got to get up early, right, La? Right, I got to get up early, right, La? Look, the Moors. Let's get back to this. The Moors, right? The Islam that they practiced was from the Quran.
No, I don't think so.
They practice Sufism.
Okay, they practice. Well, they seem to have practiced several mixed things. But
no, they practice Sufism, Reggie.
Let's call it Sufism.
They practice Sufism.
Sufism. So there is Sufism is kind of a heterodoxy. It's not straight Islam. It's not the Islam that is on the.
Where Brother Lonzo?
It's not. It's the Islam that's on the west side.
That's right.
Right. So there is different readings.
That's right.
Of Islam. Okay. And so those that are practicing the Sufism Islam, right? At this time, they were safe. They were safe from the Caliphites in the East. They were just safe. And so they could practice what they want, but they weren't really trying to go to Mecca. So which of these Moroccan Muslims went to Mecca? Because he's commanded in his lifetime if he can't go to Mecca. I'm
gonna be honest with you, Timbuktu was our Mecca in the west coast of Africa, Reggie.
Okay, so
Timbuktu was our Mecca.
Okay.
And Fez too, my bad. Fez as well. Go ahead.
Okay, no, that's good. See, because I get confused because I talk to so many different Moors. You know, I talk to a lot of different type of Moors, right? Mm-hmm. So you seem a little, how can I say, a little bit more open, right? And so I have to separate you.
Right, Renegade.
Because Sabir Bey, he's all right with Al-Mansur attacking your Mecca and maybe one of our Meccas in Timbuktu. Now wait for Lamin, but I know he's tired because he got to get up to say Cephallah, because Mecca can only be in the east, right? It can't be, Mecca cannot be at all, right, in Timbuktu. Am I right, La?
I'm listening to you, brother.
Lamin, there's a Mecca.
I'm listening, brother. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm letting you finish your train of thought, brother. Hotep, right?
Hotep. I'm just and assalamu alaikum to you. Since you
let me answer that.
But I'm not surrendering. No.
Let me answer that for you.
The reason why is because, and I'm going to give myself, I'm only going to give myself 5 minutes because I got to go sleep. But
yeah, so, right.
Mecca can only be Mecca for the Quran. If you have that book in your hand, the Quran, it could only be in Saudi Arabia.
No, sir. But let me help you out, good brother.
You're always trying to help me.
Hold on, Reggie. Listen, Reggie, I ain't trying to continue.
Don't do me like that.
Listen, good brother. I'm not trying to continue with you. Reggie, I'm not trying to oppose you. I'm trying to give you some insight, good brother. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. You agreed that the Moors dealt with Sufism. In Sufism, we believe that Mecca is above your neck. So if they were in West Africa, then Mecca was there. And it was that same knowledge that garnered them the ability to establish Fez, to establish Timbuktu, and Sankore and so forth and so on. So that's how that would be answered. And if I go into the Arabic, it would tell you on the deeper definitions of the word Mecca, that Mecca is, it means mother of cities. You see, Mecca is also a higher state of consciousness when you get into Tasawwuf. So that's all I want to say. Go ahead, good brother.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, Reggie. Hold on. Where did you pull that from, Aki?
You say, where did I pull that from? That Mecca is a high state of consciousness?
In Arabic.
That's Tasawwuf. I said that Mecca, listen, I said Mecca in Arabic means mother of cities. But I said Mecca to people in Tasawwuf is a high state of consciousness.
Okay. Aki, but we both agree. I mean, this is where me and you clash at it all the time.
No, we never clash.
We never clash, and it's always a peaceful, and it's always a peaceful dialogue that we always have.
Go ahead, good brother.
The thing I'm asking you, Ak, is this: in regards to speaking of Sufism, as well as you know, and we had this talk before, sometimes you straddle that fence of speaking but not speaking.
I'm gonna give it to you, blood raw, man. I told you I don't get into the.
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you this way, and my people is watching. All my peoples is watching.
Go ahead, brother Reggie.
Talk your talk. Say Timbuktu was your Mecca.
That's right. The Mecca of the
why did Al-Mansur, the Moroccan Moor, who went to Queen Elizabeth, right, and got her guns and cannons, right, attack against Islamic law Muslims in your Mecca in Timbuktu and enslaved them? If that was your Mecca.
You say who did what?
He
said Al-Mansur go into Timbuktu and enslave them.
He said, why did they go into Timbuktu and enslave them?
And enslave the Africans.
Now let them know who Al-Mansur was. Caliph Al-Mansur. What was his nationality? Hold up, let them know what his let them know what his nationality was.
Moor.
From what city?
From what city?
Was he a so-called Arab Moor, or was he a real Moor?
Al-Mansur, interesting.
I want to see if you're gonna tell the truth.
Yeah. What do you mean if I'm gonna tell the truth? Why do I lie? Who says that?
I'm asking you, where was he from?
I'm
asking you, where was Al-Mansur born, brother Reggie?
Ever call me a liar?
Can someone put a date? Can someone put a date to this?
I didn't call you a liar. I just asked you, brother, where was Al-Mansur born, good brother?
Okay. So let's
tell the people where he was born at. Give them some bike history on Al-Mansur, good brother.
Let me just
tell him where he was born, Reggie. You know where he was born since you know so much about him.
Does it matter where he was
born? Sir. Where was he born?
Why does it matter where he was born?
So we can bring clarity to the people that's listening. Where was he born?
A Muslim being born anywhere is
listen, I'm just asking you to tell him, Reggie, where the man was born at. That's all. Where was he born, good brother? Let the people know so we can bring clarity.
If he was born in I need to check it, but you're asking me for the city of Morocco? You're asking me
I'm asking you where was he born? That's all I'm asking you, brother Reggie.
Yeah, but okay.
Give
so
the people clarity. They want to know when he was born.
No.
Can you give a date? Can we put a date on this instead of just talking? Can you say when Al-Mansur went into Timbuktu and tried to enslave Timbuktu? Can we edify this conversation, please? Thank you.
Yes. So I'm gonna pull up a source. I'm gonna pull up a source. Give me a second. And in the source will tell you the story.
Because see, the way you're making the claim, you're boldly making a claim, but you got to have the back history to talk.
No, see, what you're trying to muddy the water.
No, I'm not muddying. I'm just trying to get the people to have clarity so they will know.
Is he or is he not, right, the king and ruler of the Moors?
Caliph Al-Mansur, I'm going to tell you who he was. He was the founder. You ever heard of what we call the Age of Enlightenment, good brother? You ever heard of when all the Moors came together with the Christians? And actually, this is when algebra and all those sciences was taught, right? You ever heard of the Caliph of Baghdad?
Listen,
are you sure that's not the school of knowledge?
Yeah,
that's the school of knowledge. That's exactly what it is. But I'm saying Caliph Al-Mansur was of Baghdad. Baghdad is not of the Moors, brother. Which Caliph Al-Mansur is he talking about?
I'm going to.
That's why a date would help.
I'm going to pull up the source.
That's why I'm trying to help him out, because that Caliph Al-Mansur was around when the Moors were around. That's when the golden age of the Moors took place. But he was not a Moor. He was.
I think what I think he was basically about to infer to was the house of wisdom. If I'm not correct, am I correct?
That's correct. That's correct. But the thing is, Caliph Al-Mansur is from Baghdad.
Okay.
He was not Moroccan, a Moor. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Hold on for a second, Aki. Hold on for a second. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm putting up my screen to share. So we're gonna go through some of this stuff.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, good brother.
This is not. Time. So I have to wait till the goddess Sister Freedom put up my source.
Okay, but that is.
Are you still there, Sister Freedom, or should I go put it up?
No, I'm absolutely listening.
Okay.
Okay.
And if he don't put it up there, I put it up there for
y'all. Yo, you can put it up.
Yeah, I did a whole.
No, I understand.
Okay, but me put it up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it up?
No, not yet. Hold on. That's why I was asking her, because I would have to log in.
There it is, right there, family. This is Mansur right here, family. To help our good brother.
Wait a minute. You put it. It's down here. Okay.
That's it right there.
That's I gotta roll it down. Wait a minute.
That's Caliph. You see it? That's Caliph Al-Mansur right there.
No, but okay. Could you?
I don't see nothing yet.
Y'all see? Oh, you don't see it?
No,
I'm sharing it right.
Okay.
I'm sharing it right now.
That's not the Al-Mansur I'm talking about.
That's not
the Al-Mansur. Okay, so here. So let me just go through this.
Bro, this is the Al-Mansur that was during that time, 714 AD, brother. This is the brother that built the city.
Timbuktu wasn't at that time, sir. No, sir.
Good brother. Good brother.
He was not at that time.
Good brother Reggie. Look, Al-Mansur, the one you're talking about.
No, that's not the one that I'm talking about.
This was during the time period of the Moors. What I'm saying, he was born in Baghdad, good brother. So are you talking about Mansa Musa?
No,
you're confusing that and then trying to
here. Okay, so let's.
And we know Musa wasn't doing that.
So this is the Al-Mansur. This is the Al-Mansur that I am talking about. The Al-Mansur that I am talking about is 1578. He ruled 1578 to his death, 1603. And so this is the Al-Mansur, right?
Where's it at, brother Reggie? I don't see it.
Now show him his nationality. It's right there, brother Law, right there where you at. Al-Mansur Abu Jafar. Abdullah.
And it says
no, make it bigger. Make it bigger.
Can I let's see if I can make it bigger.
Yeah, he said not to mention a Moab or more. That's not a Moor right there, brother.
He is the leader. He is the head of Morocco.
But he wasn't a Moor, brother.
Oh,
he was an Arab.
Okay, watch this.
He was an Arab, brother.
Okay, so now see.
He was an Arab that invaded. I tell you all the time, Reggie, that it was the Arabs.
Stop cutting me off?
No, I ain't cutting you off. I'm just saying it's the Arabs that enslaved the Moors, good brother. Okay. That's what I try to get you to see, but that's why you
no, that's fine. Up. Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I talk without you interrupting me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
Politely, I'm asking you. Politely. So let's get to okay, let's forget Pimenta Bay. Let's get to this Al-Mansur, the Sultan Al-Mansur, 1549, right? To August 603, right? In the Turk, here's the source. In Turks, Moors, and Englishmen in age of discovery, right? Notwithstanding the dangerous allure of Islam, Queen Elizabeth cooperated commercially and diplomatic with both the Turks of the Ottoman Empire and the Moors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and never entertained or articulated, nor did her subjects, projects for colonizing them. On the contrary, and instead exhibiting her superiority to the Moroccan ruler, Ahmed al-Mansur, Queen Elizabeth repeatedly sought military and diplomatic help from him. In 1603, the last year of his life, as well as hers, al-Mansur proposed to the Queen that the Moroccan and English troops, using English ships, should together attack the Spanish colonies in the West Indies, expel the Spaniards, and then possess, let me see where this is. Okay, so I got to shrink it down. And therefore it should be needful for us to treat the people, therefore, wait, let me just get to, so in Al-Mansur's plan, England was to help the Moors colonize America, right? Okay, let me go further, because I think
it may be up some more, because the last word was possess, and possess.
The Muslims continue. Okay, so this is, okay, so let me see. Okay.
Do you have the Timbuktu part?
Should together attack the Spanish colonies in the West Indies, expel the Spaniards, and then possess the land and keep it under our dominion forever, and by the help of God, to join it to our estate and yours, right? The Muslim ruler continued, and therefore it shall be needful for us, the Moor, the Sultan, Al-Mansur, and Queen Elizabeth, proposing to her, and therefore it should be needed for us to treat of the people, and therefore, whether it be your pleasure, it shall be inhabited by our army or yours, or wherever we shall take it on our charge to inhabit it with our army without yours, in respect of the great heat of the climate, where those of your country do not find themselves fit to endure the extreme of the heat, and of the cold of your parts, where our men endure it very well, by reason that the heat hurts them not. Right? This Al-Mansur, wait. Now, from Black of Morocco, A History of Slavery, Race, and Islam, right? From the book by Checo El Hamal. This letter continues to emphasize that there will be a joint venture in which two parties will equally share the profits of the West Indies by dividing it, that every party should know its share. The letter calls the Queen's attention to the benefit of making such alliance, right? So there's two sources from two different books that say the same thing, right? And it says, and your high state shall knows that in the inhabiting of those countries by us, Yao shall have a great benefit. First, for that those countries of the East are enjoining many kings, Moors, and infinite nations, or our religions, and further. If your power and command shall be sent there with our army, all the Moors will join and confederate themselves by the help of God. So he is calling the people that he controls
Moors, right? Now,
but
first
you
part of
say
it,
he was a
stop
more good
interrupting
brother,
me.
Reggie.
Stop
Reggie, you say
interrupting
he was a
me.
good. You
Yeah,
say
you said he was a more, and you said
and
that
that's
this
what I'm
whole
trying to
source
say.
was about Timbuktu, and you haven't
Now,
mentioned
I
Timbuktu
didn't get
yet.
to
So
that.
Reggie, no,
okay,
Reggie,
let him
One
get to
person
it.
at a
you're
wait a
gonna
minute,
have
I
to
can't hear
answer.
it.
No, you're gonna have to answer a question. People
I
don't
was
answer these
I
questions, and that's how you
listening.
get away with this. So you're gonna have to answer a question because you came in and said Timbuktu and a whole lot of hoopla, and now we gotta go
You
back.
don't tell
Okay,
no sources.
so Dr. Reggie,
Good
no,
sister.
Dr.
I
Reggie,
have never
answer the
seen any
question.
sources
Answer
from
the
you.
question. Are you a scholar or not? You should be able to answer the question.
Hey, I don't.
Dr. Reggie, you came in.
You know I'm a scholar.
Al-Mazur.
Dulcinea.
I'm the one that actually put your source up. It
Put
doesn't
it
say
back
anything
up.
about Timbuktu.
Put it back
So
up.
why
Back
is it
up.
that slavery existed in
Put it
Timbuktu?
back up.
What
I
question
I
exactly
didn't
are we
take it
talking
down.
about?
I didn't take it down. Why is it that
I did.
slavery
Hold up,
existed
Sister
in
Dulcinea.
Timbuktu way
Why?
before
Why?
1846 in a way that they had to do the Mandan Charter, which is in the 1200s? Who was that slavery that Sandita Kiete had to do a human rights bill in the 1200s to state that all human was equal? What was that slavery at the time in Timbuktu?
What Reggie went? What Reggie went? He left. Reggie,
Well,
listen.
you said it like Al-Mazur started
Reggie,
slavery in
Reggie,
Timbuktu.
good brother.
Do you
Let me
have a
help you out.
source about Timbuktu at all?
Yeah.
Good brother Reggie, let me help you out.
Can you put my source back on?
Yeah, go ahead. Let him finish it, and then I'm gonna respond to you,
Reggie.
Yeah, something happened. It's looking all strange.
That's my that's my screen. So put your back up there, Reggie. I'm gonna share after you.
Where's Reggie's at?
I think it went down. He clicked it out first.
I'm gonna reshare. I'm gonna reshare.
Take mine down and share your thing, Reggie, and I'm gonna respond to you.
Where did that come? What is going on? Wait a minute.
No, I was already up, Sister Freedom.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what happened. Where did the argument come in?
No, it ain't an argument. What it is,
That's why I have said, what question are we talking about specifically?
Reggie got a misunderstanding.
Put my source back on.
Yeah,
Reggie,
Reggie. Wait a minute. Let me put Reggie's up. So
yeah, put it up, and then I'm gonna go behind you, Reggie. But you got a misunderstanding. I see what you're trying to do, but I'm gonna show you where you're messing up at.
Bro, I ain't trying to do nothing. I'm doing it. Right?
Is that it right there?
I ain't trying to do
Yeah, I went in.
Brother Reggie ain't talking. Right?
Yeah, I love you, good brother, man. I love you, brother.
So
gotta love Reggie, man. I love you.
And Nabo Macho, right?
What was going on?
Oh man, that's funny.
Talking to this is how he's talking to the Queen, the European Queen. Now this is this more. This is how we giving it up. It says, I hope that y'all can see it. In his address, however, he quibbled over her status. He called her the Sultana Isabel. He wrote, whom we like to think that her station is still recognized among her religious community. Whatever. I don't read Arabic. Emphasizes. A few months later, in October, he signed an agreement for military cooperation with Spain against his arch enemy, the Ottoman Empire. Having negotiated with Queen Elizabeth for 2 decades, he had found that she never put her troops where she promised, nor allowed him to put his troops where he wanted to. On her side, Elizabeth knew that she needed Al-Mansur more than he needed her, and that his gold, armies, natural resources, and empathy to Spain were crucial for the defense of her kingdom, right? Okay, I want to get to the point. I want to get to the point of Timbuktu. That's where I want to get to. So give me a second. So he's calling her.
Women, I'm sorry, Reggie. Dulcinea, are you in or are you not?
So
I'm sorry, Reggie. I apologize.
She went someplace?
I don't know. Wait a minute.
Oh, maybe she was just on hold, right?
Yeah, you have to let me in. I can't just be in.
Okay, so let me just make this. On February the 28th of 1591, a Moroccan army reached Niger across the Sahara 135 days after leaving Marrakesh. 2 weeks later, March the 13th, the Moroccans defeated the Songhai army after which the Sudan, the land of the blacks, submitted and would henceforth send an annual tribute of 100,000 pieces of gold from your Mecca and 1,000 slaves from your Mecca to Marrakesh. The wealth that Al-Mansur gained from this invasion immediately attracted European traders. Thank you, you Moroccan monster, right? That this invasion and all of this gold from Africans attracted European traders. The Portuguese captive Antonio del Sahana reported that Marrakesh soon teemed with English, French, Flemish, Italian, and Spanish merchants, each seeking Al-Mansur's favor and approaching him with a request for monopolies. Elizabeth swallowed her pride and wrote requesting help to build a front against Spain, reminding him that she had sold him in the tents and the heavy weapons for the Sultan. So Queen Elizabeth gave Al-Mansur the weapons, right, for Al-Mansur to murder Africans in Mecca and take their gold and enslave them. He would not have been able to do that without his alliance with Queen Elizabeth, and she reminded him.
Dang.
Ignored her earlier letter and having delayed her message for 2 years, sometime between January and March 1592, Al-Mansur finally replied, assuring Elizabeth that he paid the closest attention to her needs and interests, both great and small. Nonetheless, he ignored her demands, both for money and for Don Antonio's son, whom you had sent to us. Instead, he explained that he had not been able to help because he had been conducting the invasion of Al-Malaka al-Sudaniya, the Sudanese kingdom. He's attacking black people, African people. He's then instructed Elizabeth to fulfill her part of the deal in assisting Don Antonio. I will stop.
Wow.
You do have to get up.
Okay.
But if you're going to tell me that this man is not a whore.
Now, brother Reggie, let me help you out.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. Help
didn't you hear me tell you that the Moroccans enslaved the Moors, good brother? Don't you hear me saying that? You just confirmed what I say all the time. The Moroccans enslaved the Moors. But you put the picture up there and you said that was Al-Mansur Jafar, right? So when you do that, you got to make it plain to the people. When you do that, I'm gonna show you who Al-Mansur Jafar is, brother. Right here. I'm gonna show you two of them. This is Al-Mansur Jafar, right? Right? Jafar Abdullah ibn Muhammad al-Mansur, Arabic 95AH. So you basically
don't see a screen.
You don't see the screen? Okay, sister, put me up there, sister.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. And this is why the brother Law was asking you, are you talking about the brother that established the city of knowledge? You see, because you put this name up there in your paperwork, right? It says usually known. Is it showing to y'all now? Can y'all see this?
Crystal clear.
Okay, so it says October, right? 775 CE, right? It says usually known as by his Laqab al-Mansur, was the second Abbasid Caliph. You know who the Abbasids were, good brother, right?
Of course.
The Abbasid Caliphate was never in Morocco other than trying to wage war against them. You see? And in fact, it was hold up,
the Abbasids was fighting the Umayyads in Spain.
Hold up, good brother.
I'm just letting the people know because
listen, around. Listen, my brother, the Umayyads were not the Moors in Spain, brother.
No, they came later.
Let me tell you who the truth. Let me tell you who the people were in Spain, the Moorish groups. You had the Almoravids, right? And then you had the Almohades. But the Fatimids were the first to establish it. They had the white banner, brother.
If I don't see it on the screen, I don't believe you.
Hold up, good brother. You don't have to believe
nothing.
All you got to do is look it up, good brother.
No. If you're talking,
listen, brother Reggie. Listen.
I don't believe you.
Look, brother, I'm showing it to you right now. If you let me talk, brother. Listen. I heard you out, brother. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you, good brother. I'm not trying to tear you down. Look, the Abbasid Caliphate and the Umayyads, good brother, these are Arabs. You see what I'm saying? So when you say Abbasid Caliphate, and this is why Allah actually, he said, wait, you talking about the brother that built the city of knowledge? This is the city of knowledge. And I was saying it earlier. I say he was from Baghdad. He is known for founding the round city of Medina al-Salam, which was to become the core of Imperial Baghdad. Now pull that source up that you had where you were showing us a few minutes ago. And you had al-Mansur's name in there, and it's the same name here. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying you mix it up.
No, but I thought he had a Al-Mansur in a different timeline.
No, what it is, he had al-Mansur's in there.
And so you know what the problem.
What he said is that the man was of the Abbasid, or the Umayyad, and the Abbasids.
So you know the problem
is are Arabs, is what I'm trying to show.
You know there's a problem.
You
right
see,
here.
so when you say, hold up, Reggie. When you say Moroccan, you're not talking about the Moors, because the Moroccans enslaved, the Moors. You see what I'm saying? The Moroccans enslaved the Moors, good brother. See, this is
but they had that's a very general statement. When you guys think about it, of course they did. They had slavery even before this type of
only one can talk at a time, y'all.
Hold up, family. Hold up. I'm finna land my plane with this. I'm gonna show you not only where they were enslaving the Moor, but they still enslaving them right now. And the sister spoke on this earlier. That sister that was just speaking. I'm gonna just put Mauritanian people, because they think I got to put Mauritanian slaves in here to prove that. These people are being enslaved over there right now by the pale Arabs. And I'm finna show y'all the difference between what they call the so-called white Moors and the so-called black Moors. This is what I'm gonna show you something. Watch this. These are the Mauritanian people, and they are being enslaved right now as we speak. In Morocco, family. I mean, in Mauritania by Moroccans. So now let me show you this here. Watch this. Now I'm finna give it to y'all. I'm gonna let y'all have it after this right here. And I'll sit back and go with it. So it says, according to Global Slavery Index, right? I'm gonna go into it because it'll actually give you better detail. So you'll never get this wrong again, Brother Reggie. This is what I've been telling you every time you came up against me with that. Slave status has been passed down through the generations. The descendants of Black Africans captured during historical slave raids now live in Mauritania. Now, this is the term our sister Freedom was talking about, as Black Moors, right? Or Heriton, right? They call them Heriton. That's another name. Some of them still serve as slaves to lighter skinned white Moors, which are Bayadim, right? It says whites, which are Berbers and Arab descents. It says descents of slave owners known as the Albidon. It says, according to Global Slavery Index, slavery of adults and children in Mauritania primarily takes the form of chattel slavery, meaning that slaves and their descendants are full property of their masters. Slaves may be brought and sold, rented out, and given away as gifts. Slavery in Mauritania is prevalent in both rural and urban areas, but women are reportedly disproportionately affected by slavery. Female slaves usually work within the domestic sphere, caring for children, performing domestic chores, but may also herd animals. In the form, female slaves are subject to sexual assault by their masters. But what it does, it goes on into this and breaks down the difference between those who are called white Moors and black Moors. And they'll tell you that though they have that name, they are not the indigenous people of the land. You see, if you read through this whole thing here. So that's what I've been trying to tell you. Every time you come up here, brother, it was the Moroccans that enslaved the Moors.
I never
Once
really
you get that, then you'll understand, oh, you're right.
Okay, so
now you see that it was, hold up. Now you understand why General Tariq, which were Moors, was fighting the Arabs and ran their behinds back over into Africa.
Okay.
So no, I'm cutting in because I'm part of this show as well.
I'm done right
so
there.
After you're done, I'm cutting in before Reggie talks.
Yeah, I'm done right there. But go study that, brother, and you'll see that basically.
Can I just, while he's landing his plane, can I just say one thing? So from what you are trying to say is that is that the Moors they lost. Even though we're playing with words, semantics, the people that you're saying the Haritans, they lost to the Moroccans. So the empire ended. It ended earlier from what you're saying than we think.
I'm correcting you, good brother, when you say the Moors enslaved our people. I'm telling you, it was the Moroccans that was enslaving the Moors.
Brother, Moor
is mixing it up.
Is really.
I'm trying to give you clarity, good brother.
Brother, Moor.
You got the right idea, but you're putting it in
brother,
the wrong
you
context.
got the wrong idea. Moor is just a word
All right, good
in
brother.
which the Europeans.
I just gave you the truth. I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm gonna let you have that right there. I respect you.
I'm gonna take it. Go ahead, Sister Dulcinea. I'm taking
no
it.
problem.
All right, good brother. You take it easy. I love you, brother Reggie.
Yeah, I love you.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Don't you? Do you leave it?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I just gave you the truth,
promise.
but I ain't gonna try to force it on you. I just showed it to you, but I can't make
promise.
you accept
I got 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I can't make you accept it, good brother. I ain't gonna try to beat you up.
Right.
The issue is we just don't want to accept
Hello?
the history. We don't want to accept the history for what it is. We don't want
Hello?
to say that people have been bad in history. We don't want to say our ancestors have been bad in history. We want to act as though there's a people that have only been the victim and a people that have always been the victors. And that's just not the case. So here I brought up what this brother was trying to do as far as say about someone in 1546. Well, here's an African of Ghana in way before 1546. And yes, this was slavery that he was doing, so much so that when they came in for the Battle of Carina, that's where we see Sandetta Kiete actually enforce the Mandan Charter that was the first human rights bill, where the Bill of Rights is taken from, to say, hey, we need to establish that all humans are equal. There is no slave class. But that was from brothers like this one, which is actually African, which is actually Black. He is not a Middle Eastern. He is not an Arab light-skinned or anything. This is a Ghanaian that was coming into Timbuktu to enslave the people. So we have here, as far, you have his name. Yeah, I have another source. Let me go ahead. If we want to be like 1 minute Wikipedia is a source and 1 minute Wikipedia is not a source, I'm just bringing Wikipedia to define it for you. And now let's bring up the real source for you.
Okay, because this
okay, so here we go.
It's not a college source, and you can't use it in college, so it's not a college source.
Yeah,
Right.
but that was a little. That was a little. You know, that was a little. You know.
Okay. So
shot.
wait,
some
Dulcinea,
people use it, some people don't. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done because I have the actual college source that will be accepted. So you don't have to wait, Reggie. We got a lot of time to talk, Reggie. So I'm actually a member of this.
You brought in something to deflect from the fact, right?
No, I didn't deflect from any fact. You were just talking about slavery in Timbuktu, and I was showing you that slavery in Timbuktu existed 500 years prior to that. There's been slavery in Timbuktu. You try to say that it was established by this one guy in Morocco, but that's not the case.
Well,
so let's go ahead and go into the source.
Well, while you are floating around in your sky, this is all the result of Islam. This is all the result of Islam gone wrong in Africa. All of it, right? Why? Because of the need to bring slaves into Mecca, right? But all of this is Islam. This is not an indigenous African belief system. This is Islam gone wrong with this ruler, and this is Islam going wrong in Morocco. And I'm not saying right now, I am not saying, because I don't want to fight this battle right now on the problems of Islam, but I do want to say that Dulcinea, what you're bringing up has nothing to do with what I was dealing with my brother Kemetian Adept. Nothing. It has nothing to do with it. I established who Al-Mansur was. I established his time. I showed that the bastard was flirting with Queen Elizabeth, got her guns, got her cannons, and he was a sultan of Morocco. My brother Kemetian Adept is simply saying that the Moroccans had already enslaved the Africans. Okay, we'll fry that fish later. But what you're saying has absolutely nothing to do with anything that we were talking about.
It has everything to do with slavery in Timbuktu. Do you not want to know the actual history of how slavery in Timbuktu took place?
No, well, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help.
You're not helping me or anybody if you're not going to be honest.
No, right. It seems like she's just trying to make the correlation, because I thought what I heard her say was that this is slavery that happened 500 years before 1540. What do you say, 1546?
Yeah, and it kept going into that point of what he's talking about, and it is Africans against Africans, and we do have to be truthful that it was Islam against Islam, Arabs
so
against
they're saying,
Moors.
Yeah, they
we
were
have
going
to be
back and
truthful
forth,
about
back
that.
and forth,
I'm not
Reggie.
dishonest of that history,
Right?
But this is West African people. Whether you want to change it and say, "Oh, they're Islam now," these are West Africans that believed in Islam that were enslaving other West Africans.
Oh, right. But here's the problem. So we're gonna have to do some house cleaning, right?
Brother Reggie, you agree with Dr. Ben when he say that the Moorish invasion was clearly an African invasion and not an Arab invasion? Do you agree with Brother Dr. Ben Dr. Clark when he said that?
Dr. Clark.
He said the Arabs came later now, but he said the Moors was the ones who actually.
Dr. Clark wrote the foreword to the Arab invasion of Egypt with Butler, right? And in there, Butler specifically talked about the Umayyads, right? Which are the Arabs, right? If that version of Islam did not penetrate Africa, right, then Africa would be settling its own issues. I'm not saying that Africans did not attack Africans. I'm not saying that Africans didn't.
But Reggie, you didn't answer my question, good brother.
Right.
I asked you, do you agree with Dr. John Henry Clark when he said that the Moorish invasion was purely an African invasion and not an Arab invasion?
No,
this ain't the book I got
them
pseudo.
Do you agree with that? First of all, you have to show it to me in this context.
Okay, I'm finna show it to you right now then. In fact, I'm gonna show you because the people say I ain't never heard nobody from Africa say they was no more neither. Watch this.
Okay. But
hold up. Let me
show that. No, I want him to finish of what he means by clean house.
I ain't never heard no
clean house of actual people that are studying.
I'm gonna show it to you right
and
now.
not clean house of the people that are that. But I want to hear what you're gonna say about cleaning house.
So we're gonna let him get back to that.
Please, nothing.
Tell
me what you mean by cleaning house.
Dulcinea,
hold up, Sister Dulcinea. We're gonna let him explain it, right?
All protecting.
Hold up, Brother Reggie. Hold up. We're gonna let Reggie explain this, but he also got to explain. He still ain't explained how Mansour was basically dealing with Timbuktu either. I let him go by with that. I ain't emphasizing it, but I'm finna show you a more. Hold up. Is my screen sharing, y'all?
Oh, well,
you better be more than one more too.
Hold up. Is my screen sharing?
And then you guys can take over. So these are the oral sources on links between great states, Semiguru and the Cyril lineage, the Jerizo and the Kanigaga. And what you're going to do is if you read this, you'll see how the Seneca, which people know about them, Muslims, that they started out in the region of Ghana and everything, and they were the ones ruling. He came in and he killed all the brothers so he could take over that region of Ghana and empire. And he was actually selling them into slavery. And that's where Sundia comes in, as far as with the Manding Charter and the Battle of Karina, where he takes back the actual area and he pushes as far as for the empire to start and push that Bill of Rights across Africa and to different other nations so they could end slavery once and for all.
Right. Now, is my screen showing right now, people? Can y'all see me?
No.
Hold on, let me go ahead and log in.
What's Sister Freedom at?
I'm right here.
Hey, share my screen, Queen. Let me show this right. This is an African, right? Is it showing now?
Yeah, it's pulling up.
Okay, this is an African that was actually debating Tahaka. Watch what he telling.
Y'all gonna give me a chance to pull this stuff up now. Y'all
I thought you
show us a real source, not a conversation.
Hold up. Listen, this is an African from Africa.
I don't care. I want to see a source. I don't believe anybody.
Listen to what the brother say.
I want you to pull up the source with Dr. Clark.
Be disciplined now. Come on.
No, because you said you was going to pull up the source with Dr.
Clark. I am. I'm gonna pull Dr. B.
Do that,
Dr. Clark up. I'm gonna pull Dr. Clark up, but don't do this, Reggie. Hold up, man. We respect you. Hold up. Let the man talk. Hold up.
Yeah, he talking. We can't hear him. You didn't share it.
Yeah,
right.
no sound.
Good.
Okay. Oh, it ain't okay. So I got to put it in there probably because I tried to throw it.
Kemetian, that Tahaka Bay is your teacher. He's not your teacher, is he?
No, he's not my teacher. That ain't my teacher. Hold up, that's not my teacher. No, that's not my teacher. I bang on Tahaka.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, like,
more gang.
Yeah, I bang on Tahaka. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
No,
I am breaking my. Okay.
Hold up, Reggie. Hold up.
I have to get up in the morning.
Don't run. Hold up. Listen. This is a brother that he was debating from Africa, right? By Islam.
Somebody missing. What happened?
Y'all hear that?
Somebody hear that? Law dropped.
Nisha's there. Doc's there.
Is that sound playing, y'all?
Brother Law.
Can y'all hear my sound?
Yeah.
Can you share it again, Sister Freedom? I don't think it's shared.
Huh?
Oh, it ain't
share the screen again.
Oh, it ain't shared. Oh, it was took down. Can you hear my sound when she do share?
It wasn't took down, Brother Law. You knocked it down, not me.
Okay.
I'm giving y'all 15
he put it down because there was no sound.
I gotta work.
Yes, Gemini. Yes, Gemini.
Can y'all hear this?
Yes, Gemini.
You gotta turn your thing down some.
I'll repeat it.
Sorry.
Sorry. Abdul first. More is a BC term.
Right.
Islam is an AD religion. Make it make sense.
Okay. If we go back in time into the ancient Egyptian, and we go into the Egyptology, we find that the Moor of Ani, which is a high priest, that's the word Moor. We don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that because those are my ancestors. But some people, they consider anything as BC as Jahiliyyah, what they call ignorance. So they only want to deal with what came after Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I like for both of y'all to answer that.
This brother in Africa debating Tahaka said, "These are my ancestors." The Egyptian mentioned the word more. Same stuff that I had showed y'all on paper earlier, right? So
but
now
that's
here's
his opinion.
No, that man is from Africa, sister. He from Africa. That's not his opinion.
Okay, I'm going to stay on 5 more minutes.
Hold up.
Pull up the Dr. John Henry Clark show.
I'm finna pull it up right now.
Yeah, play it again, because I didn't hear what you hear.
Right. Listen. This man here is from Africa debating Tahaka about Islam. Tahaka going against al-Islam, basically. So listen, the brother gonna ask the question. Look.
That question, I'll repeat it. We'll start with Sheikh Abdul Azim first. More is a BC term.
Right.
Islam is an AD religion. Make it make sense.
Okay. If we go back in time into the ancient Egyptian, and we go into the Egyptology, we find that the Moor of Ani, which is a high priest, that's the word Moor. We don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that because those are my ancestors. But some people, they consider anything as BC as Jahiliyyah, what they call ignorance. So they only want to deal with what came after Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I like for
So basically what he was saying is that the Moors, which are his ancestors, and you can find this in the
I thought he said the Egyptians were his ancestors.
Listen, sister, he didn't say that. He said the Egyptians in their works.
He
and I showed this to y'all earlier.
No, but then he later on proceeded. Okay, because if that's the case, he didn't say more either. He didn't say more or Egyptian. He just said our ancestors.
Sister, he said those are my ancestors.
Said the Egyptians were his ancestors.
Good night.
Listen, sister.
Good night, baby.
Listen,
Thank you.
sister.
Good night, Sister Freedom. Good night,
Yeah.
sisters.
So,
my friend, good night, Dulcinea. Good night. Nice try, Dulcinea.
Good night, nice try to you.
Sister
I
Dot.
would love to have a real discussion about history one day with you,
So
Reggie.
let
I'm gonna be honest.
Hold up.
I know you will.
This is why we can't get the insight because
we don't have to listen to you all the time, bro.
No, listen, bro.
5-hour lections.
Listen, brother. You know why it go that far? Because most of the time while I'm talking, you're cutting in between it.
No,
and
you
so while I'm
steady
steady trying to explain.
Listen, so untruthful.
While I'm steady trying to explain.
Yes, I was trying to say something.
What you doing, good brother? I sat back and let you do the whole spiel.
No, because I'm leaving.
I'm the guest on the show.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm the guest on the show. I'm supposed to be talking. So what I'm saying is this right here, good brother. The brother just said that he descended from the Moors, but dealing with Arabs, they look at anything BC that happened before Muhammad, they look at it as the state of Jahiliyyah, which is ignorance. That's what he said. But he said, these are my ancestors. And he traced it back to the Egyptians in the word more. The same stuff I've been showing them before you even got on the screen, Reggie. They done seen my sources on this. He just confirmed what I said. Now I'm finna show you what Dr. Clark said about the Moors. What you say you want to hear right here. Watch this. I got all the clips over here. I got everything. I ain't talking about no book. I'm talking about what he said out his mouth. Now watch this.
A lot of people.
That ain't the one right here. Hold up. Let me pull it here. Here we go. This is the brother speaking right here. Let me get off in here. This whole lecture too. Y'all go watch this lecture.
I am saying that while
I'm going to the full video because I can go to that here. This whole lecture too. Y'all go watch this lecture. How in the world did that come up?
I am saying that while this is one of the world's greatest religions to rise.
Okay.
What was the vacuum? How did it create? Who created it? What was the condition in Africa and Western Asia, called the Middle East, on the eve of the rise of Islam? If Islam rose in the 600s AD, what was happening in the 600s AD? The Roman Empire was falling apart. The Roman Empire had been falling apart militarily since 450 BC AD. 450 AD, a bunch of German thugs called Vandals moved down and hit the Roman Empire. Now, the Romans had propaganda out that the Roman won time. Now, they had already made a mess out of the management of Christianity, because now the fight between the Byzantines, who originated it before the first European wore a shoe or lived in a house that had a window. At this point, 3 African popes began to talk to other camel boys.
Okay. There you go, right there.
Finally, he began to rise up in his profession, and his uncle began to give him a little leeway.
Well, he just talking about.
And he is looking for someone to call the faithful to prayer. It on record from the
Kemetian, you keep on saying this thing.
Say that again.
You talking about this it? Okay. Okay, y'all, hold on. This it.
Great queen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the other part because he explaining about Muhammad right there, but I want to get
on
into
the African side.
Okay, here we go.
That meant that the African accepted the religious side and the spirituality, and that Islam said something to the African that it did not say to the Arab.
There you go.
And that it still says something to the African that it is not saying to the Arab. That if Islam is to be rescued and made the great spiritual and moral religion it was intended to be, instead of the political instrument for opportunists, it will be the African who will make it so. He has the capacity to make it so. And this is what we need to look at, not to ignore the Arab at all, not to ignore the fact that it was from Arabia that the religion came out, swept over into North Africa, and had its rapid growth. All right, now, after this religion barely got underway, the prophet had some difficulty, had to leave Medina, then literally had to fight his way back to Mecca. Bilal was with him all of the time, and so was Zayd bin Harith. Zayd bin Harith was the governor of the prophet's tribe, the Quraysh. And he was married into the prophet's family, one of the highest honors possible. And he is hailed as one of the great heroes of Islam in the Encyclopedia of Islam and other literatures of Islam. The literature of Islam writes about the great blacks, but they don't tell you they were black. And what we need to do is to do a little more research in the area of Arabia and the presence of so many Africans at the time. We need also to look at the number of African neglected heroes and Islam and bring them back to fore, bring them back into world consideration, and understand that Islam came into being so fast. It is literally a religion made from a composite religion, and the least original of the world's religions. It had to take something from Christianity, something from Judaism, something from Zoroastrianism. That is nothing that one needs to apologize for. And yet, it came into being at a time. It served a great purpose. And it had to turn to many places for haven and for shelter. On the advice of Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, some of the key followers were sent to Ethiopia for shelter. while the trouble in Arabia blew over. The prophet said, go to Ethiopia, go to that land of righteousness where no one is wrong. This is the kind of reputation Ethiopia had among Muslims at the time. It had been a Christian nation for over 300 years. Other people against the move went ahead and told the Ethiopians that these people were thieves. And when the Ethiopian king received them, he said that your message is not much different from the Christian message. And he received them and sheltered them until the difficulty blew over and they went back and strengthened and got the faith well underway. Now, Bilal stayed with the prophet the rest of his life. And when the prophet was dying, he literally appointed Bilal as the next caliph. And he refused it. Now, look what would have happened to the faith had Bilal became the next caliph after the prophet. It would have been a different religion altogether. But he refused the honor, but he did not call the prayers except 2 more times. After that, he called the prayers for Omar, the first caliph, and 1 time for a special meeting for the first caliph. And then he either went back to Ethiopia or he died. We know Zayd bin Harith died in a battle against the Byzantines. But these 2 Ethiopians had helped to lay the foundation and the strength for Islam. Islam now was ready to move out of Arabia over into North Africa, to move into the vacuum left by the confusion of the Romans and the mismanagement of Christianity. North Africa was in such a sad state that the people were ready to welcome almost anything with the disappear with the wreckage left by the Romans. So there was very little resistance. In a little while, the Muslim armies had swept across most of northern Africa. A little resistance from the Berbers. These are relatives of the Arabs who had arrived much earlier. And this resistance didn't last too long. When this resistance died down, Islam swept into the Western Sudan and began to convert Africans. Now, Islam swept into the Western Sudan. Understand me now, if you can visualize a map of Africa, they went down into West Africa, not the coast, but inland away from the coast. That is called the Western Sudan, skirting the coast. And they converted a group of Africans. And these Africans became purists. So much purists that these Africans, after 50 years or so, came back into Morocco and told those who converted them, you are not properly observing the faith. I'm purer than you are.
Them the Moors he talking about, that's correct in Morocco. Watch.
Now you have to understand this, because Western Africa, the Western Sudan and Western Africans were converted by Islamized blacks. East Africa was converted by Arabs. Islamized blacks knew what part of African culture to leave intact in spite of Islam. You can see the difference to this day. And East Africa, converted by the Arabs, who had no respect for African culture then or now, they destroyed a lot of African culture. They married African women, and after 50 years, they had produced enough black-looking Arabs, and ultimately they would use them to go inland where the Arabs were not permitted to go and start the East African slave trade. Over 600 years before the European slave trade.
He's making it plain. Listen to it.
And the Arab is the only branch of Islam to use Islam as an aspect of slavery. Now, the Africans who converted those in Western Sudan left the matrilineal system intact.
Did you sign in?
The female remained intact in Western Africa.
No.
While
you didn't?
in Eastern Africa.
No.
I'm ready to go. Y'all, I got
matrilineal system, meaning the
Okay,
inheritance
you need me
comes
to
to the
sign in?
oldest
I'm
son.
ready to go to bed.
But out of the Western Sudan would come a great general, Tarak Ben Zad, Jabral
This was
Tarak.
finna close it down, that sister. I just wanted y'all.
He would discover a weakness in Spain.
You talking about the Moors?
Fighting the Goths and the Visigoths and the Vandals fighting among
Good
themselves.
night, Renegade, honey.
The dissident element in Spain would do something.
Good night.
People.
I'm gonna let y'all watch that on your own. But basically, he talking about the Moors and how their Islam was different from the Arabs' Islam. But this brother spoke none but highly, and he knew how to distinguish between the two. The same thing I was trying to tell Reggie. But if Reggie seen this brother as his teacher, you know, I can't believe that he don't have the same outlook. This brother said if he had to choose between the two groups, Christianity and Islam, he'd choose Islam. That's what he said. So I'm gonna stop right there, family. Dr. Clark loved Islam. He loved the Moors. And with that right there, I'm done. I put everything out here and we give honors to you, sis.
All right.
Yes, thank you so much.
Tonight was a long night. And we can't stay on like this now. Y'all got a treat because it was Sakina's born day. But we're gonna go on this and say goodnight. Some of you husbands is gonna get in trouble when y'all go to bed tonight because y'all done stayed up this late.
Yep, Kemetian, you in trouble.
I wish y'all a good back beating.
As soon as I open my mouth, some of you wives is gonna get in trouble too.
That's so funny.
My husband already sick of all of y'all, so.
So we're gonna go ahead and say good night to everybody. And
all right, good night.
Good night, y'all.
Y'all make sure y'all watch that video now, man, because he do say more is in there, but I didn't want to keep our people waiting. So, you know, unfortunately, but you can see where he was going. So peace. We got to come together, people. Stop the
Brother Law said we put him off the panel. We did not put you off the panel.
I didn't do that, Brother Law. I would never do that.
You had to drop off.
Freedom for the platform and sister.
I didn't do that.
Sister Dulcinea, Sister Nisha, daughter of the Sea Dots. We love all y'all. God and Sister Gemini. We can't forget the goddess. All y'all. It's all love, family.
Salute.
I want to say thank you to everybody for my birthday. Thank you and everything. I thank you again for coming.
Did you finish your drinks
last night? Yes,
yes, she did.
I want to thank my friends.
I would never do that.
For showing up. I thank everybody for coming, and I thank everybody for coming and celebrating with us. And thank you, Freedom, for keeping me in check. Dots of the Sea. I want to
Don't play. Don't.
Listen, I wanted you
don't,
to say
don't.
find your tribe. I expect you to say that.
Oh my God.
It's
Good
a
night.
night.
I expect
you
good
I
night.
expect you to say find your tribe. But listen,
No, for real though. That's fact.
and I really want to say to everybody, I thank y'all and I love y'all. And I wanted to say,
Reggie is saying happy birthday, friend.
Thank you, friend. Look at my friend. My friend showing out today. Look at my friend. Look, but see, my friend made me forget everything I was going to say. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. You my friend too, friend. Don't hold on.
I want to go to bed, though.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Nisha.
Ma'am.
Listen.
Look at
Oh no, she didn't be
You
saying
so
ma'am.
respectful. Don't be coming in here going off on everybody all the time.
I don't. I just speak the truth.
Okay, but look at
just
the
like I speak my truth, they speak the truth.
Look, that truth be getting everybody in a ruckus. Anyway, listen. I'm gonna say it for Duchess. I'm gonna say it for Dots because she didn't say it. Find your tribe. Because she missed out today. She's supposed to say find your tribe.
Okay, I don't want to stay on no longer.
Okay, well, that was it. I just wanted to say that. I wanted to say that. Thank you, everybody, and I love all y'all.
Birthday.
Hotep, thank you so much. I appreciate
it.
Ashe.
Shalom. Peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, say the rest of it.
Walaikum salam, rahmatullah barakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Okay.
Right.
Good night.
I'll say on the side of Michael House.
Peace, family.
Peace. I'm ending the broadcast. Everybody, good night.
Good night.